I finished the drinks for the older men with just a touch of, "Oh, sir," a little something to give them energy, and I returned to the bedroom with the tray carefully balanced. I admit that carrying food and being of service to anyone is still a new skill I'm picking up. Being Aethith's lover spared me a lot of the mundane chores around the muds, and even when I was perfectly willing to scrub a floor or sharpen weapons, a flirty warrior or two would always show up to halve the workload. Enel was one of those, once upon a time. I wish he was here. But I am all smiles as I push the door open with my hip and enter a room, only to see Aethith stretch his arm across the empty part of the nest and complain, "I have been abandoned. You are cruel and heartless men who have treated your guests poorly. I could take it up with the spirit men, you know. You should be lashed and publicly shamed for what you've done to me." "Your tea, dear General," I answer, and getting it to the top of our luxurious bed is a skill I have not mastered, but I've seen others do it. Carefully, I hold the tray flat with one hand and my shoulder, while using my free hand and my feet to climb the nest. "Oh!" Aethith cries as I arrive, unfortunately sloshing everything at the last second. "Sorry," I say with a wince. I got some on me too, and the corner of my favourite pillow is wet. Our nest has a lovely windowsill in arm's reach, where I deposit the tray, and sweet-smelling steam curls up in hot wisps. These will get cold fast. "Where is Pykh?" I ask. "Like I said, he abandoned me. Same as you." My complaining, pouty general accepts his warm mug without a thank you. I don't mind. I find him cute and playful, more so than any of my other mates, including all the ones younger than him. I woke up as he was leaving the room. I started to ask him where he was going, but he ignored me. So I rolled over to look for you, and you were gone. Whatever playful, sleepy growl he was about to make becomes a sound of satisfaction as he sips the mug. It is hot, though. I can barely touch my tongue to mine. "Perfect," he says. "You're welcome," I say, and give him a kiss. There were many nights and mornings where I was tasked to look after Aethith's meals, but I never did any cooking, and, I never cleaned up the dishes afterwards either. So basically I just delivered it, and kept him company. I used to be so worried that Pykh would hate me when he found out. "No, no, no," I chide, removing his groping hand from my backside as a kiss and a cuddle start to become more. "I'm pretty sure Pykh is returning with puppy Daniel, so you have to behave." "Really?" Aethith asks, sitting straighter in the bed. It is strange how easily he shifts from play-acting as a whiny, petulant youth to suddenly being a serious, sometimes even stern man. "Carter lets you have him. Do you think he's going to—" "Give him to us," I finish with a guess, noticing that he looks wondrous, perhaps eager. "No, Carter is not like us. I don't think he can carry more than one puppy, and he's going to keep all of them. But he lets us stay close. It's like we're mates in a way, but without the, you know. I better drink more of this tea. Pykh and I have been close-lipped about the particulars of being in Carter's court, and everyone is curious. We do not want Ruar to find out that Carter disagrees with the practice of courtship nights, or we could be removed from his court and placed somewhere else for our own good. Omegas are powerful, yes, but they have duties they can be held responsible for. How can I do a bit of strategy to make sure Kaz doesn't find out too much as well? We are all fathers, I say, choosing these words deliberately. Daniel is ours whenever the Omega family is busy or sleeping. He gives me a small smile and soon tips his cap into it. After a stretch and wrapping his tail around my waist to pull me closer, he gives me a kiss, and I'm cuddled into him, safe and treasured. This is the part of Aethith that we love the most. The part he hides unless he's got all the playful whines, sexual energy, brash boasting and dirty jokes out. It's always a show with Aethith. Not that I mind. And then there's this part that's quiet and sincere. I wonder who else he's sharing it with. I know him or them, whatever the case may be. But it's unbelievably rude, jealous and possessive to ask. And do I want Edith to be lonely and without comfort for all the years that I'm away? No, absolutely not. I just hope it's not Sindur, that mean-spirited moron who somehow tricks people into thinking he's friendly. It would be just like him to seek Edith's pillows as soon as my scent grew faint. Ha! Tail chaser. I hear a footstep out in the hall, followed by our door being pushed open, and sure enough, it is Pykh, cradling our precious joy. The fluff on his head is pointing in all directions, and his eyes are glossy, as though just getting over a cry. Though I didn't hear him, so Pykh must have done his magic to keep the tantrum at bay. He's holding a jar of baby meal, unenthusiastically, the rim dangling in a one-handed grip that is known to sling toys like they're worthless objects, and then nuzzle them afterwards. I shift to make room for the pair, but as they approach the nest, Daniel points and issues a garbled command. It doesn't sound like anything to me, and I think I hear one of Carter's chirping consonants tacked onto the end. But Pykh somehow has a gift. It must be those scout's ears. "Okay, little one, but be careful." Pykh stoops to set Firestorm at the foot of the nest. Despite not caring much for his breakfast, another sharp command is issued when Pykh tries to relieve him of it. And this one I can understand. "No!" And then he starts a precarious journey with only one hand. As small and delicate as he looks, he's become an agile climber. Soon he will be an agile runner and jumper as well. I saw him take a couple steps to go from one table end to another, and Pykh is training him with a small box that he likes to push around. "Oh, goodness," Edith says quietly, and his posture changes to get his feet under him, to prepare for a leap. The bed is finely made, especially up top where the strands are small and neatly woven. But the ropes to get here are coarse and thick, with plenty of space to catch a hand and a foot. Often little Firestorm will kick repeatedly, seeking the next hold, and if he does not find it, Pyk's hand will soon become the step he needs. He gets a lot of help whenever it is necessary, and yet he handles the climbing part completely on his own. "Good job, Daniel!" I coo and move to the edge to get him. My tea goes back to the windowsill, and I reach down for him with both arms, extending the upper half of my body to reach him sooner. He can make it all the way on his own. I just want him in my arms, preferably now, and I pull him up the rest of the way as soon as he reaches me. Otherwise, Pykh will keep him all to himself. "Good morning," I purr, and cuddle him closely. He speaks some more garbled nonsense and pushes his breakfast under my nose. "Is that for me?" I hook a claw into the jar, but it barely touches the food inside. Hopefully he doesn't notice. I pop the claw into my mouth quickly and say, "That's yummy." Whether he falls for the deception or not, I cannot say. He's easy to trick, and yet he's developing a cleverness all his own. We've already noted that when he's trying to get out of eating, he will offer the baby meal to anyone who is nearby. This will give him praise, and more importantly, the food will disappear bite by bite. "You want some?" I dip another claw into it and come up with some actual food this time. He looks like he's calculating his options and maintains eye contact with me, as though watching for any sort of deceit. Gradually, his mouth opens. I keep my hand still so he can eat. "Good boy," I praise, and when he's done, his hand reaches to touch my chest. "Milk!" It sounds nothing like the word, but like Pykh, I've begun to learn his language. "Not from me, little one." Not yet. I did get some sensitivity, and the sensation of heaviness after he was born, but my body did not make the full transition. Kaz thinks I will likely become a nurse with Carter's next child, and I hope he's right. I hope Carter has a lot of pups. Maybe I can be like Kaz one day, giving life to a lot of children. Maybe someday Carter would give us... Well, it's best not to think of it. He tells me something about his food, perhaps an intelligent critique of its flavour, and whacks it against my chest, making me laugh. "So, this is what keeps you busy, eh?" Eothas says, touching a finger to Daniel's shoulder like he is a delicate art piece. He's met with a curious stare from the little one, and Eothas softly says hi in a cooing tone. Pykh more than me, I admit with jealousy. Of Carter's expansive court of 2, plus his mates, I'm the one expected to actually do work. Pyk's age and friendship with Seal earned him the right of caretaker when Carter and his mates are away. Daniel exclaims some other nonsense thing in an ear-splitting tone, and Pykh chuckles. He says you're pretty, he tells Eothas, and begins to take the baby from me, nodding his head toward the general. I sigh. I can see that Eothas is deeply interested in holding him, and a man fighting for our world ought to hold a puppy at least one time in his adult life. But I don't get enough time to play with him, and that's a shame. Eothas is smiling and gentle, but has the energy of a man perched on a cliff, not daring to take a single misstep or it will end him. Baby Daniel is completely unaware of this, and climbs onto him as easily as if he were Pykh or myself. He's well socialised by interacting with Ruar's court, who are all happy to be looking after a puppy at the estate again. Daniel makes his chirpy screech again, petting Eothas' morning hair the way that fathers do to his own. I can see that Eothas is speechless, looking deeply into the child's eyes, and perhaps some serious musings are going on. Eothas sticks his tongue out and touches his own nose, making a funny face. Perhaps proving me wrong, but I don't think so. Pykh is yawning, getting his tea, and has rescued my pillow from becoming further stained by baby food while I was distracted. What are you doing? Eothas says in a muffled tone, as the baby is grabbing his face and pushing his cheeks together, trying to get closer. Oh, I say, sipping the last of my drink. In the morning he's always in a kissing mood. Oh, is that what he wants? Eothas says, and obliges, pushing his nose forward so the little one can bump into it. Pykh seems about to say something, but turns his head. He sets his drink down and moves to the edge of the bed like he's leaving. What? I ask. A knock on the door answers for me. 2 solid raps, and then the metallic clink of a coin going into the offering bowl that Pykh insisted we put outside. While neither Ruar's family nor mine ever used one, it is common for Omegas of low status to have one at the gate of their home, so that local regular men who are not part of the estate can donate more when they choose to. Pykh is already out of bed, and I am slow to catch up. Eothas is slower still, looking stranded with the child and unable to move. I'll be right back, I say, certain that Daniel will be in loving, if inexperienced hands. The 2 raps come again, followed by the bell, which usually I would describe as musical and pleasant. But this time it has me rushing to make sure our visitor doesn't do anything else to make noise, and I can tell simply by Pyk's hastened pace that he doesn't want to hear anything else either. It is too late. Pykh is at the door answering, and the way to Carter's living room fills with Pyk's massive sleepy form. His eyes are drooping and unfocused. He leans against the wall with a yawn and asks, Who is it? As I speak, I can hear Ovielk addressing Pykh. Hello, is Carter? Omega Ovielk, Pykh says. We are honoured by your visit, but Carter is... And while Pyk's ears are certainly tuning in to this conversation as well, I distract him and say, Do not worry, Pykh. All will be taken care of. If Ovielk has an urgent message, Pykh will collect it. And if he does not, Ovielk will certainly be by again. Come on, I want you to sleep. You need it. I take his hand and arm to lead him back to Carter's room. He follows like a sleepy pet. I can tell he's only been awake for seconds. I would like to see Ovielk, he murmurs. And behind us, I hear, I'm sorry if the hour is early. I didn't realise. Can you make sure that he finds me? I'm staying at my apartment near the capital, actually. I will be here visiting for a few hours. Please let me know as soon as he wakes up and is receiving visitors. I will. Meanwhile, I address Pyke's questioning gaze toward Daniel's room. How can I keeping him entertained for now? Please, sleep. Nice to nurse, Pykh murmurs. I will bring him to you, I promise, and then lead my friend back into the dim room where Carter sleeps, with all the heavy tapestries covering the windows the entire night. The nest is still, and no one stirs as Pykh makes his heavy climb to the top. Bring him, Pykh says again, with an enormous yawn, and settles at the edge of the nest, his tail hanging limply down. I'll be right back, I whisper, and I'm careful to close the door softly too, hopeful that Carter didn't wake up so that he will sleep as long as he wants. They all need it. What was that? I hear when I return to the front door to gather Eich's opinion. Eithel has made it out of the bed with the baby, clutching him with both hands. Eich exchanges a glance with me, no doubt asking me not to offer up any information. I'm not even sure what information I'm protecting, so I reach for baby Daniel instead. His father is asking for him. Milk time for you, puppy. Audiobook is up at an early hour, I hear Eich say as I head back towards Carter's room. Yes, I suppose he is. Travel has changed his habits. Has he said anything about Carter to you? Eithil's answer is no, but the rest of the conversation is no longer audible as I quietly close the door behind me and shush baby Daniel. Of course, I think, ignoring baby Daniel's pointing to get him to his father quicker. He won't mind missing his climbing exercise once he starts drinking his milk. Audiobook is going to challenge his father in some way. Perhaps he's working for the Priory against Zuar's interests. The old political rivalry among Omegas is starting up again, and Audiobook wants Carter to get in the middle of it. Chapter 62. Carter. My son motorboats with spittle flying off of his lips, only pausing to take a breath as he pushes his box around the floor, giving his doll a ride. He is, of course, recreating the game I often play with him. With my ears, I'm listening to Audiobook. My son isn't making this easy, despite being in the next room. Audiobook is telling me something about the creatures they've caught and fished out of the ocean, and one particularly nasty attack a young warrior named Fazor would not have survived if not for the medical bay aboard the ship. With my eyes, I'm taking note of my son's physical development. I don't know what normal for a Fleophiki is, but I thought he would be walking by now. Something tells me he's been a bit slow developing. Or maybe it's just my paranoia. I'm happy to see my son stop and carefully shift his weight onto his toy chest for support, independently bringing out his entire assortment of wooden carved animals and putting them in the crate to ride with his doll. So far, he does this all by himself today, and with some struggling. Okay, a lot of struggling, and I'm fighting the urge to go help him out. He gets the box turned back around and continues making sound effects as he pushes it back to Pykh, who is lounging on a low perch, reading. Pykh is focused on his book with unusual intensity. Barbarian authored whatever it is he's reading. It's a gift. Audiobook's mates are nearby, Barbarian helping with definitions, while Vindriel and Sheas take turns looking like hostages when my son starts doling out the animal figurines. His favorites he just wants to show. I need to start socializing my son and teaching him to share. Yet another thing to worry about. With the others, he seems to be giving all three adult men instructions to play. He must like Barbarian especially, because he gives him the doll and says, "Milk!" with an imperious point of his finger. I wipe my mouth to smother a smile and say, I'm really glad he made it. That's fortunate. Audiobook's story of Fazar's close call does matter to me. I know who that is. His face, anyway. At the same time, I can never take my eyes off my son if he's in the room. He always steals the show and takes the attention away from all of us. He's too perfect. If we hadn't found ways to pull creatures out of the ocean, we would have had to eat the invaders instead. Or figured out how to digest rocks. As crazy as it sounds, we might have tried that before cooking up invader organs. Audiobook shudders. I don't want to eat something so evil. I didn't know that the supplies hadn't moved out. I'm sorry, I should have checked up on it. It wasn't even on my mind after we arrived. I just assumed. I end that sentence with a shrug. With my baby on the way, I consider the ship to be a problem out of my control. I had no idea that Ruar did not approve the supply shipment until spring, after Daniel was born. We were already leaving for the capital city when Ruar finally approved the resupply mission that was desperately requested. I had no idea, I say again, feeling terrible for them, and remembering so many warriors getting leaner, showing their bones. You couldn't have done anything. Trust me. I can think of some few choice things I would have done about it, if I had known it was something I needed to fight for. And at the same time, as Baraid holds the doll cluelessly and Seal walks by, oblivious, I watch my son get frustrated that Baraid does not want to nurse the baby. Thus, he forcefully pulls the doll back and brings it to Pykh in the motorboat. He gets a short sound that is a disgruntled murmur and a purr, with a push in the center of his chest from Pyke's tail. His father is not interested in playing at the moment. It must be a really good book. My father was unwilling to add even a single death to what he considered to be a suicide mission. And please understand, he would have made enemies of the Omegas whose sons he sent to deliver the supplies. His orders are not without consequences. Audiobook defending his father is new to me. Also, while my son's face scrunches up with emotional hurt, he seems to scan around. When his eyes find me, I feel like I'm watching the panel for engine thrusters light up, taking on that reddy-orange hue. His face does something like he's stuck on both a cry and a sneeze. And then, just as predicted, here comes the siren. The house becomes loud with my son's penetrating wail, as Audiobook finishes up saying, "Our people need to be told about the technology we could use to fight back." He winces at the sound, but tries to hide it, to give them hope, and to convince them that it's worth it. Of course, I can barely hear the last bit, and right now I've almost forgotten the conversation as my son's cry stresses me out more than normal. Fatherhood is not always so easy, and I don't want to mess him up. Do I ignore him? In front of everyone? It's not a real cry, I can tell. He didn't start up until he saw me watching him. But that's cruel, isn't it? And I want to go to him. Right now I want to scoop him up and bounce him and kiss his little cheeks. Seal already has the door open, and he looks at me. "Go," I tell him with a wave of my hand. He promised his Omega father to meet after breakfast. He hates it, but he tries to be a good son anyway. "We've got it here," I say, and start to get up from my chair. I know it's not right to spoil him so much, but I can't take it anymore. Only to have Audiobook raise a hand and indicate that I should stop. His eyes flick toward the scene, amused. Shays is doing his very best to distract my son with a wooden animal, nuzzling his shoulder. He makes a mooing sound with a chuckle on the end that is too abnormal to be anything but a mimicry of whatever round and plump animal he's holding. I haven't seen too many animals, except livestock here in the capital city, and they're all mostly birds. This is a squat, four-legged, tailed thing with horns, and whatever it is, it's doing nothing to distract my little man. He seems to be giving me an imperious glare. Why aren't you coming over here? And I am longing so hard for some kind of daddy how-to book or maybe a family therapist. Come to think of it, all of us could use one. I let my hands stretch and run along the tops of my thighs to my knees, curling. I want so badly to go over there and pick him up and do everything I'm supposed to do to make him stop crying. But at the same time, I suspect we're reaching a point where he's transitioning into toddlerhood, and parenting isn't going to be so easy. "Sorry," I say, embarrassed, and I can see that Pykh is finally pulled out of his reading, looking down, and he seems uncertain as well. Ever since Baraid showed him the novel, he's had his nose glued to the thing. "Don't be," Audiobook says with an easy smile. "He's a sweet one. And besides," Audiobook waves his hand toward Shays, "they need the practice." He says this with his head bent toward me and a grin spreading across his face, like he's sharing a secret. But my son's noise obliterates all reasoning for the moment, and I'm distracted by Shayus moving closer to my son, sitting cross-legged and pretending to enjoy himself by playing with the animal figurine alone. Baraid chose to sit on the living room windowsill that doubles as a Fleophaky bench to the outside. Sometimes he leans in and Pykh whispers a question to him about the book. Otherwise, his tail only flicks with mild but unnotable annoyance. Vindriel, however, Avielk's third mate, who I often saw drawing while we were out there in the muds, he decides to join Shayus's game, and now 2 grown men are playing with an assortment of baby toys. In moments, they actually get into it, Shayus making a playful snarl as his toy animal lunges. My son is determined to be angry, but the distraction is working well. His shriek for attention quiets, and his sob lessens to heavy breaths as he watches the drama taking place on the floor. I'm relieved, and wishing parenting was easier. Wishing I knew what to do besides just keeping the munchkin alive. Then Avielk's previous words catch up to my thoughts. Practice? Are you? I look at his stomach. He shakes his head. Not yet, I don't think. But maybe soon. So maybe he and I'll be in a similar physical condition in a few months or so. I don't know why, exactly. Certainly getting pregger should not be a male bonding experience, especially not for a former space marine. But somehow, some way, that would be just perfect. I lean on the arm of my chair toward Avielk, and meanwhile in the background, my son is sitting quietly, his tears forgotten, cheering up with focus on the animals. So, I guess that means you're staying then? Here or somewhere else? Avielk looks toward the direction of his father's house, and his eyes are distant as he seems to ponder. I don't know. I suppose it would make the most sense. That's if... Well, you're in my home technically. He looks around and up at the ceiling. This is the first time I've been in here. And there's also the fact that my father is unlikely to want me around. He takes a breath, scratches absently at his ear, and then continues. You know, Carter, I think my father prefers having you as the Omega son. I'm surprised that he does not smile or sound teasing as he says this. He means it. Really? I say incredulously. We're not close. At all. No, but you are here, and you claimed a son related to him by blood. I think my father would swap us out in an instant if he could. He disowned me, and keeps you. I'm confused about how to react to a statement like that. Is he upset? Am I hurting him by being here? I blurt out. Actually, I was thinking about leaving. I lower my voice. Fortunately, Daniel makes happy shrieks now, and going unnoticed isn't that difficult. I don't know what the Priory City is like, but I've learned a bit about it, and I remember when you said... You know? The quirk of Avielk's lips is not normal for him, and as he repostures and leans toward me, his eyes are lit up with excitement. He seems devilish. I have to ask you something. Okay, I say, nodding without hesitation. I need you to come to a meeting with me. I need you to tell some men about your life before, and how the invaders have conquered more worlds than just ours. These will be important Omegas, and my father will not be happy if he finds out, so we'll keep it between us. But eventually he will find out. Avielk says this dismissively, like he doesn't care. When he does, we can tell him about your plan to go to the Priory, and you can do as you please. I hope you will teach, but if not, I'm certain you will find the men accommodating there. The Priory is a city of artists, scholars, and many talented regular males who weren't chosen for courts. Your home may be small compared to this, but you'll never want for necessities. I promise. And if you make this betrayal for me, your move to the Priory City might be easy. He might kick you out. His cheerful tone indicates that would be just swell. Don't worry. I have plenty of money for your travels and a property you can stay in. It will have to be improved for puppies, but there's plenty of room. After all, if you don't mind me saying, we are brothers, in a way. I don't mind, I say sincerely. Audiobook is more of a brother to me than my own. I can relax around him. Except, after what he's told me, I wonder if I should worry. Audiobook, are you gonna challenge your father in some way? He gets a blank sort of stare to him, and he looks at my son. I have to. Chapter 63. Seal. Good morning, Seal the Protector. My father Fulver says to me formally with a bow. You are welcome to join Sheedafield for breakfast, as he has been expecting you. You will understand that the tea has already cooled in the pot, however. I understand that Fulver has not warmed the tea for my visit, and will not do so now unless I explicitly ask him to, which would make me seem fussy and demanding in the context of visiting my Omega father. I have no ill will toward Fulver, and I expect he is indifferent about me. We look closely alike, so much so that I concluded many years ago, when I was young, that I am probably from his loins. It does not matter in my culture, though, not like it does to Carter. We couldn't be any more different. Fulver looks like a man who does not put much energy into hating things. He has no particular joys either, besides seeing that everything is in order in the house. He is always busy with chores, and has been his entire life as far as I can tell. He and Auk would get along splendidly, I think, for they have the same sort of seriousness behind the eyes. I can't imagine him actually raising me. My father, Chef Rate, was absurdly silly and easygoing, while my other favourite Hill Tell was only mildly more responsible. He would be the one to get me a warrior's apprenticeship at the end of my 8th year, and together the two of them would work for my tuition on top of what they owed my Omega father for the rest of the pups. I am pleased to say that while I feel nothing but a mild acquaintance type of affection for my Omega father, he is also not as stuffy and unfriendly as apparently his favourite mate. Omega Sheedafield goes by Schiff for all the little ones who find that old pronunciation difficult, and he must have gotten so used to it that now he introduces himself as such to the adults as well. If not for Fulver introducing him this way every time, his Omega name would long be forgotten. I suspect that staying at Ruar's estate has created some stress for Fulver, for he is even more unhappy and uptight than I remember him from my puppy days. There is even less to say about my Omega father's other dedicated mate who made the visit with him, Misol, except that when I have Daniel with me, the man absolutely lights up. He would be a fun father to have if I was a pup. And Schiff himself, for he wouldn't let me finish my sentence when I called him Omega Father Sheedafield the first time. He is much the same, but wiser, less excitable. This is probably his age. When he slips into old memories, he immediately starts checking in closets and under furniture for sons and even grandchildren who have likely grown up. Today, he is wrapped in heavy blankets and held by Misol at the windowsill, but my presence brings an abrupt end to this quiet intimacy. Thank you, I say, accepting a cold cup from Fulver after moments of standing here alone. Watching as Misol helps my Omega father with the mildest activity of getting up and crossing the room to me. Oh, go heat it up for him, Schiff says with a directed sweep of his tail. But I interject with, a warrior never expects or minds cold tea. We develop a taste for it. My Omega father looks confused for a second. Has he forgotten who I am? But the expression passes, and he waves his tail again, dismissively. Oh, yes, he says, as though he is understood. I am doubtful of my visit already. It is not that I don't like my Omega family, or even old Fulver. In fact, I find his silent nature quite tolerable. It would be easy to pass the day in silence with him. Rather, I just find all this family bonding unnecessary. Where I am from is not who I am anymore. And when my Omega father finds me to be a stranger, it is because I am one. The ancient elder hugs me, so I am not entirely forgotten today. He has a clammy room temperature feel to him, but then his scent fills my nose, and I cannot deny that years seem to briefly erase themselves from my mind. He is of a place I remember warmly. I am his pup, even if I forget most of the time. I hope you are well, I say, bowing as we part. He lifts a hand and swipes his claws at the air, an easy-going gesture to indicate that what I've said is irritating. There is no such thing, he says with the undertone of a conversational growl. It's all falling apart, always has been. To this, he smiles. Then he looks around me, at my arms, at Fulver behind me, and then even at me, Sol, as if he's misplaced something. No fire tree today. We never call Daniel that, but fire tree is what sticks in his mind. I'm afraid he has company. I think back to my little son, growling orders at the adults in the room for how he would like to play. He is something. Omega Ovielk is visiting. Oh, yes. Troublemaker. He sighs and goes to his chair. It's the kind with poles, so his carriage bearers can carry him around the estate, the seat made from a sling. It has a heavy-duty stand, so that when he is not being carried around, he can sit in it inside his own house and push himself back and forth with his feet. He has to sit on his own tail to use it, but he doesn't seem to mind. This makes him much shorter than me, so I sit on the floor in front of him. Before my rump touches the stone, Fulver is there with a seating cushion. Now I am like a little pup, forced to listen to one of Dieter's old fighting stories, struggling with boredom and yearning to be somewhere else. That one? Schiff shakes his head. I'm too old for this world, you know that? That one seems crazy to me. I expect you like him very much. My father does not know me at all. Ovielk is different, like Carter, and I'm glad Carter has found someone among my people who is like him. But I wouldn't say that I am friends with the Omega. He is like any other, insisting on his way no matter what common sense might say about it. Rather than insisting on desserts and parties, he insists on wandering and getting himself into danger. I can imagine that he and Carter are already planning an expedition to go back to the ship together. And I will have something to say about that. To my father, I only tell him, not very much, actually. Again, some confusion crosses his face. Some wondering. He doesn't know me. So I tell him, Omega Ovielk is an endless headache. He is intelligent, for sure, but he uses his intelligence as an excuse for thrill-seeking. He is reckless in that, and often illogical, when he asks for things brought from the invaders to work on. He is entirely self-focused and unaware of the dangers and the risk to bring it to him. I am perhaps unfair. Ovielk sees our entire world as being on the brink of collapse, and Carter agrees with him. But it doesn't change the sympathy I feel for warriors who become beleaguered by his requests, particularly for his insistence that we share enough of our food scraps with the invader prisoners to keep them alive for study. It is not my place to question Omegas, I say, lowering my head, but he is a strange one. He wants to be a warrior, I think. He glamorizes life outside the walls and doesn't know its true cost. He should certainly understand more of it now. Perhaps, like my father, I'm getting old. If he's here... My father pokes his tongue around in his mouth while he thinks, an unattractive and common habit among the elderly whose teeth start to ache. Fulver appears again, this time with a chalice stick for him to chew on. Well, my father regards the chalice stick with little interest. That means it's starting again. I ought to sit and meditate. I don't care for the practice of making conversation. But for once, the old man has me curious. What is? Puppies not obeying their fathers, he exclaims, seeming to cheer up at the end of it. Again! and again, and again, and again. So it will go after I am gone. You will see. He pops the chalice stick into his mouth. For a while it is quiet. I get to appreciate that while my tea is certainly cold, Fulver did not serve it to me unsweetened. I usually prefer it that way, but I am in the mood for something pleasant to bring me more patience. When the steak comes out, he says, "You should leave the city. It is not good for your health here. There's too many people and too much bustling about. You ought to come back to Thrahill. All of my Omega sons are there, except for Arul, and you will have a lot of family. I never lied that he'll apprenticed you to Dieter. Did I ever tell you that?" He has told me twice since he came to visit, so this will be the third time. And yet again I am made curious by the fact that he knows Dieter's name. My Omega father never came to visit me at the school, so his name should not be known. Yet it springs easily to memory these times that he shares this rant, and he is going to explain again why. It is not right to take a pup so young from their fathers and have them be raised by a stranger. Just because I cannot afford to buy and house the entire school on my land, you were sent away from us, and after just 1 year there, you were different from all the rest. I'll learn discipline, I say. And I'm smiling for him, because he has no idea what a bad influence my lazy childhood was. If my Omega father knew of all the chores and punishments, he would likely order Dieter to be posthumously charged for crimes. A childhood in the countryside was an idyllic paradise, separate from the chaos of the world. Come to think of it, I would like my son to have a childhood like that. Father, I say, hesitating, because I realise that I do have something to ask him, though I do not have the emotional bond that might make it comfortable to do so. Carter is planning a life away from here, and we have no income besides what Ruar provides for us. I wince. You have many Omega sons to look after, but if there's room, there is always room, Schiff says. Only these council Omegas think you need an entire kingdom all to yourself to raise children. It is better for them in the village. Where you were raised, there aren't any walls to separate children from bad people. My Omega sons walk around with only a mate or two. None of this protection the city people require. That certainly seems like the right environment for my family, but what about my reputation and Carter's appearance? Won't that be distracting? Quietly I wonder to myself, do the villagers of Thrahill even have the extra income to support another family? Won't we be taking from the mouths of the Omegas already there? City-to-city migration is easy. Joining a village requires the collective permission of the Omegas who live there. Oh, yes, and we'll talk about it endlessly. But you will be seal wherever you go, and I don't think your Omega mate is going to sprout a tail and crest any time soon. Best get comfortable with it. He frowns, eyes the open window, and then leans forward on his knees, like he's going to whisper. However, his hearing is not so good, and what he says could be plainly heard by a gardener if he was outside. Look at this place. There's only one pup here. It is not a place of life. It is a place of quarrels and drama. Chapter 64. Pykh. I enter the arena, inhale its familiar scent, and the aches and pains from my master's beating become distant to me. My own body is like a suit of armour, and I am the warrior within, perfect and determined. After nothing but losses the 2 previous nights, I have to win tonight, or I will be sent back to the lower ranks, having to filch meat to sustain myself and clean up after the guests. I won't go back to that, so tonight has to be different. But I'm not worried. I'm not fearful. I'm not hurt. I'm not anything but a warrior with a fierce spirit and quiet certainty.
Boopsie!
My son squeals, and I lift my nose out of the book to look to the side. That world desires me like a lover in heat, but my son is more important, of course. Carter left with Ovielk to see him off, and perhaps to do something, but I forget what. It is important that I keep a careful eye on Daniel while he's gone. He's fine for now, and his antics make me smile. Carter taught him the boopsy word for the throwing game, which apparently means mistake, and he pretends that the baby didn't mean to throw things. I think it is very confusing. In any case, Daniel is content to play by himself for now. His toy animal makes a loud clatter across the room, and then he pulls his puppy doll close to his chest, pretending to nurse it. Oh, I see. He is playing father to his puppy. I am warm and purring inside, but I don't want to interrupt him. Sometimes there is greater joy just to observe and see who he is. Again my eyes are drawn to the page. I can't stay out of it. I've read many stories of warriors and battles with Ruar, but nothing like this. Nothing that made me feel it. I didn't know words could be like this. My opponent enters the arena, and I look first to the gamblers to see what they think of him, compared to me. There's a clamouring to give coins to his side, and only a few high risk-takers are willing to place a bet on me. My master in the stands is looking dour. Finally, I look at my opponent and note indifferently that fate is unkind. It is not a defeatist remark, merely a statement of truth. I lower my body, raise my crest, and pull my leather-padded club out from my belt. I have defeated opponents twice his size. The gamblers are underestimating me. And Daniel is babbling to his puppy doll, seeming to want to put it to sleep in the box he likes to push around for walking practice. He seems convinced that to do so, he must first crawl into the box himself, and the way that he's doing it means he will obviously end up stuck rump over head if he is successful. I do not let go of the book, and it becomes an unnecessary burden in my hand as I swoop in to save my son from an unfortunate fate. With an arm around his chest and my hand scooping underneath, he is easy to hold with one arm, though awkward for holding and reading a book at the same time. I shift him around until I get him on my hip. He accommodates me, his strong hands finding grips on my shirt straps, and one smart little foot finding a hold on my belt. He will be scaling trees in no time, and then jumping off them, Seal tells me. Just the thought makes me worry. But again, my book. Will I ever get to finish this page? I skip over some description. I can't help it. I have to see what happens if the warrior will be okay. I get close to my helmeted opponent, inhaling, and his scent should be nothing to me. He should only be familiar if I had perhaps beaten him before, and only then if he was notable in some way. Instead, he is very familiar to me. It is him, my lover of 3 nights ago, the one who has distracted me all this time and started this bad luck in the first place. In real life, the door opens behind me and I am flooded with relief. How is one to concentrate with such a sweet and wonderful pup pulling on your straps and tugging your tribe cloth out of place? It will be Carter coming to look after him again, and I turn, ready to be relieved of my adorable burden, only for my face to fall in disappointment. It is not Carter, it is Cars, and while he can certainly look after the pup, I promised Carter I would watch him until he got back. "Where is everyone?" Cars asks after a quick glance around, and no doubt his ears have detected that the rest of the house is empty. "I expected to find Ovielk here. Mary told me he came to visit you." My heart is pierced with fear. It seems I will never get to the outcome of this battle, as my son first wants to know what I am looking at so intently, and then wants to taste the page. I quickly tug it out of his grasp. Fortunately, He is soon gnawing on his tail, something he does more often now that his teeth are coming in. I give him the claw of my thumb to keep him occupied, with the same hand that is holding him so my other can keep the book safe. I never knew I needed so many arms until my babe came along. All the while, I answer, Audiobook and Carter are walking together to the front gate. They left some time ago. Seal is visiting his father, and Auk and Afek are... I don't know where. Well, that's all right, I suppose. Next time, I would like to be made aware when Audiobook visits you. I love my Omega son more than anyone, but even I feel he will not be a good companion for Carter to keep any longer. He is. Kaz comes close, bending forward to mildly sniff my son, a common Fleophaki greeting to little ones. Childless. He finishes with an upward glance at me. Then he smiles for Daniel, who kicks his legs in return. I am neither friendly nor unfriendly toward Kaz, but I will say that he loves puppies, and puppies love him. Kaz makes a cooing sound and tickles his foot. I can tell that he would be more than happy to take him away from me, but suddenly my son is no bother. Kaz is my father, I am just realizing now. And while I don't like him any more or less, I am feeling something about it. He should have told me. He was placed in Carter's court, after all, as a temporary brother of mine, wasn't he? Oh, this is all so confusing. I'm not mad about it. I shouldn't be. He can't disobey Ruar's commands, so the blame is not with him. Even so, my body weight naturally shifts onto my leg behind me, pulling baby Daniel a ways away. And secretly, something inside myself that I can't express is pleased about this. Calmly, I say, what is wrong with being childless? Certainly I don't want to be that way, but why would that make him a bad companion for Carter? This will be another flea off a key thing, I'm sure of it, and I feel irritated with Kaz and with everything. He makes a huff and straightens. It is impolite to say, so don't tell him I told you this, but childlessness has a way of spreading, either through ideas or physically. You don't want to be around childless Omegas, to put it simply. Whatever spirit or affliction they have, it seems to catch. I love my son, but... His eyes focus on me instead of my son. Actually, I want to tell you about all of that. You may be a sign of things to come. He pats my arm. I will just say that things are not usually happy here. There are many forlorn fathers, many tragic sons. I have nursed so many. He crosses his arms over his chest and shakes his head. I will not speak of it. This family has been cursed, and you and your little one have lifted it, I think. I never met Emmon, but his blood and your child have changed things around here. I hope. I can forgive him somewhat then, but also I am horribly embarrassed to ask the next question, and I have trouble meeting his eyes. Kaz, am I supposed to call you father? And all these others too, I can't imagine it. Father is a term of endearment, he answers, and the emotion is gone from his voice. He is purposefully neutral. You will always refer to Ruar as your Omega father, unless you are dishonoured for doing something horrible. Anyone else, however, you can just refer to by name, unless you feel it is appropriate to bestow the father title. Calling someone father is a way of telling them that you love them. So no, I answer bluntly in my head, keeping that to myself. Good. I was just thinking how confusing it would be to call everyone the same thing. Daniel could use some more play, and I particularly want to see him walking soon. I feel like he can. He just doesn't. I go back to where his toys are and bend to put him down, But of course I still have the book. Entwined knights, enemies to lovers in the arena of Chalul City. My thumb is keeping the page, and I look around for a safe place to set it, far above anywhere Daniel might find it, and well away from anywhere someone might be eating or drinking. "What is that?" Kars asks, and now his head is tilted so that his eyes will align with the cover and read it more easily. "Did Bereid give you that?" He strides forward, and I instinctively hide the book behind my thigh, though he doesn't try to take it from me, and I have no plans of giving it to him. Yes, can you believe it? He wrote this. I dismiss that first feeling of unease and bring the book out for him to see. Not to hold, but he should see it. It is magnificent. To think that someone could write this, that I could, maybe someday. No, that doesn't feel possible. I turn the page gently, amazed at how these words just go on and how they draw me in. Yes, I know very well who writes that tripe. Kars looks around like he's not sure what to do, like he's unhappy about something. What is tripe? I ask, but I already know it will be like filk or something else bad. I stop Daniel from crawling away to somewhere, using my tail like a rope to heft his body and bring him back. Oh, never mind. It means books read for pleasure rather than improvement or learning the culture. His frown turns into a smile on one side. Just don't read it around your Omega father, all right? Your father doesn't want you reading anything that doesn't come out of his library. Also, Ruar has a special hatred of Biriad. He was Ovielk's first mate, and we were hoping Ovielk would become more traditional after the claim. That was a failure. Chapter 65. Seal. In the past, our minds would be consumed with whatever present dilemmas we faced. Certainly, I consider Pyke's relation to Ruar to be worth brooding over. Certainly, I've been frustrated that I seem to be the only one of my mates to have anything to say about it, and to be angry. Auk reports on gossip and Ruar's whereabouts, but he is rarely useful for his insights. Afek is simply busy learning and performing chores for us all. He has become a student again, and he is indispensable to all of us. He's also not so good for airing out my feelings on the matter. Ruar wasn't just a friend. He was an ally. He owes me more than an explanation. He owes me, us, especially Pykh, a sincere apology and restitution. I'm even more annoyed that Pykh doesn't seem to feel anything about it. He gets quiet and doesn't want to address the matter. He is not sure what a father is to him, and therefore he is not aware of what Ruar has done, how severe this lie has been. But I have only seen him become so stone-walled and opaque over one other incident, the one regarding the fate of our third cage mate at one time. So, I also have the sense that he is holding something back from me. I'm not sure what to make of it. But Little Firestorm is just that, a force that raises politics, slays brooding, and commands the world all around him. I'm not annoyed, dissatisfied, or even pondering Ruar any more as my son, grasping my tail for balance, points towards his nest and declares, "Book!" With his pronunciations, he makes his own language, but these words are getting clearer and clearer. I smile, for I suspect I already know what he's up to. My pup immediately goes to his knees to crawl, but I tug my tail away, tap him with it, and dangle it over his head in such a way that the stronger part is out of reach, and the tuft tickles his face. "Up, son," I say warmly, and I reach down also to pull him to his feet. "Walk there. Show me." My boy has inherited my laziness, and I'm fully prepared to push him, just enough, to make him a better young man than I was. He will realize the potential he has without the aching tragedy, I hope. I would like him to be like Afek, as a matter of fact. self-motivated and driven to succeed in whatever he chooses. When he is old enough, I hope he will learn and be influenced by Affect's responsible work ethic. I discourage my son a second time from crawling, as behind me I listen to the slow and patient lesson Pykh is giving Carter on how to read our language. He is using that book Barbarian gave him. He hasn't put it down. Even I'm curious to read it now, since Pykh is so interested. The good-looking, youthful, young, very young warrior, fighter, laughed. Carter has been copying words by rote, but he has not picked them up as quickly as Pykh has. Nor does he seem to improve much with extra practice. Nor does he seem particularly motivated to learn reading. Not like Pykh. One day he sighed and told Pykh that reading fiction was just a waste of time, like some activity that he called TV. What I mean is, it's entertainment, not actual learning. He would soon apologize because he realized he had insulted something that Pykh likes to do very much. My heart warmed, while I am in the middle between the two of them, appreciating that life is not just about one's industry and idle entertainments have a value all to themselves. My entire life has leaned towards his way of doing things after I lost my lover. Now that I am here, though, I must agree with Pykh. The idle things are valuable, and Ruar might as well live on another mountain for all the thought I give him as my son goes to a basket fastened to the wall, where his various puppy scrolls are kept in a neat heap, and he demands that I bring them down to him. If you want it, get it, I tell him. Here, father will help you. There is a climbing net here, secured to the floor and wall at a steep vertical angle, going up past the basket of scrolls to about my height so that a puppy can build his climbing strength. All around us is a thick plushy mat to protect him when he falls. He holds on to the first rung that he can reach, looks back at me and stamps his foot twice on the ground. With me, he's not fooling anyone. He isn't even attempting to climb the net, just ordering me to do it for him. You can do it, I tell him encouragingly, kneeling next to him. I turn my palm upwards so that he can step on it, but it's only a bit below the rope rung that he should try to reach. I can't make it too easy for him. Up, up! I mimic the commands he usually has for us, and when his fat little foot lands in my hand, I celebrate with praise. He makes a grunt that could be for the effort, or for his disdain at being forced to try. Even his negative qualities make me smile with pride. I didn't know it was possible to love anyone this much. Once he starts climbing, his reluctance disappears and he reaches with determination, rung after rung, up and up, until his head pokes over the scroll basket. He looks over his shoulder at me, his hands clinging tightly, and I can see that he's not confident about releasing one hand to grab a story scroll. His eyes shift downward, and his posture becomes rigid. His tail is looped and tangled in the weave of the net, but even if he did get a good grasp of it, his body is too heavy for it to be much use to him. I support his bottom so he won't feel so precarious. Go ahead, I tell him, but we both discover that from here, his arms can't reach the scroll he wants, painted green with golden edges. We read that one together all the time. Puppy scrolls are sheets of wood bound together like a curtain and rolled up in a thick bundle. You unroll them slowly, revealing new pictures every 4 panels or so, and the story is usually etched and burned into the wood, so puppy claws won't damage delicate paint. This one is too heavy and bulky for me to let him attempt to carry it down himself. A few more months, maybe, but I'm pleased to see him try. Then my little one decides that he might need more height to reach, so up he goes as I fetch the scroll for him, eyes focused on his prize. He reaches again, this time even farther away from his goal. I want to get it, I think he says, but this requires imagination to interpret. I laugh. My grin is familiar to my face, as though he has erased the old seal and made me a new person. Good job, my son, I tell him, lifting him up from the net with one arm, gently setting him back on his feet. I almost decide to tug his tail out of the net also. At his age, a puppy's tail seems to have a mind of its own. But I decide to let him struggle with it, at least for a few moments, if discoordination arises. I pass him the scroll, which he carries under his arm, and he holds my hand over his head to walk. Confidently, for his tail gives him no troubles this time, he stomps back to his father's, where Pykh is going over the text with Carter. It does mean young fighter, but not very young. See how the emphasis is shared with fighter? This means that young is applied to himself and to fighter. This text means he is a young, inexperienced warrior. He has training, but he does not have much fighting experience. My little one is confident that his story scroll will help his Omega father with a lesson, and his mouth opens with one of his biggest, cutest smiles. He is so focused on his journey, and doing so well with his walking. I subtly rotate my hand and lift, so that he has less of my claw to hang on to. I'm intricately aware of my tail, and how it loops in an enormous U-shape around him, so I can coil around his waist several times and steady him if he falls forward. And then I just take my claw away. I hold my breath. 1 step, 2, 3. Okay, Carter says with a heavy sigh. The young, inexperienced fighter. His gaze lifts as my son takes his 5th step, and I take my first one since letting him go. I think he is officially walking on his own. My Omega's eyes widen with shock, and then happiness and an excited expression comes over his face. Pykh has an expression of fear. Watching your puppy attempt to do something clumsy always creates a visceral reaction within a father to catch him. I used to delight in terrifying my fathers once I could climb a tree, but step after step falls to the ground without a dangerous wobble, and I have to sweep my tail out of the way so that it won't become an obstacle to him. I laugh, nervous and joyful, taking another step to keep up with him. "Oh, my God, you're walking!" Carter exclaims, and he's out of his seat on his knees and reaching for our son with excited hands. My son might interpret this as Carter wanting to pick him up. For now his journey pauses. He starts to put the scroll down, and it looks like his rump will touch the floor in moments. "No, no, no!" Carter cries, reaching for him, leaning forward but not moving an inch. Pykh joins him. "Come, Daniel, come, you can do it!" "Come to us, come," they both cry together, reaching and encouraging. Carter slaps his hands on his knees, as though trying to hold his attention as my son's happy but uncertain gaze looks back at me. He seems to be confused about why he doesn't have my hand or my tail to help him right now. I step around him, purposefully keeping some distance between us, and for the first time, though it scares me, I don't keep my tail nearby as support. I go to join his father's and sit on the floor, leaving the baby alone. "Come, Daniel, you can do it!" My cry joins theirs, and I reach for him. Inwardly, I am wishing I had taken the story scroll from him, for it seems to be an obstacle that will cause failure at this critical moment. "Oh, come here! Please come here!" I beg, and I find it hard to breathe. I wipe my eyes and try to keep smiling for him, but now I find it difficult. He puts his story scroll narrow end first on the ground and seems to use it for balance. His knees are bent, but he hasn't sat down yet. If he sits, he will crawl, and I suppose that will have to do. But yet again, I call for him. Daniel looks at me and gives me his wide, toothless smile. He straightens up, the story scroll going under one of his short arms again, and continues his journey to us on 2 feet. His free arm is held high as though he wants to hold on to something that isn't there. His tail twists and winds, and sweeps back and forth as though it wants to help, but isn't sure how. His feet make one uncertain step after another, his momentum seeming to aid his balance, and always he is on the precipice of a terrible face-forward fall. At last, he crashes into his father's arms, and we surround him, kissing and hugging him tight. "You did it!" Pykh exclaims, and nuzzles him nose to nose. I do the same to his cheek, his nose, his shoulder. "Book!" Daniel exclaims, and holds it with both hands to Carter. Chapter 66. Pykh. "You shouldn't have done that," he snarls as I limp into the room. "My choices are my own," I say, sitting nearby. My bad eye has been wrapped, and I may never be able to see through it again. My good eye is blurry still, with my vision narrowed from the swelling. But he looks fine this morning. Only a few bandages here and there from where he took injuries before I entered the fight. He is glaring at himself hatefully into a mirror. "You don't have any guilt to bear," I tell him, leaning onto the crutch they gave me. He whirls from the mirror, his claws slashing at the air. "You should have left me to my own fight. Why did you do it? You would not even benefit if you had won." "Ruar returned from the capital last evening, and he will be in the library for your lesson at the usual time." I blink, the words appearing as just words to me again. The dream broken. I take a deep, calming breath and look at Kaz, who is in the doorway to the house. I am outside in our garden, and the morning sun feels good against my skin. An insect has been crawling on my back for some time, and now I swat it away with my tail. I barely noticed, because no matter where I am, these words pull me into a different world. They make me a different person. I've always known that words can tell stories, but not like this. After a moment I tell him, "Okay," and then my eyes drop back to the page. "You shouldn't have jumped in to help me," Eros says, and then I am whisked away to a different place. Chalul City. This time in the trench, in an underground area called the Fighting Pits. We are all dishonoured men, and life is very different from what I know as Pykh. I used to steal from people, and because of that I got good at defending myself. I wasn't afraid of pain, and I healed quickly. One day I tried to steal from a wealthy gambler, and now I am his fighter in the pits. Don't pretend like you did something selfless for me, my lover and rival Roldith says on a new page. You're getting too old for the pits, and you know it. You don't think life is possible without this place, so you... I hear cars coming this time, and I sigh as I lift my eyes up from the page. "Pykh, you should at least change into a new shirt for your father." That word. It makes something different about me. It confuses me, and I don't like it. "I'm not going," I say, and while saying it I feel different, but I don't know how. Like I am not really Pykh. I didn't really come from the slave pens. There was another me from before, and now I don't know who I am. I drop my eyes to the words on the page, intending to escape again, but Kaz doesn't go away. "Why not?" he asks sternly, and now his arms are crossed and his tail is raised. I sigh again. I do not want to talk to Kaz or Ruar or even Seal about this. I just want to use this book to go away for a while. "I can read all the words on this page," I tell him, showing him the open book with my thumb, keeping my place. It is only a small lie. There are actually 2 words I need to get Seal's help for, but both of them are medicine words for things I have not yet encountered. That is different from simple words like mirror or sit. All my lessons are done. He scoffs. So I don't need to go anymore. His tail lowers some and he drops his arms, so some of his irritation has lessened with understanding. But he says, "Your lessons are more than just reading, Pykh. It's what you are reading that's important also. Your father has many things to teach you, and these things you may also teach your son. Weren't you telling Daniel the story of Prince Ziliars the other day? Do you remember how he used his friendship with the jungle to defeat Yima? Don't you want to tell him more stories like that? The monster Prince Ziliars defeated probably does not exist. Or if it does, it probably cannot grab a Phleophake's feet and limbs the way it is described in the book. It is a good story, but not like this. The language is old and stiff. I could imagine the battle just fine, but I couldn't be there. This is better writing, I say, and Kaz's brows shoot up. He looks about to smile, but he presses his lips together instead. Then he says, "Don't you think it's rude to not tell your father you wish to discontinue your lessons? Are you just going to leave him waiting there?" "Father is an expression of love," I almost tell him. But of course I understand that it is only an expression of love when it comes from me. Somehow he is my father, even if he doesn't love me. Somehow I have become upset with this thought, and I don't like that I am upset. I don't care about Ruar, I don't. "Can you tell him for me?" I say with a big breath. I don't let any of the emotion show. "You are my court brother," I remind him, "so you can do it for me. He will not be upset." He breaks into a chuckle, but I can tell he is not pleased. He is more astounded. A word I read not too long ago in this book, which Seal gave me the definition for. See, I am still learning, so I don't need him. Since it comes from his son, Ruar will not have his guardians appear to drag you down to the library by force. But you should understand the gravity of not appearing when Omega Ruar is expecting you. If it was any Omega, it would be rude. If it is your father, it is especially rude. And if it is Omega Council Leader Ruar, you had better be dead, he says seriously. But then he is soft again as he finishes. Unless you are his son, returned from the tragedy at the Peaceful Valley, and unaware of some of our customs. He takes a pause and says, "Pykh, why don't you want to go to your lessons?" I wish he had called me Avery, but I know that is only my mood. I am suddenly sensitive to Phleophaky customs and expressions of affection. "The lessons are not really for me," I say. "He just wants me to go because Carter is too busy with Daniel, and he can't make Carter go. He just wants to use me to teach Carter things." "Is that really what you think?" "It's not true. You are his son returned from the dead, and he wants to spend time with you, Pykh." "No, he doesn't," I growl, and I am dangerously close to showing emotions that I cannot explain and that I don't want to show. I don't even know what they are. I don't know if I'm angry or sad or indifferent. Ruar is nothing to me. He means nothing. Even if he had wanted me, even if I knew about him, my life would not be any different. Nothing about him makes any difference. Yet somehow, I think I am getting even more angry. "Go away, court brother," I say. "I am reading." I put the book in front of my face so I don't have to look at him. I keep my crest raised and my tail high. He will know, if he is smart, that he is not right to question me, as I have a higher status than him. Phleophaky cares so much about their ranks and being respectful of one another. I am not even worried that he will challenge me as he stands there in silence for too long. For this one moment, I prefer the Phleophaky way. It is simpler. If he were Seal or Carter or even Affec or Auk, he would continue talking to me, pestering me. But since we are not equals, and he is one of these capital city Phleophaky, he turns and leaves as I am finding my place among Roldith's dialogue again. Don't pretend— Already read that? Oh, here it is. "You don't think life is possible without this place? So you decided to die in a show of heroism, is that it? You can't beat me in the arena, so now you're going to save me from it? You're going to attach your name to my reputation, making sure that everyone remembers you in the same breath as me because you died for me, is that it? He turns from the mirror at last, snarling, and in real life my ears pick up the sound of Kars's voice through the door that he left open. Omega Carter, I must humbly request that you speak to Pykh for me. He does not want to attend his lesson with Ruard today. He doesn't? I hear a little fainter. Why not? I suspect he is feeling shy because of all that was revealed with Ovielk's arrival at the ceremony. I understand that Ruard has offended the family by withholding information from you. It was not my intent to lie to you, but I was not even aware of the information myself for some time. In any case, Pyke's lessons should continue. They are valuable, and Ruard likes teaching him. All right, let me see what's up. I search the page. I purposefully fix my gaze and hold my book at a natural angle. My tail end flicks infrequently where it lays on the ground, as though I am deep in thought. Roldith does not truly think these things. I know him too well now to fall for... And Carter is already here, appearing in the doorway with Daniel on his hip. I don't think so, he tells Daniel with a kiss when the baby points and seems to say, run. The word comes out as the cutest growl for now, but we all know what that means. Daniel loves to practice his new walking ability, and he falls often. We are teaching him to brush it off, which Carter says is a pain management technique taught to him by his father. See, Carter's father will not see him for very long also, and Carter is happy with us. So I should not be the way that I am. I just need to escape for a while so these weird emotions will go away and I can be normal Pykh again. I'm not going to the lesson because I don't want to. I tell Carter before I am asked, the emotions making me quick, less controlled. Please don't make me. I feel very small. I put my book down, double-checking first that there is no moisture on this bench to damage it, and then I stand a purr and nuzzle my Omega and my son both. As big as I am, when I am like this, it is impossible to feel small. I am the pup's father, and I am the guardian of them both. Oh, all right. Well, he lowers his voice, subtly checking over his shoulder to look at the door first. I think we will only be here 2 more months at the most. We'll get you a new tutor. A couple of them, actually. If you think writing is great, wait till you learn about math. That's my favorite. I know that there is more to numbers than counting, and thanks to a few trips we've made into the markets, I can see how important it is. I'm looking forward to it. That will be good, I say, and Daniel laughs when I tickle him. We're going to let Daddy sit outside and read for a bit, Carter says as Daniel points up and exclaims, Bud! Affec needs our help putting away all those socks, Carter says with puppy-like excitement and begins to carry him back inside. Socks are a human-specific clothing item Affec has been expertly making from Carter's description. They are like shoes, but you can only wear them if you don't have clawed feet. Daniel loves socks and he thinks they are toys. He especially likes to wear them on his hands and pretend they are munching creatures, like giant toothless worms. Another game Carter taught him. I'm so tempted to join. He really is the most adorable pup in the world, but I will be with him soon enough, patiently weaning him from milk. He'll have another tooth soon, maybe several, and my book is so close to the end, it is intense now. Though for the moment the spell is broken and I can walk away, I know it will only take a few words for me to become Eros again, And he barely survived his last encounter in the arena, intervening before Roldith could be gravely injured. He won't fight anymore. He might only have one eye. I have to find out what happens to him. As I am going back to my bench, I hear, "Why is he not going?" "If he doesn't want to go, I'm not going to make him," Carter answers, and his tone clearly says that the matter is settled. Chapter 67. Carter. Daniel shrieks with laughter. My poorly shaped socks on his hands, almost up to his armpits, and his feet are covered too, like he has leggings. "Yum, yum, yum," I say with my sock-covered hand, going to catch his tail on the floor. He squeals and yanks his tail away from me, but he can only go so far. "I'm very hungry," my sock says in an ominous voice, and I catch one of his feet. My sock mimes getting a bad taste in his mouth and spitting. Daniel makes a delighted scream. Soon his puppy tail is back, slapping the floor close by, tempting my sock monster to go after it again. Swept up in the game, he pitches himself forward onto his hands, gets his legs under him, and stands. The game is still on, but I'm holding my breath. I'm suddenly regretting putting socks on his feet, realizing this hardwood floor might be slippery. I'm ready to dive for him, and Seal is nearby too with a sock monster of his own. It doesn't quite manage the same gusto and playfulness mine can have, but he's getting better at it. Both of us watch our little guy go stomping around in a big circle, the loose floppy socks on his feet threatening to kill him if he trips. I'm getting those off as soon as I can. Whatever he lacks in coordination, Daniel tries to make up for in speed, and it definitely seems like he has trouble slowing down once he gets going. "Roar! Roar!" my sock says threateningly, and when he gets close, I swoop him into my lap. My sock is like a dog with a toy as I bite his toes and pull the dangerous fibers off his feet, growling and shaking my hand back and forth. Then, "Blech!" and he spits him out. Daniel rolls with peals of laughter. Seal growls and joins in. Though soft and playful for him, his sock monster actually sounds like something with long teeth that might be lurking in the shadows. I hear a rap at the door, and then the lingering ring from a claw striking the bell that hangs outside. I look toward the living room, wondering who it could be. Oh, Kaz disappeared when I told him Pykh doesn't have to go to his lesson today, so I guess this'll have something to do with that. I sigh, pulling socks off my hands. "Stay here, okay?" My tone is more than a suggestion. Maybe some of this Fleophaki stuff is wearing off on me. Or maybe I'm feeling irritated, perhaps even a bit pissed off, about how a certain old Omega fart is treating my other mate. "Yes, Omega," Seal says, picking up on my tone. I shake my head once, wondering what's come over me. Then I kiss him on the cheek and stand up to leave. "Stay with Father," I order when Daniel stands up to follow me. The sock game continues, and as I leave the room, it sounds like my son might be getting devoured in there. I'm still happy and glowing as I answer the door. I expect to see one of Ruar's guardians, a particularly large one with a black helmet, who's basically Ruar's right-hand man. I've already opened my mouth, planning to say something, when I see that instead it is Ruar himself standing at my door, giving me his polite and barely perceptible smile, a twitch of the lips, really, as he sees me. "Hello, I'm here to collect Pykh for his lessons. May I come in?" "Yes," I answer automatically, but immediately I regret it. No, sorry. Things are busy around here." "Great. Way to be awkward. But that's his problem, not mine. I'll see if Pykh wants to speak to you," I say, and start to close the door, but I barely moved it when Ruar replies, "Am I not welcome at the hearth that I own?" Ruar has a way of speaking in a totally neutral fashion, which is possibly more intimidating than if he said it with emotion. You can barely guess how strongly he's feeling something, so if he does react, he can sometimes seem like he's flying off the handle because you misjudged how strongly he was irritated by something. I see this mostly in his interactions with his own court, and I don't see it often. Ruar's default personality is like a boring old drone that just repeats the same maintenance tasks over and over again. I really can't tell whether he's actually upset or not. Pykh is processing things, as I'm sure you understand. Ruar is quick to respond, not even a second wasted, so I suspect he's feeling a lot that he's chosen to hide. Has 2 days not been enough? It's best for lessons to continue every day for a short time, so that we can build upon what he's learned bit by bit. Long breaks will require more work from him and from me to make sure that he's retaining everything. Huh. He's a bit wordy, too. I'll ask him, I say flippantly, and close the door in his face. Gradually, though. A space marine is not dumb enough to be that rude to Council Leader Ruar, obviously. Oh, God, Andy's my father-in-law. I'm still processing that bit, though I don't think father-in-law is a close relationship in Fleophaki society. I'll have to ask Seal some clarifying questions later to double-check. I show up at the back door to our beautifully landscaped yard, and I know that Pykh heard us and he knows exactly what I'm here for. Pykh is animated when he reads, huffing sometimes if he gets to a funny part of his book, or his crest will rise during a battle scene. It's really cute how much emotion he unintentionally shows when he's dreaming through the story in there. This Pykh is a statue, frozen in time. Not even his tail tuft moves except for the wind. His expression is somber and flat, and he regards his book more like a sculpture holding a pose than someone who's actually alive. I open my mouth. Your father is here. Yuck. Do you want to go talk to Ruar? I ask. Of course he doesn't. I should have just sent Ruar back to his giant big house. But then the decision should be Pyke's, even if I can already guess how he's going to make it. Oh, is he here? Pykh is a bad actor. He is, I say, leaning against the doorframe. But I can send him away if you want. You don't have to talk to him. We're not under his rule or anything. Inwardly, I have to self-correct. We definitely, technically are. What I meant to say is, we're moving out soon, and I spoke to Audiobook about it. I'm mated. I have a son. If Ruar refuses to let me leave, I can ask the Council Omegas for the right to end Ruar's stewardship over me. Audiobook would come as my witness, but he didn't seem to think it was necessary. I've been a good, decent Fleophaki citizen, and I even have a court. He was confident that they would end the stewardship unanimously after a vote. Pykh? I ask, because my statue has only grown sadder without moving. He takes a breath and closes his book with his claw inside the pages. I will go talk to him. You don't have to, I say encouragingly, because I can tell he really doesn't want to. I can tell him to go. I hitch my thumb over my shoulder like getting rid of Ruar will be easy, just like that. Huh, I don't think so. But I don't intend to be here much longer either. Ruar will have to become aware of the new situation no matter what. No, I will speak to him, Pykh says, looking around first and then scraping his foot on the slanted slab of stone we have next to all of the doors and some of the windows of the house. This is the Fleophaki welcome mat, where they get the dirt and dust off of their feet before they come in. Fleophaki's skin does not produce oil the way human skin does, so their smooth leathery texture lets go of dirt easily. He continues looking around, at the shelves, on the table here as he comes inside. I take a guess at what he's looking for, and go to fetch his bookmark in the nest sofa thing at the far corner of a different room. It's a place for fathers to sit and nurse, but I sometimes curl up and take naps there, too. The flat braided string, like a keyring, is sitting right there on top. I take the book from his hands and carefully lay it in place, brushing his arm as I do so. He's looking at the door, though, not paying attention to me, and his frown only deepens. Well, we might as well get this over with. I always knew something was weird with Ruar and Pykh, but I thought it was just because Ruar wanted to be absolutely certain that the Barbarian knew how to treat an Omega, or something like that. Pykh opens the door first, but I'm only a step behind. Ruar stops and looks at him mid-pace, his tail in crest position clearly indicating that he is unhappy. In the moment he sees Pykh, however, he seems to relax. Somewhat. That seems to disappear when I pop up, squeezing around Pyke's giant, door-hogging frame, and giving Ruar a smart-ass smile as I take a seat on the Phleophaky bench jutting out from the window here. Which means we have a large, cut-up log jutting out perpendicular from the windowsill. Phleophaky architecture is weird, and it's all designed to make for easy climbing. It's high up, made for men much taller than me, so I can't actually sit. I lean with my butt propped against it and pretend to show interest in Pyke's book, without losing his place. I don't look up, but I sense a prickly stare pointed at me. I purse my lips like I'm reading and thinking deeply. Inwardly, let's admit it, I'm also more than a bit smug to finally be getting out of here. So soon. I've been exiled from my own home, I see, Ruar says, and I don't look up. I am not coming to the lessons anymore, Omega Ruar, Pykh says, and I can hear the rustle of his clothes as he bows. Thank you for teaching me all that you have so far. I will not forget. I will continue learning, but it will be with a new teacher. Oh, a new teacher? And will I be paying for it? He has a growl in his tone, and I have no doubt that it's for me. But when I look up from my book, ready to deal with whatever shit he wants to throw my way, he's already let that anger go with a sigh. Pykh, there is no reason for you to discontinue our lessons. Nothing has changed. I like teaching you. If I wanted to, I could have hired any tutor in the city. I want you to come and learn from me. You were supposed to have fathers here, and this rectifies that. Pykh is quieter when he replies, I have no fathers here. Father is an expression of love. That's why I'm teaching you, Ruar replies, but Pykh shakes his head. I don't want to belong here. None of us like it here, and you don't like me. Ruar tries to interrupt, but Pykh speaks, and his tone is so controlled, like he's holding everything back, but he's not as practiced with it like Ruar. You don't like any of your sons, not even Audiobook, and he is wonderful. He is brilliant and pretty. You are not a good father. Have I been unkind to you? Ruar asks evenly. Yes, you were unkind. Pykh does not elaborate, and he doesn't have to. I've given up all pretense of reading, and I'm ready to jump in if this escalates. I'll throw myself between them if I have to. But for now, the two men just stare at each other, with crests raised and tails high. I don't think any regular male is supposed to speak to Ruar this way. And yet, even with these upset tones, no guardian or maid has started coming up the path. Everything in sight is unusually abandoned, and we are completely alone. I am sorry for my actions, as well as my sons. I should have told you many months ago. Unexpectedly, Ruar looks at me. And you. I disrespected you by not letting you know that you have one of my sons. I had my reasons for doing so, and I think I've explained them, but I still let this omission continue for too long. Both of you have my apologies, and I will make that apology materially as well. My actions caused Audiobook to unknowingly behave rudely. I thought I had a few more days. With the preparation of the ceremony and the events causing me to stay at the capital, I had planned to tell you afterwards. It probably would have been today, as a matter of fact. He waits to see if we have a response, but I'm not sure what to say. It's okay, buddy. Sometimes we all make that mistake of keeping it a secret that our son that we thought was dead has actually come back, and he's amazing and loving and loyal, but we just don't mention it for some reason. I appreciate your apology, I say, because I have to say something. For all his flaws, I can at least discern that Ruar is sincere. That counts for something, even if this guy always annoys the fuck out of me, especially when he starts talking about breeding. Pykh doesn't say anything, even as Ruar continues to wait. Ruar breaks first. Will you come to the house to continue your lessons with me? We can talk more about it. Oh, hell no. I'm thinking that I want to be at this lesson for once. I don't want Ruar making Pykh more upset than he already is. But Pykh answers quickly. I'm not doing the lessons anymore. He makes a quick bow and goes back into the house, also muttering, Excuse me, Omega, I must go, leaving Ruar and I to just look after him. And then at each other. Ruar's face makes a weird twitch as he notices the book's title on the cover. He stares a second too long, so that I fully expect him to comment on the book when he speaks. But I'm wrong. A tutor would be a shameful waste of money, given that you currently aren't producing any wares for sale, and my gifts will be necessary as your sons come of age. Likewise, a father should be a source of wisdom to your pups, and Pykh still has the education of a child. He turns from the house and faces the path. Get him to calm down and become reasonable. I will come personally to collect him at the usual time tomorrow. Well, hang on, he's not going. I want to say, the words right there, ready to jump out of my throat. But Ruar doesn't just walk down the path. He strides angrily, and the expression on his face makes me think twice before saying that just now. I'll send Kaz tomorrow to let him know that Pyke's mind hasn't changed. Chapter 68. Carter. As I enter the house, Pykh is moving from that nursing nest, human napping spot to the bookshelf, and there's pillows all over the floor. He has about the same stride and expression as his father moments ago, and he starts shuffling books around, pushing them here and there as he scans the shelves. We're not the most organized people, so there's also pamphlets and scrolls set in stacks in various places. Basically, any kind of writing Pykh finds that he likes and wants to read later ends up on the cluttered shelf. What did you do with it? He asks, not turning to look at me. This, I say, and hold the book cover outward against my chest. He must have really been focused on Ruar earlier to not have noticed me with it. Yes, that one, he says, and the tension drops out of his shoulders. His tail lowers and his crest drops. He has a frown so deep he barely looks like Pykh anymore, and I don't give him the book when he comes close. Instead, I reach for his cheek and caress him there. Hey, you okay? You good? Of course he isn't. I can tell he's hurting. With my fingers on the back of his neck and by briefly going up to my tiptoes, I press our foreheads together. He stoops down to meet me and his hands go around my waist. His tail curls up around my leg 2, 3 times. Please don't make me go to the lessons tomorrow. You'll never go. Ever again. How does that sound? His frown lessens, so I add, I forbid you from spending time with Ruar, and he can make whatever orders and decrees he wants to. I'm your Omega, and he's not going to override me. I only get a happy tail flick for that, felt down there by my feet. Pykh seems to have forgotten about his book, so I still have it in my hands as I reach around his back to hug him. As much as I can. Seal is probably better for this. My short human arms can barely wrap around him, and I have to be careful where they go because of his crest. I hug him around his shoulder up top and around his waist on the bottom. My arms are stretched wide, like I'm trying to hold a massive billboard or something. I pat and caress and stroke the muscles where my hands can reach. And damn it, I try to be the sturdy one for him, the shoulder to cry on if he needs it. But as he leans on me more and more, going to nuzzle my neck and swipe his chin on my shoulder, his weight starts to feel like I'm trying to push a car. Or like I'm slowly being sat on by a giant tiger. Are you okay? I ask again. But already I start to feel how empty and useless these words are. How can I help him? What can I say or do? Oh, man. All I know is macho human culture and bossy Omega culture. I try to remember the last girl movie I saw, and I can't remember the last movie I saw ever. I can still recite various concepts and math formulas from engineering school, however. Would it help Pykh to learn the basics of electromagnetic propulsion? Baby, get me a marker and a whiteboard and I'm ready to go. Some fathers are jerks, I say, going with the first thing that comes to mind. And I'm not at all confident that it's going to help, but here we go. My dad was perfect. On the outside, I think he was really trying to be the best dad in the world, and I love him for that. But he also drove me fucking crazy. He signed me up for every sport you can imagine. Oh, and football was mandatory. I would tell him I don't have time for that shit because I've got to study, and he would say, I put on my best stern father tone, but Fleophaki voices are so deep my imitation probably just sounds normal. Carter, you've got to learn how to play on a team. You can't just sit alone in a room all the time. You got to get off the computer. And I would say, but Dad, I'm studying. And that was never good enough for him. I'd bring home A's all the way down, and he'd say, you need to train harder. Meanwhile, Daniel, my big brother, would bring home B's and a C+, and my dad would throw him a fucking pizza party. And I am now certain that all of my alien gobbledygook was anti-helpful. Pykh might be even sadder now because he doesn't understand half of what I just said. We're definitely not bonding over father woes. And besides, how exactly was that supposed to help him with his father, who's actually here on this planet and being kind of an asshole? It definitely doesn't help that even after sharing all of that, all of it true, I also want to finish up by saying, he wasn't all bad. I miss him, kind of. All of them. Like, I would prefer to keep in touch if I could. I certainly don't want to move back to Earth or anything, but I also don't feel like the same Carter that left Earth, all angry and pissed off. I've got a kid now. I'm going to be the best dad I can be, but different than how my dad was. And I'm not as mad about all that stuff as I was before. It seems immature that I took it all so seriously. Well, hey, being the second favorite does come with some legitimate grievances. But what do I tell Pykh? He wasn't just second favorite, he was forgotten, scratched off. And then he reappeared and he was dismissed, not even mentioned. It's okay to be upset, I say, summoning my strength to hug him even tighter, to stand firm and willing with the onslaught of his massive weight leaning on me. And you can cry if you want to. I won't care. I'm remembering a particularly bad day on the field, where I grew tired of the fag jokes and decided to do something about it. It ended with a lot of bruises, me getting kicked off the team, and a particularly wretched hour of uncontrollable sobbing up in my room. Oof. Adolescence sucked. I don't know what I'm upset about, Pykh says, and I can't see his face, but his voice is almost unrecognizable to me. He's smothering me now, his arms and tail clutching tightly. I don't mind being smothered, and I inhale his warm scent deeply. The soaps add a tinge of something like vanilla, and in his hair a tinge of cinnamon. But better, hard to describe. I hum whatever that stupid song was that my brother liked. He was still at home then, and I was the annoying kid brother. Things hadn't gotten too bad yet, though I was always a weird kid. One of the great things about being a dad is that I get to do it better, and it's awesome. Pykh is quiet for a bit, and then takes a big breath. Hey, do you want to play Sock Monsters? I ask, because his weight on me is starting to lessen, and he seems almost back to normal. Yeah, he says with a nod, stepping back and rubbing his eyes. I kiss his cheek. You want some snacks? How about some tea? Why don't you go in with Seal to play, and I'll make something? Yes, Omega, Pykh mumbles, but I can tell he's feeling better than he was before. This is just the emotional hangover. I squeeze him again, kiss him again. I kind of want to start something, but Daniel's laughter can be heard in the other room, along with Seal's sweet rumbling growl that mimics a purr, if you know the difference. If it's a family Pykh needs, well then, we're going to love the shit out of him. Go on, I say, separating and patting his hip. There'll be time to play with the sexy tiger later. I can think of a particularly yummy snack that Pykh likes, and I know where to get it. It requires a trek down to the kitchen of the estate, but that and some hot tea with a special kind of sticky sweet mush they put in it will be exactly what Pykh needs. It'll make a nice lunch for Daniel, too, before his afternoon nap coming up in a couple of hours. The days are different as a dad. Busier and longer, too. Daniel is now the point around which we orbit, and I wonder if that's how it was with my dad. It must have been. Even if he did work a lot of the time, I have more good memories of him than bad.
Father!
I hear in Daniel's puppy voice as Pykh enters the room. Are you all right? Seal asks, and I know he must have heard everything. Carter is going to get us a snack, Pykh replies, and he sounds happy and playful once more. Chapter 69. Auk. When did morning become so slow? Have I died and gone to a realm of suffering? Is this some nightmare where time ceases to pass as I'm waiting for my general's arrival? Affec has it worse, being stuck with Thayer until the master tailor decides the day's lessons are over. All of us have plans to go into the city together at that time, and then there will be a competition between us to see who can spoil who the most. Secretly, I hope that Affec wins. As much as I have missed my general, I can see how hard Affec is working, and he hasn't complained once. I'm proud of him, and that's why I have this sweeper, going over all of our floors with a dry cloth first, and then a damp one. What a tedious activity. I haven't had to do this since I was a warrior, apprenticing in grey leathers. Becoming a scout apprentice meant that I got to travel far away from the daily drudge of chores. Now I am understanding and appreciating that helping Carter raise his puppies will pretty much be nothing but chores. Oh, it's worth it, though. I just happened to be travelling by the main room window as there is a large, armoured and armed guardian coming up the path. I stop there, my mind quieting to a placid state of existence, and little else. My heart beats faster than my breath, and my crest has risen to a state for battle without a single intention from me. My body alive with purpose, my mind processing only the emotion of fear. I give my head a shake as my rational thoughts catch up to reality. It is a single armoured guardian, with the pace of someone delivering a message. His sword is in its scabbard, and his tail end makes a lazy, unrhythmic swish back and forth near the ground as he walks. His thoughts are on something else, not on the house that he approaches, so he is unlikely coming to arrest the people who are in it. I let out a big breath, my crest falling, and pull another one back in. I stay in front of the window, but I pretend to be stubbornly after some spot on the floorboards here, moving enough that I won't be suspicious, while not letting that guardian out of my peripheral sight. Because I'm a paranoid old man who is trained to listen for and identify all sorts of minor rustlings, I pay attention to my ears and confirm that there is only a breeze and some distant, indistinguishable talking. No footsteps at the back door to be concerned about. The bell rings. I hear a clink into the offering bowl, and I'm further assured that this is probably just a messenger. Surely, if Ruar intended to drag Pykh to his lessons by force, they would have brought 6 or 8 men. But why is he here? When Ruar was supposed to be the one coming? At a minimum, we have greatly offended the council leader who has taken us into his home, and my hands are grasping this sweeper in 2 places now, as though it were a weapon as I open the door. The guardian and I stare at each other. "Hello," I say, when he does not immediately deliver his message. "Good day, Elk." He bows his head to me. I recognize this voice. He and I have been friendly at meals together, but I cannot recall his name. Omega Ruar is aware that his son will not be attending his lessons today. His eyes go behind me and look into the house, right and left. Where is the young family today? I suppose his ears have also detected the unusual quietness up here on our small hill. They've taken the little one on an adventure to the woods. They packed a meal for the midday, so I'm not expecting them to return until this afternoon. And this was no mistake. Pykh has been whispering to our Omega in distressed and concerned tones, and Carter has been answering with assurance. I did not ask for details, because gossip is free and lively at the estate. I knew the situation as soon as Carter announced the picnic, his screeching word for a meal in the woods, he says. Pykh asked me this morning, what should I do, knowing that we might be in trouble with the council leader today? I told him to attend his chores and lessons as usual, and so here I am, offering no apologies for this appointment that Carter has blatantly abandoned, with no concern for the council leader, who is also his legal Omega father for now. Staring at the normally good-natured guardian, I feel a tinge the same as I did marching towards Carter's ship 2 years ago. No one can predict what's next. He frowns and regards me. Well, if I cannot collect the one called Pykh, and I cannot collect the Omega himself, then I suppose you will do. You act as Carter's secretary, do you not? I'd forgotten the sweeper in my hands, but now my grip twists with it, my arms lifting slightly, my stance nudging a bit wider to give me a solid base. I would not strike this guardian, of course, not even in my daydreams, but my warrior's instinct responds to such an egregious insult. Secretary? I have snuck so far into enemy encampments that a sneeze or a broken branch falling to the ground would have meant my enslavement. I drop my eyes and incline my head, wisely letting some foolish response go forever unformed. Then you were summoned to the library to speak with Omega Ruar. He steps to one side, gesturing with his arm and tail that I should leave the house now, and his tone is still friendly, his offence completely unintended. I don't know what you will say in his place, he says jovially with a smirk, but you will have the walk there to think of it, and I shall enjoy standing in the room to listen. I lean my sweeper against the wall and close the door behind me, starting down the steps. He follows by my side, and before we exit the fenced area here, he says, "It is always drama like this when you're in a court out. Do not be so forlorn. Omegas in the city are constantly sending their guardians to collect court members to yell out or berate in the place of the Omega who will not attend. This is just another morning." He stretches his arms and briefly lifts his crest, as if he's just woken up, and together we travel at a relaxed but efficient pace down the hill, and then upward toward the main path. And indeed, it is just another morning for the estate here. There is no ambush of guardians, as I might have foolishly thought in those brief moments when I first saw him. We pause for a procession of court members carrying baskets of laundry to the stream at the estate, where they will spend the day washing, drying, and then folding, as per the usual routine. We have 2 baskets for our household in there somewhere. As they pass, the guardian's tail sweeps out to catch someone's unsuspecting ankle, as though to trip them, but it slides away without actual incident, the court member of similar age making a hop and shooting him a scowl that turns into a grin. Those 2 must be lovers, then, though they neither pause nor speak. The procession continues, and we cross the path after them, continuing to the main house. While we raised ilify for meat at the mutts, they are not tasty enough to end up on the plates here, and none of them lingers in the path for too long, almost to the point of getting stepped on, as though it deigns to step aside at the last possible moment and let us through. Many more are up in the trees, cleaning themselves and rummaging. Ruar's estate is deceptively humble. From here it looks like a single story. Sprawling, yes, but not nearly as intricate nor as large as all this wealth ought to indicate. If you were looking up at it on the other side of the hill, however, you would think the opposite, because you would see the levels built down the sheer cliff on the mountain, supported through some impossible construction that doesn't seem safe. If we were staying in the main house, I would not want to be in that part that looks like it could drop off at any moment. What if there was a rotten wood beam? And yet, the house has stood for 100 years at least. It was built by Ruar's grandfather, who had an interest in architecture. We go up to the front and exchange all the usual pleasantries with the court members there, bowing our heads and scraping dust off our feet. But then we turn away from the front door, and I follow the friendly guardian up into the rafters. There is more than just an opening to allow comers and goers under this steep roof. Up here, there is a system of beams and platforms where many unarmoured guardians are lounging, with several servants too. There is a path with planks and everything, where servants with a purpose stride quickly. If I were to walk from one side to the other, I would pass atop every room, so there is no privacy here, and from what I can tell, there are also no occupants besides the staff. It is a brilliant way to house a council leader, Omega, I suppose, with so many of his guardians and court ready to descend at the very moment of rebellion. I doubt this house would ever see it. Any assassination attempt would be such a short-lived thing. I doubt Ruar would even be woken up in the middle of the night to be made aware of it. The library is quickly accessed from the upper path, with the guardian and I briefly jumping up and off to be out of the way of someone carrying a pitcher and a dirty plate. Just as he passes, he also jumps off, exhibiting the balancing skills of a circus acrobat to make way for another servant, with both a new steaming pitcher and a clean cup, heading the same way as us. I consider that perhaps Ruar has so much luxury that he doesn't drink unflavoured water anymore. It is a lot of luxury to be owned by a family without a single pup. I see trouble in this family's future if Audiobook continues to be untraditional. Since coming to the capital city as a part of Carter's court, I've had to learn far too much about Omega politics and so many things about society that I choose to ignore, to escape from as a scout. Now I descend gracefully after the guardian, books and scrolls going so high up over our heads that some covered cases are built to the highest point in the roof. And Ruar is below at his desk, a fancy piece of furniture resembling a tree, with several seats and places for writing, as well as nooks and drawers for storing such materials. Ruar is sitting at the largest such platform, at the bottom, where usually he would give his seat to Pykh and teach alongside him. I heard for the estranged father. I have no idea what emotions the Omega has now, but I could see an unusual affection for Pykh. As could Carter. Omega Ruar, Alk Dreda Safi is at your service in Carter, or Pyke's, stead. I bow lowly all the way to the floor, 1 foot forward and 1 foot back, my tail flat to the floorboards and sweeping around me in one elegant, unmoving swoop. One hand goes underneath my tribe cloth, so as to present it more plainly. The other goes flat to the floor and is placed far away from my body. There will be no sudden movements from me that a guardian cannot read in an instant and respond to. A bow such as this is only done for an Omega politician. My escort only maintains a suitable bow from the waist. Without so much as a nod necessary from Ruar, he moves as though commanded by thought to retreat to the walls, and then silently, elegantly, he climbs back up where his presence will not be noticed. It is considered suspicious, rude, even imposing to openly glance upward when you are standing under an Omega politician's roof such as this. "Rise, Auk," Ruar says, and he does not try to hide the sigh in his voice. He wipes his claws on a cloth nearby, and I notice they shine with permanent black ink rather than powder, and that the stone he and Pykh use is at the farthest reaches of his desk. He has not been preparing for the lesson supposedly scheduled today. "How influential are you in Carter's household?" I cough. Ruar is known to be a master of conversation, but he's clearly not using any of that skill on me. "My advice is well considered," I say formally, keeping my head down but sneaking glances at the documents on his desk, my hands clasped behind my back. They are difficult to read, written in some old formal script and illegible upside down. I am glad he chose one such as you. Carter is neither naive nor persuadable, and despite being a different species, he is compatible with our kind, both physically and in spirit as well. I think if he and Ovielk would change bodies, I would have the most powerful house in all of history. Our family would be legendary. He picks up a hand fan and waves it over the paper, twice, before a servant I neither heard nor saw come down from the rafters appears beside him to take over, also shuffling the papers away to another desk. I scold myself internally. I was too focused on Ruar and trying to read the documents. I am old. I would sleep much easier, he says, feigning a quick smile and then adjusting his seat cushion and leaning back. He props his elbow and holds his hand as though poised to cradle a fruit, a regal position that the Omegas of the capital city seem to especially enjoy. But perhaps I am blind to his faults, he continues. Does he not see the logic and benefit of letting his strongest guardian continue his education? Does he not appreciate that I am personally dedicating myself to this task? I would answer, but he seems to get lost in complaining. I forgive him for not understanding some things about who I am, my status, and so forth. I am not personally offended by this choice of his. I understand it. I also understand that he is smitten with his two mates, who saved him from death in this world where he was brought. I would be too. His hands come to his lap, curling in on each other, twisting. I admire Carter. He is the most impressive young man I've ever met, equal with Seal. And now he's mated to one of my own sons, a pup I lost long ago, and apparently a friend and confidant to another one, my Omega son. Do you believe in spirits, Auk? He glances upward, but I do not do the same. I do, I say, and keep the rest to myself. How am I supposed to explain to anyone, let alone Council Leader Ruar, how it feels to walk through our empty cities and sense the deceased that are living there? You are wiser than Seal, then. He smiles for real. I drop my eyes and lower my bow. Can you persuade him to make Pykh return to his lessons? A yes or no answer, please, and I will hold you to your word. No. I'm sorry, Omega Ruar. I cannot. Because Ruar is the council leader, I could not disobey such a command, and I certainly wouldn't want to be held accountable for an outcome that goes against Carter's will. That would be a betrayal. Another sigh. Then Ruar mutters to himself, Why is he so stupid? He shifts around in his chair, sips his tea, and under his breath I hear, My son is just as stubborn as the Omega from the stars. And now this. Another long sip seems to soothe him greatly. I apologized. Did they tell you that? They did, I answer, though I had not known that Ruar himself apologized specifically. I only knew that they would refuse the lessons again today. Can you not use your wisdom as the elder in the house to inspire some forgiveness? If you have any affection among them, they should listen to your words. I will speak to them on your behalf. Such is my duty after a meeting like this, regardless of whether Carter wants to listen or not. The Guardian was right. There is a lot of messenger duty as part of being in an Omega court. You will tell Carter that he is to be here in Pyke's place tomorrow, alone or with you if he prefers. You can advise him as the elder, but no mates, no guardians, just us, Omega to Omega. And tomorrow's lesson is not avoidable. Chapter 70. Carter. I enter the room with Auk trailing behind me, his hands clasped behind his back. Above me, there are a dozen or so of Ruar's court looking down, who seem startled when I look up and suddenly find the ceiling more interesting. Auk clears his throat. That's the third time he's done that since we entered the house, each time occurring when I look up at the hammocks, perches, and platforms existing above me. I look at him, as I did the previous times, expecting him to say something. He gestures forward toward Ruar's fancy desk, which not only has multiple surfaces but 3 layers as well, with built-in perches. as well as a hammock way up top. I suppose for a mid-study power nap. The house is built like an enormous jungle gym, but to describe it that way feels like an insult. "Hi. Thank you for inviting me," I say awkwardly, approaching Ruar and another younger man I don't recognize, the two of them standing face to face. I have the feeling already that this will turn into an unfriendly conversation, so I'm attempting to start it off in the best way possible. I stand straight, arms at my sides. I'm not stiff, but I don't lower my chin or shift my weight around no matter how uncomfortable I'm feeling. Ruar meets the stranger's eyes and tilts his head in my direction. The stranger approaches the desk between us, and Ruar continues standing further behind, his gaze vaguely pointing at a window, with his arms crossed and one claw scratching. "Hello, Carter Omega from the stars," says this younger Fleophiki, who clasps his own hands tightly, and his tail is nowhere to be seen, a sign of nervousness. "Would you like to sit, or perch? Forgive me, do your kind perch. Forgive me, I'm so sorry, I do not see. Have you had your claws removed? Do not be that casual," Ruar growls over his shoulder, and then goes back to looking out that window before I can catch his eye. I appraise the younger man again. From time to time, if Ruar has a message or something he wants from me, he will send a younger person within the court. I think that because Affect gets along so well with me and older men like Kaz have not made good first impressions, a rumor has started around that I'm more receptive to young Fleophiki. "Oh, yes, the young man says, shrinking into his shoulders. "So sorry if that offended you. Well, I am Litaean, and I'm here as a broker to—" He reaches behind himself, and from a satchel that he had attached to his waist, he withdraws a thick wad of rolled-up papers, held together with a strip of sturdy ribbon. He lets the knot loose with a tug, and the stack flutters open. These are all loose-leaf papers rather than a scroll, and there's a bunch of them. "To assist with the purchase of breeding rights for M." His claw traces a scrawl that I've only barely begun to understand, and this looks fancier than normal, so it's gibberish to me. "Varoit, presently known as Avria, also preferred name Pykh." He rushes ahead on this part, no longer looking at the paper. "Forgive me, I did not know I would be brokering this deal between you two instead of my master, but I am familiar with the technical arrangement. I wrote the later pages myself. Would you sit down, or, what would you prefer?" I expect Ruar to snap at him again, so I'm not particularly looking at Litaean, but when he does nothing except a minor annoyed tail flick, I go ahead and pull out the stool on this side of the desk to sit down. A Fleophiki stool is U-shaped, with a pillow at the bottom. It's quite comfortable so long as you remember that you can't sit back. "Breeding rights, huh?" I look over at Auk. Why didn't he warn me? He said this was some kind of meeting, but he didn't say what it was. This ought to be good. Yes, very good. Let's see. First, the basics. A lineage assessor has been named and put in charge of evaluating any offspring you believe fulfills the agreement. I lift both hands, and he immediately falls silent. Hang on a second, what exactly are breeding rights? Are you telling me I have to buy breeding rights? For whom? For Pykh? I look incredulously at Ruar, who has finally turned to notice me. Why? Because he's your son? Ruar comes over and puts one hand on the desk beside Litaean. No, don't be ridiculous. To the broker, he says harshly over his ear. Try harder for some professionalism, first of all. You've had time to prepare, and you will assume he knows nothing, so don't rush ahead with... He gestures at the stack of papers. He straightens and backs away as I'm saying, You said I'm purchasing breeding rights. For Pykh? Oh, you are. Wait, what? I'm putting this together, but it does seem odd. I'm now wishing I put a lot more effort into learning to read all over again. My third language, mind you. It's such a hassle because with the right language algorithm, an advanced one, I could read anything they put in front of me in a day. It would require an update from my basic soldier-grade ship, I suppose. Yes, so sorry, says Litaean. An apprentice, I assume, because I'm now thinking he might be a few years younger than Pyke's age. He seems physically similar to Affect. Breeding rights, Omega Carter, are where... He glances to Ruar for help, but he immediately realizes he's on his own. You legally swear to provide, Valroyd? Pykh? Ruar says impatiently, looking out that window. And now his claws are digging into his arm. Sorry, Pykh. You legally swear to provide Pykh with sufficient mating opportunities to have a son. At least one, but multiple will be beneficial in this contract. Ruar wishes to purchase as many pups as you can provide. Whoa. My hands come up again. Nobody is purchasing children from me. Is this for real? Ruar is rolling his eyes as he comes back, stopping directly behind the young lawyer who shrinks in his shadow. No, that's not what he meant. That's a colloquial phrase which should have been avoided to prevent a misunderstanding. The lawyer says nothing, but he looks like he's been taken hostage and is seeking help. Ruar continues. He is talking about breeding rights. Breeding rights for you, for Pykh. Oh. He uncrosses his arms and pokes the top page repeatedly. This is how you start your estate, should you choose to build one. In fact, he ungently peels papers away, scattering them on the unused part of the desk until he gets to one near the end of the stack. He takes a big breath. Right here. Should you produce an Omega son sired by Pykh, you gain control of the entire estate. My course, everything. Until the Omega son comes of age, and then he assumes control. If you have multiple Omega sons, they will share it evenly. Omega sons that are deemed to be rooted in Pyke's lineage according to the appointed assessor when those pups reach the age of 5 months. Forgive me, Omega, that means their facial markings have to match. He whispers, quieter. Sometimes they don't. Yes, obviously, I'm only paying for the ones that can be proven. What? I say dumbly, but I'm processing all of this fast. This is insane. You want to write Pykh into the will? Is that what's happening? I look backward at Alk, who steps forward like he's been summoned. Omega, breeding rights are a common practice for a father who wishes to see his son placed in a court. If Ruar had claimed Pykh, if you and Pykh had met traditionally, under normal circumstances, you would have been offered something like this. Breeding rights are gifts to make sons more desirable, and it is a way to grow your wealth as well. However, I have never heard of an Omega offering his entire estate before. Latayan keeps his eyes on Ruar, clearly afraid, while also stammering. It could be the end of the tree. Ruar dismisses this with a shake of his head. I'm not ending my tree, I'm saving it. In case you haven't noticed, my Omega son is barren. Immediately I'm remembering my last conversation with Avielk. I don't think his father is aware of Avielk's family planning, which means he's certainly not aware of the meeting Avielk is having today with Ruar's most contentious ally on the council. And I certainly won't be telling him. What if he's not, I say, aware that I'm closely circling a political secret that I intend to keep? What if I have an Omega son, or 2, of Pyke's blood? And Avielk also has an Omega son. You can't give me the estate. You're considerate, but I'm old and I know my Omega son better than anyone. That branch will not bear fruit. He taps Latayan once on the shoulder, and then starts flipping and looking over the pages that he had scattered across the desk before. Where is the main clause? Explain to him what he will get for each regular son born. Here. He puts a new page down, and the lawyer drags it to the center, delicately by the corners. Yes. He meets my eyes. The best part of the deal. Even if you bear no Omega sons, Ruar will match the collective fund allotments proportioned for Pyke's children. Proven, of course. That would be your total allotment divided by the amount of children and that number doubled for each Pykh pup. Yup, I gotta learn to read. This guy thinks I'm an idiot. That is, until they come of age, and then you will receive a bonus of all their allotment put together, the standard amount accumulated for 14 years, to assist the child with finding an apprenticeship outside of the military, or to be placed in a court, or both. The good part is that Ruar interrupts him and addresses me directly. You will continue receiving the bonus to your household so long as the pup described remains alive. I'm paying for the entire lifespan of these pups. I'll pay until they're 50, 70, or even 100. But if one of them dies, that bonus allotment is cut off. I know how much you and Audiobook love your risky endeavours, but if you keep Pyke's pups out of the military and in good health, this clause alone could bleed the estate dry. You don't have to make an Omega son to take everything. Okay, that sounds good and all. There are stipulations besides breeding. Ruar noisily searches the papers again. A new page shows up, slammed and harshly tapped there twice beside the young broker, who takes a long breath and tugs it to the center. Yes, there are just a few requirements. These are hardly worth any concern. Number 1, you must remain living at the estate in the house that has already been provided for you. Additional rooms may be added later, no matter whose pups you have. Number 2, Pykh is to continue his tutelage. All right, let me just stop you right here. I wasn't going for any of this the moment he said that Audiobook would be cut out of his inheritance. It's been interesting to listen to, but Daniel goes down for his nap soon, and I want to be back in time to play with him before he gets too sleepy. My hand hovers, and I wave it once over the papers like a magician. Disappear. None of this is happening. None of it. First of all, I find buying breeding rights to be creepy. I know it's normal for you, and this kind of thing happens in a lot of cultures, but Pykh is not an animal, and my womb is not for sale. They both stare at me incredulously, so I take the opportunity to plow ahead. Second of all, I wouldn't do that to my friend. All of this is like... I keep wanting to say stupid, but I know that's not the right thing to say when the alien leader of the planet offers you a generous gift. This is too much, right? I look back at Auk. You can't be serious. This is... everything. I've never seen a contract like it, Litaean whispers hurriedly. Auk confirms this. This almost guarantees you would become the owner of the estate. That's insane, I tell Ruar bluntly. Why would you do that? I will not live forever. My Omega son has an infected mind that will finally kill a dying tree, and all of my regular sons went into the military. All of them. Even the promising ones. You must understand I had to start over after the Peaceful Valley. No. He closes his eyes and turns to the side, but keeps speaking. I sense this is hard for him, though his voice is the usual monotone. After the Peaceful Valley was attacked, I thought I would never have pups again. I thought I would never get out of bed again. I was forced out of bed when my father left the council, and I was voted as his replacement. And I began to have children again when I was rightfully accused of injustice. He opens his eyes. There's a dead look to them. My children were bred for the military. I don't have any that are suitable for a courtship offering like this. So, I show up. You don't even tell us who Pykh is until you're forced to, and now a week later you're... I wave my hand over the papers again. Giving us all this? I scratch my temple. You know, Pykh doesn't even know what all of this is worth. Not really. I might be an alien, but at least I'm accustomed to the concept of money. Pykh still gets confused about trading rocks for goods. I could tell him all of this, and he'd say something like, oh, he's trading cages with us. Okay, that's a gross oversimplification of Pyke's intellect, and he hasn't been that simple for a long time now. But it doesn't change the fact that when I finally learned his name, this guy didn't know about bathing in hot water. None of this will matter to him. None of this will make him forgive you. Ruar has his arms crossed again, and his fingers are digging deeply into the fabric of the sleeves. I know that. He's stonewalling me. What does that say? I ask Litaean. Did you say there's something about Pyke's lessons in there? Yes. He checks with Ruar, who hardly blinks, before reading a passage to me. Pykh is to continue his tutelage at the estate, under Ruar's supervision, until such a time that Pykh is ready to choose a valuable profession to your court. And if you approve of his decision, Omega Ruar will provide the tuition and will oversee hiring a master of such a profession. He delicately tugs a new page to the center and places it atop this one. These funds will be provided independent of any child produced. See? I say, waiting for him to get it. If you want Pykh to forgive you, just ask. Work for it. Spend time with him. But don't buy him like you're doing here. I wouldn't force him to go through with this anyway. I apologized. He glares now. But you didn't explain anything. Pykh doesn't know what you are to him. You're his father, but you don't want him. And that hurts. Ruar shows Fang, leaning over the broker's shoulder to growl at me, and the young man squeaks at Ruar's grasp, incidentally landing there, his other hand slamming the desk, disrupting the pile of papers yet again. I clearly want him. He picks up his fist and jabs the desk, pricking through one of the papers with his claw. I wouldn't go through all of this trouble if I didn't. Okay, I can see that. But can you at least explain why you kept it from us all this time? I keep my voice calm, and it seems to work. Ruar straightens up, touching his face and breathing evenly, clearly trying to get back in control. I have. You haven't. Not in a way that Pykh can understand. Or me, or Seal. If you've told us, then all of us missed it. I'm sorry. Please explain it again. My children shouldn't love me. Chapter 71. Pykh. I should be lost in the dream again. After puppy Daniel had his milk, Seal promised me that I could spend the rest of the morning reading my book, if I liked. He has been extra sweet to me lately, giving me plenty of touches and kisses. He even woke me up to make love this morning, early in the morning while it was still dark. I'm outside in our yard again, reading on a bench, but I can still feel some of those sensations if I close my eyes. It was great fun. I flex my rump, thinking about it. Even so, I've been trying to read this book. I can tell it's going to a happy place and I am almost there. It is late morning, and the words on the page do not put me in a trance. I look up, look over my right shoulder, and there's the main house. Always sitting there, and I know he's in the library. He told Carter that he would be there every day on time for the foreseeable future, waiting for me. Whether I ignore him 1 time or 50, he said that he would keep waiting so long as his council duties don't take him away from the estate. I also know that Carter does not want to be here much longer, and he is talking to us about going with Seal's father. Seal does not care so much about his father either, but he is a good son. He always goes to see his father whenever he asks. Eros and Roldith are getting along at last. With their tails intertwining and soft purrs and affectionate nudges, Roldith is planning one last fight before they run away together to someplace new. I'm worried Bereid might kill him in the upcoming fight, but I suspect he won't. He said it was a love story, and love stories end happily in books. I'm pretty sure. I place my open book against my chest, resting my hands on the covers as though I'm hugging it, and I wonder what sort of love stories I could tell, if I could write well enough. Could Tenol have a happy ending if I wrote him one? Would he like that? I shake my head quickly, surprised by so many emotions that come up. My eyes suddenly wanting to cry, even though what I am sad about happened a long time ago. I have to get up. I have to move. Carter said that sometimes bad memories come back to get you, especially when you are safe and sound. He said that sometimes your mind cannot process all the sadness, fear, and anger that it experiences, so it hides those feelings away until you are safe enough to process them. I hope he is wrong. Back in the house, I put the book up on a high shelf. Ruar won't like to see me reading that, even if it is wonderful. He wants me to read smart things and things that actually happened or things about the past. Carrying it to the library is a waste. when I will need my knapsack for the scrolls and books that Ruar gives me, in case it is just a lesson after all. I find Seal in the nursery. I'm going to see my father. Oh. Daniel smiles at me where he is lying on his back and grabbing his own feet. He has a drink beside him, but the cup is empty. I look at him and understand that he is older now. Seal is right. It is time to stop nursing. Daniel proves it by rolling to the side and getting up on 2 legs. He walks without fear now. Seal is happy to bend down and hug him, cooing. I am going to be a good son, I say. Just like you. I am not so upset about things now. Are you sure? He says, protecting his nose from Daniel's exploring hand. No, he says when Daniel pulls hard on his shirt strap. He is always climbing, even if he doesn't know how yet. Daniel listens without fuss today. He is the perfect puppy. Yes, I'm sure. It is important to do as much learning as I can. I don't know how long it will take you and Auk to find me a new teacher after we leave. What changed your mind? Seal asks, picking Daniel up and standing. I thought you never wanted to see him again. Pykh, Ruar does not. Seal pauses and starts again. If you're hoping for something, you should probably just stay. It's not that, I say, while at the same time prodding myself internally to find out if I am hoping for something. I don't think I am. It feels okay in there. I'm not sensing the same strangeness that I was before, though. Perhaps I ache somewhere. A little bit. It's just, well, some fathers are jerks. I grin, remembering Carter's phrase. And he is waiting for me. You never make your father wait. Carter wishes he could see his father, even though they did not get along. And if I was waiting for my puppy, I come close and nudge Daniel's nose with mine, kissing him. I am almost tempted to stay when I look into those large, bright eyes. I would want him to come visit with me, even if I was a grumpy old council leader. Love you, I think Daniel says. That he is just making funny sounds. I love you too, I purr warmly. And you too, I add for Seal, giving him a kiss with my tongue. Daniel just watches. We part quickly since I'm not sure if he should see such things. Well, Seal says, hitching Daniel on his lap. This is not the same. No one would call you a bad son if you never saw him again. He doesn't know you. Your father does not know you either, I point out kindly, and he answers quickly in a grumpy way. When did you get so wise? But by the tone, it is not a question that's actually supposed to be answered. I consider it anyway as I leave the house, my empty satchel in place, and I nod to Kaz by the gate as I go. He is happy to see me leaving, I know, but we do not stop to chat. My lesson starts soon. Pykh the slave was only half a man, and I'm so grateful for that. How could I have survived being a slave if I knew what all of this was? If I knew how good life could get? I am wise, and with these lessons I will grow wiser still. I will make sure to thank Ruar for continuing to teach me, no matter what has happened, or what I said before, or whether or not I ever call him father publicly. I don't know if we will ever be that. But he's told Carter he would wait for me every day, whether I came back or not, even if a long time passed. That feels better, even if it's not perfect. I go my usual way, pushing through a gate to cross over into an area where metal things are forged and repaired. There is an older master, 3 younger ones, and at least 2 apprentices to each. This is an important part of how the estate makes its money, I am told, since there are no pups here. Metal working is rare. No one looks up from their hammering and polishing and whatever else it is they are doing as I go by. And I like that. I feel odd about returning. I feel odd about everything. I look at the craftsmen working, and I wonder what puppy Pykh thought of all the banging. I wonder if I ever greeted the oldest master, knew his name, if he held me. Who else knew me before I became a slave? Everyone I ask, only a few people so far, say they were not here when I was born. They came after. Ruar only had a small court, I am told, and he expanded it when he became council leader and took over the estate. The oldest ones here are mostly from his father's court, from before, and they would not have done much to raise me. Perhaps they did not even see me. So I am all alone, and I would like to not be pestered with greetings and polite conversation today. Usually I will meet with Myri, who immediately offers to bring me an invigorating tea to help me with my studies. It is usually one of my treats for showing up at my lessons. Today, I purposefully avoid the rungs of perches going up around the house so that court members can travel in and out without passing by any of the large windows. Though they are many, they often try to not be seen. I go straight to this large window and pull at the decorative grating that covers it. Good, it is not latched. I heft my leg over the windowsill and come in. It is not as social as going the right way. In fact, it is probably rude to do so when entering someone else's house. I hear the scrape of claws on wood and the creak of a hammock up in the rafters. I don't glance up. I am used to the guardian mates now, and they are used to me. No one comes down to scold me or make me go the right way. It is my house, sort of. This is where I would have belonged before I was a slave. The beautiful house with its many carved intricacies and all the various routines and customs to abide by does not seem so mysterious and dangerous to me now. I am here, I tell Ruar as I cross the room, pulling my study bag to the front and unclipping it. I will be down in just a minute. He is on one of the higher perches, but I see no writing or books up there, so I can't imagine what he must be doing. Waiting for me, I suppose. He takes a long gulp from his pitcher of tea, which is unusual because he usually takes tiny sips from a cup. By the way that he clatters it on the desk as he puts it down, I know that new tea has been summoned. He climbs down and stands beside the desk. I am happy to see you. He sounds like he was not expecting me. I need new papers, I say. I was teaching Daniel to make some symbols and things. I put his claws on the paper and did the best I could. We made a chaotic mess together, but it was fun. We wrote simple words like puppy, love, joy. He spilled his puppy food on many of the pages, and the rest we used up. That's all right. I have plenty. There are many drawers and things in the tree part of his desk, and from a secret cupboard he produces a new, fresh stack of papers. Why don't you sit here? You can start on the 7 stars over the misty peaks and review where we were. The first quarter, remember? The scroll comes from another place where it was tucked nearby. He undoes the casing for me, but does not take it out. I remember the first quarter, I say. The seat and desk are familiar. I was hoping he might say something different. I don't know what. Perhaps he would say something to me like he told to Carter about him waiting here, wanting to see me. But I suppose I am happy to see you is all I will get. Well, start on the second quarter then. I need to get something. OK. I slide into my usual seat, which is to take the main, most important chair. Ruar told me that I was doing all the hard work, so I should sit behind the desk instead of in front of it. He also likes to stand when he teaches, sometimes showing me maps on a large board to help me understand the old villages and things that I read about. I unravel the familiar scroll. I do like lessons. Or I did. No, I won't think of it. I am learning now. Ruar's hand touches me, lying atop my forearm. I will be gone for some moments, but I am coming back. Okay, I say again, wondering why he has told me twice. I understand. I will keep reading the scroll while you are away. Our words are stiff, but I am satisfied with them. I will warm up to him again. Usually at this time he would be asking me about Daniel or telling me about his day and himself. There were a couple days I had to remind him that we should start our lessons before it got too late. We get along well. I am always aware that he's council leader Ruar, but he has been kind to me. Reading by myself, alone in the room except for the guardians, I realise that I should thank him for his kindness. Somehow, when he gets back. I won't be too nice, but we can get back to what we were, student and teacher. I am sad, but not too sad. Not angry. The scroll is boring, and if I was not here to get smarter, I would never read a scroll like this ever again. For one thing, the words are written in the old way, making them slow to decipher. They seem slightly out of order compared to words the way that they are now, meaning that I sometimes have to read the entire sentence and reorder everything in my mind. But I am a good student. Ruar will be asking how much of this I understand when I get to the end, and if I do a good job, I might only have to read it once. Myri arrives. He places the invigorating tea beside me. It smells heavenly. He sets the pitcher on a far corner of the desk where it will be out of the way, and then he leans close over me, whispering near my head, "Thank you for coming back." "You're welcome," I say, though I look to the side and speak slowly, trying to remember if there is a better phrase. He smiles and says, "You mean more to him than you know." This warms me. Myri is one of Ruar's closest mates, so he would know. Has he said anything about me? I wonder. I want to ask, but I sense it would not be appropriate. A court member is never supposed to gossip about the Omega. "Please keep coming," he says, and then he leaves, returning to the upper level with climbing touches so light I cannot detect the creak of wood, even though I am actively listening. "I will," I say before he has fully disappeared. And then I sigh, take a sip of the invigorating tea, and I start to read the long, slow, laboured text. There are entire paragraphs about the wind moving through trees, how the animals make noises in the evening, and then one of the characters, this is an Omega, I think, or a warrior. I can't correctly remember the ancient notation for which. A door opens and closes. Ruar has returned, carrying a blanket in his arms. Chapter 72. Carter. Wow, these are really good, I say, going one by one through a stack of sheets in my hand. They're filled with ink and pencil-like etchings, both depicting the mining ship just the way I remember it, down to the tiniest detail, like the make and model number of the monitors and the exact shape and number of the bolts on the wall. It's not exactly like a photo, but it's damn close. Vendriel has worked on them tirelessly as soon as the new supply shipment came. Thank goodness Father sent ink and durable paper. I don't know what we would have done otherwise. His voice, his body, his everything, is right up against me, and if he had Seal's serious tone or Pyke's tempting muscle, I would be in quite a situation here. My imagination is presently trying to swap Aviok for one of my guys and get me thoroughly embarrassed. Fortunately, the drawings are good. Amazing, actually. and I'm giving them my full and undivided thank you for squeezing into this carriage with me. I know it's a long journey to be squished together like this. He has just a bit of that purring rumble to his voice. In Fleophiki dialect, it means to offer comfort, or in this case, sincerity. Instead, my brain is hijacking that as the opening to one of Pyke's dirty limericks. Don't mention it. Are we there yet? All the curtains are down. As of yet, Ruar and his court are entirely unaware that I've snuck off the grounds. They don't do inspections of Avielk's carriage traveling either on or off the property, and while these carriage bearers were hired from regular males not belonging to a court, Avielk assures me their tongues are as good as mated once they're under his employ. Assuming Father doesn't question them directly, he clarified, and I'm getting worried about this betrayal and getting discovered the longer I'm gone. Let's see. Head down. I shrink, and Avielk moves a little sliding wooden door on his side. We'll be there soon. And then we'll have this meeting, and then we'll have the journey back, where Avielk will be pretending to visit me for the second time in a day. Yep, we're dumbasses. You know, we're definitely gonna get caught. Yes, we shall. He closes the window, and I sit up again. The way out on either side is guarded only by a closed curtain, so I'm tempted to put my arm around him somehow. Maybe around his waist because of his crest, just to stay in here and keep away from the edges. What would my guys think about that? Then why all the secrecy? We can't make it too easy for him. The sooner he figures it out, the more of a disadvantage we have. What we're doing isn't really that scandalous. Plenty of Omegas have tried to organize an election against my father and failed. There's at least a couple every year. The difference is that this one might actually succeed. And my father, I don't know how he does it, but somehow even when the battles are failing and people's sons are dying, even when there's hatred for him with every member of the council, somehow he always convinces people that he's right. He smells good. He must have bathed this morning, and the soap smells like a pile of clean, dry towels or something that I just want to bury my face into. Okay, he's a heck of a lot softer and warmer than towels, and my chin is right up against his shoulder. I'm actually leaning into him, like we're on a date. Focus! The next sheet is a picture of the egg room that we destroyed and sealed off. There are many eggs stuck to the walls and the floor, covered in goop, with so many ominous shadows everywhere that the page is practically black. There are also a couple of tortoise child bugs poised threateningly in the room, which weren't there in real life. But I suppose they were everywhere else when the battle went down. The next sheet shows one of our later battles during the holdout. This is from an outside perspective, from within a horde of the extra stupid kind of bugs that they were pumping out like crazy to overwhelm us. There's a drawing of our fortifications, the ship vaguely outlined in the back with a cluster of Fleophiki at the top wall and our laser cannon shooting out. Then a drawing of just the laser cannon at several different points of view. And the last one makes my heart stop. What is this? Did this actually happen? An evil queen's face is drawn up on the monitor at the spaceship's command center. He purrs. No, this one is just, Vindriel is an artist, not a researcher as I am, or a builder such as yourself. Fleophiki don't have a word for engineer, and it almost sounds like a drawn-out sneeze when they try and say it in English. This is just his interpretation of what could happen, I suppose, or perhaps he thought it made the picture more interesting. Okay. You promise? I promise. The carriage comes to a stop and unfamiliar voices converse at the front of our procession. Ah, we're here. Good. I gather the papers up neatly and hold them against my chest. Omega Silhair's court will be sworn to secrecy about whatever they spy in here, although Avielk seems to think the Council Omega will keep his promise to make the meeting a secret. Footsteps approach. A claw pierces the area where our curtain can be drawn back. Permission? Says a stern voice. You may, Avielk says calmly, and the two of us are not quite so cozy with each other as the curtain pulls back a few inches. Though I would not have said we were cuddling before. Somehow we just aren't. The inspection is quick. Avielk is obviously not assumed to be assassinating anyone today. The curtain falls back into place, and we hear, "Welcome, visitors!" and the carriage is moving again. I let out a breath. If the meeting wasn't secret, he would have said our names. "Are there really spies at the gate?" I whisper. "Not really spies. More like betrayers. Not everyone in a court is happy under their Omega's rule, or with the politics an Omega defends. An estate like this, and my father's, requires a strong leader. Perhaps ruthlessness as well. I assure you everyone in my father's court is loyal. He has not expanded the court in over a decade. You know, your father offered to buy breeding rights for Pykh from me. I feel like a betrayer myself. Earlier, I had decided not to tell him, because the details of him losing the estate seem offensive and terrible. But being around him is a constant reminder that Avielk isn't just a Fliafaki. He's a legitimate friend. One who understands me sometimes more than my own mates. "Really?" he says, his eyes widening. He's speechless, I realize in a moment, as nothing else comes out. And then the carriage comes to a stop. "Omega Silhar will see you at the spirit tree today. Just you. No mates, no court." At last we climb out. His weight and warmth leave the carriage, and light fresh air floods in to fill that space. To refresh the more logical part of my brain and turn off those feelings of fuzzy, confused affection. Avielk is probably the greatest friend I've ever had. I got along with humans a little bit worse than I got along with your average Fliafaki. But Seal and Pykh are the first men I've ever trusted, in a complete way that's difficult to describe in words. We are a unit. Avielk is attractive, I have no doubt, to me and probably to everyone else. But he isn't part of that unit. He never will be. He doesn't fit. Not that it matters to the romantic inkling in the back of my brain and the physical sensations of being trapped with him up close. Putting my sandaled feet on grass and taking in my brightly lit surroundings, all such romantic waverings and waftings disappear in an instant. I'm not where I'm supposed to be. I'm stabbing Ruar in the back. Or assisting the stabbing, let's say. Which is better, I think. I'm along the ride for the stabbing. And while I imagine some half-baked excuse like, "Oh, I didn't know where Avielk was taking me," might have worked on Ruar this morning, I'm now understanding that to even utter such a thing would be an insult to his intelligence. I'm here to discuss electing Ruar off the council, to his number 2 guy, Omega Silhar. With only a few guardians inside of us, the place almost looks abandoned. And the Omega himself waits alone, far out under a tree growing in a lake, with a single path built to the platform that surrounds it. It's beautiful, yes, but fortified also, protected from ears and spies. I am an active force in the middle of a political storm. Chapter 73. Pykh. The blanket is strange. Large and fluffy, bulky too, taking up all of his arms and slung over one side of his shoulders. He has what looks like shirt straps dangling underneath this bundle, though they are thick and heavy, like the ones the warriors wear, but also different. Black with lighter brown in the creases, which I find odd. "The room, please," he says loudly as soon as he shuts the door. I hear enough movement to draw my eyes upward, only to sneak a glance. Ruar has explained to me to not look up in the home of an Omega politician, because it will be interpreted as you trying to assess the Guardians before possibly making a threat. He's forgiven me many times when I get too curious about a noise up there. I drop my eyes quickly, hoping he hasn't noticed when he says, even louder, "I said the room now. That means you, Mary, all of you." There is a grumble overhead from Miri, but it is soft and short, along with the subtle creaks and scrapings of several moving bodies. Ruar does not react to it, coming to me instead and laying these things down on a smaller desk. I fix my eyes on the page, pretending to not notice, but being unable to read either. I suppose watching him is not too rude of a thing to do. Perhaps the harness is not shirt straps, but instead a belt. A part of it is thick, so it must go around the waist. I drop my eyes just before he turns to me and unravel the scroll to reveal the next row of words as if I've finished the previous one. Pykh, come away from there. Let me show you something. I knew this was a secret for me. I look up unthinkingly, confirming that we are alone, and I do not hear his usual eyes level or some other admonishment. I lower my head anyway, and my crest too, being unsure of how to act, but also being certain that this is a special moment. There must be something special about me to him, as his son. Do not be hopeful, I scold, but for once there is nothing distant about Ruar. He lays a hand on me as soon as I come close, reaching high for my bicep, and both of us regard the blanket and the straps. This was your father, Emmons. Did anyone tell you about him? Audiobook told me his name, I answer. This blanket, I realise, is actually the pelt of some creature I don't know, though I should wait for permission. My hand is already in the fur before I have the thought, stroking it down first, and then upwards. It is soft, yet coarse, difficult to describe. I move my hand like I might be stroking some animal, and Ruar says, "He was wearing this when his Omega father presented him to the council. A great hunter, your Omega grandfather on Emmons' side said, with skill unheard of. He would make a good hunter or guardian, he said. And your Omega grandfather on my side responded, if he is such a great hunter, why do you come begging for the scraps off of bones?" I say nothing. I try to imagine him standing there in the council hall, all of those Omegas in their seats, and him wearing this, somehow. I cannot imagine wearing it, and his father next to him presenting him like... Well, it was not a pleasant time for him, was it? I have questions already, tons and tons of questions piling up in the usual manner, but Pykh has gotten a lot wiser over the years, and thanks to my silence, Ruar starts talking again. For now I dream, imagining him. My father was so cruel back then. At the time I hated him for it. I thought he was vicious and had tarnished my grandfather's good name. I had no idea what I would become, and how my own Omega son would come to see me as well. He shakes his head, takes a breath and continues. He leans closer to me now. Your grandfather, Omega Vridea, brought 5 sons to the Omega Council, offering them as redress for all the taxes his regular sons and craftsmen had never paid to the collective fund, as well as carts of tangible goods and arts and furnishings and the like. But during a famine, anything you can't eat loses its value. Emmon was. I can't say what drew me to him. He said nothing when we met, of course, letting his Omega father do all of the talking to the council. He was quiet, with his head bowed. But he looked magnificent in this. Ruar puts a hand next to mine on the blanket. Somehow I knew just by looking at him that he had hunted and skinned the Zazil himself. It is quite primitive clothing, nothing at all like anyone civilized would wear. He smiles. Unless you are a hunter or a fierce outcast living in the wilderness, would you like to put it on? I would like to see you in it. I nod, deciding to continue my silence. Ruar is talking softer than he usually is, and I'm half afraid that if I say something, he will become his annoying self again. He does not bother me as much as he bothers Carter and others, but I like this quieter version for now. Do you want to take this off, please? He tugs at one of my shirt straps. Yes, I say with a humble nod, and my fingers are fast with the important buckles. I have them all memorized, even though these shirts are far more complicated than what the warriors wear. There are buckles that must go first and others that must go last. I undo it all as if I've been doing it my whole life, and I'm proud of that. Here, I'll help you with this. My father's shirt straps are not pretty, not the way that capital city Pykh would say. There's nothing small or delicate about the buckles. There is no ornamentation at all, no embroidered vines or symbols, no markings are burned into the leather. The buckles do not shine. They're quite dull, and yet the leather is soft and supple. I rub a piece of it between my thumb and index finger. I bring it to my nose too, since it smells nice. Do you remember him? Ruar asks, threading a thin strap of it through my crest. The shirt has 2 more straps that go under my crest, across my lower back, with several holsters, for knives, I assume. No, I say, but I'm imagining him well. I was just thinking that the leather smells nice. Well, I suppose that's the polish. He comes around to the front, tugging and pulling things into place. There is a large buckle here with the worn impression from how it fit my father, but he doesn't slip it into place yet. I had all of this cleaned up and brought out of the boxes for you, months ago. About 4 months after we arrived, in fact. He hefts the pelt up into his arms and holds the fur near to my chin. Anything? He asks. Please don't just lightly sniff it. Inhale it. I lower my nose to the pelt and inhale through my nose. It is. We don't use soap for this, he says. It gets brushed only, and any sort of stain has to be handled carefully. It is exactly as he left it. It feels... I cannot describe it. It makes me feel something, but I cannot remember what. Ruar smiles. Well, you loved it as a puppy. We didn't have the climate here or at the peaceful valley, where I used to stay in the summer months. Where your father lived, there is a cold, icy wind blowing throughout most of the seasons, even on a sunny day. Here, let me put it on you. He hefts it onto my left shoulder. It is a heavy thing, much different from the many blankets and quilts and even the rugs that are woven for Pykh floors. It must have been a great beast, I say. He would have gone into a cave for it. Cecile are long and sleek and escape easily through impossibly narrow tunnels. A beautiful animal, no doubt, but also a troublemaker, sometimes catching a traveller unaware. They would prefer to steal rather than hunt. So if a merchant is willing to lose a sack or two, they can consider themselves robbed, but escape safely. They occasionally become murderers, though. They like to hunt in 3s and 4s. So yes, they're dangerous. The first buckles were to keep the shirt straps in place. These larger ones, the main ones, clip over the top of the fur. One goes solidly, diagonally across my chest. The well-worn buckle clips perfectly into place. The next big one goes around my waist. I still have my groin-cloth on, but there is now a scrap of the hide covering that too. Once again the buckle clips where it is worn the most. And then Ruar moves to the backside, where there is only one horizontal strap to keep it in place. The strap with the places for daggers and things becomes hidden. There, Ruar says. Now you are just like a hunter. He says it normally, but when I turn to see him, his eyes shine with wetness. I should have told you ages ago. He speaks quickly. I kept meaning to, and I kept just. He shrugs and rubs one eye. He is not sobbing, and his voice is even. It is like his voice doesn't know he is crying, but everything else is evidence of his emotion. I feel something too, but it is joyful. Relieved, perhaps. There is something better about me now to know that Ruar feels like this. When I went missing, he was not so cold, I think. Well, I've been doing a lot of thinking about it, and... Pykh, I didn't tell you because my children don't like me. They don't like me, and they shouldn't. I don't blame them. I wanted, even though he is hesitating, I sense it is not because he's reluctant to tell me something. I sense that he is just not experienced, like me before I came to know many words. I wanted you to be different. I wanted you to like me. And I thought, in subtle ways, mind you, I thought if you found out it would be all the same. You know, at one point I had a dream that you accused me of neglecting you, resulting in all this. Chapter 74. Carter. The tree is sprawling, and Avielk has to duck his head under a limb as we approach the Pykh figure sitting with his back to us. It occurs to me that since the tree is growing in the lake, this is actually the top of it, and while it looks short from up here, who knows how far down it grows. The water is dark enough to almost be black. There are many scraps of paper rolled up and stuck to the tree, different sizes and different handwriting appearing on each, much of it bleached by the sun or just plain gone. There are also a few scraps of paper floating in the water, which to me look like garbage, though I know that this is a spirit tree, and it is sacred to the Pykh. I wouldn't dream of touching a thing, though Avielk's hand trails on the limb that he ducks under, a claw lightly scraping one of the prayers written on paper. A spirit tree is also a tree of death, but I can't say whether it's for grieving or worshipping. Pykh religion is pretty much unknown to me. Omega Silhar is sitting comfortably against the tree, on a limb growing so close to the platform that I would have to go over it rather than under it. It's unadorned and covered in claw marks, meaning that it's basically fulfilling the function of a bench here. He has his back to its trunk and looks outward at the water away from us. Avielk comes close and then just stands a little bit behind him, and I pretend that Avielk's feet mark the line for standing at attention. We wait. Avielk coughs once to the side, and we wait some more. A strong wind passes and tugs at the papers in my hand. I can just imagine Avielk's political career disappearing with all these drawings getting scattered across the lake. As I have the thought, a few prayers end up in the water too. My grip on the pages becomes extra tight and protective. I know how fate likes to fuck me. Omega Carter, Silhar says, turning, and he begins to stand from his perch. I was not expecting to see you. If you are praying, we will wait, Avielk says. We are in no hurry. No, I wasn't praying. He stretches and yawns. It seems an out-of-place thing for him to do, given how formally he is dressed. His robes have panels of embroidery going all the way down to the hems. He wears the fake decorative crest of a council member, the same one that I met Ruar in. This is not a casual meeting. Both Avielk and I are dressed up also. He brushes some clinging bark and dirt from the back of his leg, and then folds his arms into the sleeves, looking formal and perfect again. I was listening. For long. I've been out here since sunrise. Sometimes I think our ancestors pray to us rather than the other way around. He leans back onto the low branch and pats a place beside him. Come, what is it you have to show me? Avielk takes the papers from me. The wind has stopped, but I'm precise in when I choose to let go. Fortunately, another gust does not ruffle the pages in my hand, and Audiobook carries them over to Silhar at once, taking a seat beside him. I'm last to follow, sitting on Audiobook's other side as my friend speaks. These are the drawings of the machine we're guarding out by the ocean. Here, this is what it looks like from the outside. Silhar looks at the paper, but then leans around Audiobook and asks me, "How is your family faring, now that you've discovered young Pyke's relations?" Good, I think. His question takes me by surprise. I expected to discuss political things, like why Audiobook would be a good leader and such. I've been nervous about what I should say, but I've got a spiel memorized about how Audiobook understands the challenges facing the Fleophiki people more than any other man I know. Besides myself, but I'm certainly not going to lead him. Pykh has a lot of questions, but, I think we're working it out. I cannot imagine what Ruha must have thought. That tragedy seems so long ago, so forgotten. The young ones from those families are completely oblivious to the slaughter of their oldest brothers. It is a miracle Pykh survived, Audiobook says, and more may be alive still. Pykh says he came from a pen. Many died, but not all. There may still be missing children waiting for rescue. Or perhaps he is the last, Silhar counters. Perhaps he is a gift from the Ancient Ones to comfort your father in his retirement from the council. Are you saying? No, just musing out loud. Tell me, what is he doing here? Silhar's head tilts towards me. Do you wish to convince me that there is a war out there waiting for us, that we can win? Do you know how many we've already slaughtered for these heroic notions? Omega Silhar. Audiobook lowers his crest, wishing to appear meek, but from my vantage point, I catch an annoyed tail swish that happens to tickle my ankle. Let me at least describe to you the machine, the historical battle that took place at the Muds, led by myself, with Carter's knowledge and advisement. We own a ship, Councilman. It is ours. Whether you choose to study it or sink it into the ocean, here, let us show it to you. I can answer any questions you have about the drawings, I supply. That is why I'm here. An alien outsider certainly does not get a vote in Fleophiki government, I don't think. And it does not matter, Silhar says, moving the page to the next image. He studies it with interest, but adds, I cannot discern these from reality or fantasies. You could tell me the machine takes the form of a beautiful Omega and seduces powerful, well-connected men. I would have to believe you. The proof is here. His big grin at the end and mischievous expression assure me that he's joking, but my chuckle is a bit nervous. If this rumor takes hold with enough superstitious Fleophikian government, I put up both hands. I promise no machine parts in here. It's impossible anyways. Technology isn't magic, and Audiobook is not asking you to believe in lies or superstition. Everything in the machine can be understood by your own people. I trained... here, let me show you. I move to stand in front of him, and since I don't have a crest, I bow and keep my head down. I gently take the papers from his hand and move them to what is a rather generous interpretation of Al operating the four-legged machine for moving debris across unknown terrain. Audiobook has told me that he's had a lot more practice since I left, and in this drawing he looks fierce and adept with it. The clamps, however, are poised as though this simple utility device could be used for fighting. It does not have the reaction time and simplicity of controls for such, but perhaps this drawing will be inspiration for some sort of mech device in the future. See, this is a mining excavation unit, and I taught Altean how to operate it. Himself. Eventually, it would take a lifetime, but eventually, your people can build machines like this, designed by your own people. You might be able to build them in such a way that the bugs can never steal them and make use of them. He makes a dissatisfied sigh and holds the page up with 2 fingers only. It's unnatural, he says. The image returns to the pile, and he gazes at the dark drawing of the egg room that we destroyed and sealed. How can you be certain that using the technology of your enemy does not drive you to the same madness that affects them? Perhaps they used to be natural in nature, at peace in their world, and then they started affixing themselves to these machines. How much should I say? I try to ask Avielk with my eyes, my mouth open to launch into a long-winded explanation of the bugs and how actually none of their stuff is made by them for them, as far as we know. There are many people, including mine, who have technology like this and don't use it to conquer other worlds. And holy hell, there is a trail of asterisks attached to that statement that I will never ever mention, including past wars, the decree that it's wrong to conquer planets inhabited by an intelligent species, but then other species think that the conquering of any planet should be avoided. Oh yeah, we're not getting into intergalactic politics. Heaven help me. The bugs are uniquely evil, I say. There isn't a species in the universe that likes them. We have alliances built around fighting them, confining them to their space and nothing else. We use a lot of technology to do that. If it wasn't for ships like this one holding them back, I don't know. Every world would be bugs, I guess. There is only one world, Omega Carter. We all share it, including these things. He is on the page with the Queen now. You said they were here to breed. He looks at Avielk. Well, so are we. So is everything. The breeze picks up, and I am so ready to dive on those papers with all my reluctant football training. They stay put, thankfully. We should rely on the strength of our ancestors to guard our children and our future. They shelter us in these mountains, and every time we think to take more than what they give, our children are slaughtered for it. I'm sorry, Carter. I'm sure your people are good, but Fliafaki ancestors do not want these inventions. They want us to be at peace, not at war. 75. Pykh. I'm sorry, just give me a moment. When I lift my hands, it is to comfort him. Perhaps to touch his shoulder and say something simple like, "It is okay." This would already be a lot of touching between a regular male like myself and Omega Council leader Ruar. But my hands are up, and he has his head turned away and down, one hand up to hide his face. And yet I still see a stony, frozen expression, with little change. He sniffs and inhales deeply. He is trying to quiet his emotions before he speaks to me again, and with that realization, I act unthinkingly, pulling him in close and hugging him tight. He makes a startled sound and a choke. He's so fierce all the time, especially when he wears his ceremonial fake crest. I'm surprised to feel how fragile he is compared to me. I know what it is like to have a storm of emotions you don't know how to deal with, and Carter's hug helped me. So I hug him for a long time. I even try to sway a little bit like Carter did for me. I'm surprised when I loosen my arms that he does not jump away, hissing. As the moments wear on, I am less and less sure that I should be hugging Ruar. I expect him to be mean and closed off again, scolding me. But my arms loosen more and he stays, quiet and still. I wait. Oh, forgive me. I thought I was many years ago in my mind for a moment. You are. Goodness, Pykh, in that fur you look just like him. You feel like him too. Spirits. I thought, for just a second I thought. He steps away, rubbing his eyes and shaking his head. He smiles at me then, touching my shoulders and brushing down my arms, but his eyes are still wet. He can't contain his emotions, though he is trying. You look very handsome in the fur. If Emmon could see you. Purring strongly, I pick up my discarded capital city shirt to dab his cheek briefly and offer it. Thank you. This is very inappropriate. I'm sorry. Why is it inappropriate? I ask. Well, it's just a lot of crying for a man you don't know about, and I did a lot of crying for him already. With another deep breath, I can tell he has control again. You know when my next son, after the incident, died, and they told me? I thought I would cry. I waited for it. I sat and meditated on his memory, waiting to feel something. I should have felt something. I am a terrible father, as you well know. He gestures to me to follow him, and we cross the library to where there is a seating area. I was certain that because of the tragedy at the Peaceful Valley and Emmon taking his life, that I had simply broken that part of me forever. Snapped it. He gestures for me to sit, and then he does as well. He curls up in his way, his feet crossed at his ankles, leaning on the chair's armrest towards me. My legs are too big and thick for leg crossing, and every chair feels too small for me. I shift around until I manage some form of comfortable seating. The fur is warm, but not too hot, and I am hoping he will let me keep it. I will wear it every day. I do not know if I believe in spirits, but I feel something from wearing it. I would almost say I can remember my father's face, but just for the barest moment. If I wear the fur, maybe it will come to me. Maybe I will remember something. What I felt for my son's death was the same thing I felt about the Peaceful Valley after Emmon died. Nothing but anger. I was angry every day. Even when I was happy, I was angry. For years and years. Until, actually, I'm not sure it ever stopped. I don't know what happened to that anger. It was certainly never satisfied. He smooths his clothes and tucks my shirt into a basket nearby that would usually hold scrolls or books. The crying is done for Ruar, but I sense there is still emotion between us. I think, when I get home and calm down, I will consider calling him father. Or perhaps I should ask him before I leave if it would be all right. But enough about that. I've done quite enough pining for attention. Why don't you ask me something about Emmon? Not about his death. I won't talk about that. But anything else? Would you like to know more about him? Yes. Would Emmon have been happy when he saw me? Or would he have kept it a secret also? Ruar growls. Oh, I was happy to see you. You have no idea. Happy and bewildered, and entirely unprepared thanks to my dim-witted Omega son. In a lighter tone, he continues, he would have run at you and hugged you and fell to the ground overwhelmed with emotion before he even remembered to tell you his name or who he was. You might have thought you were being attacked. I don't know what he would have made of Carter, though. Ruar scratches his ear, thinking about it. I suspect he would not have been happy that Carter was an outsider. He did not trust easily, and he did not like that his father took him away from home. He wanted to live just like one of his beasts that he would hunt, in a cave, alone, always tracking the next meal. But Carter has a way about him. His bravery and loyalty is admirable, and your love for him is pure. I suppose he would have come around eventually. Did you love Emmon? Was he in your court, or was he your mate? When it comes to taking mates, love is not necessary. It tends to come because of the physical bond that forms after, for both the Omega and his mates. For your father, however, I was enchanted. More than normal. I would have taken his brothers into my court as well. Perhaps all of them. But with the famine, every mouth was a calculation. a cost of a spoonful per meal off of all our plates. Even if I had taken his brothers into my court, Emmon and I would have been mated. He was enchanting, like right out of a storybook. The way he dressed, the way he tracked animals. Can I tell you a secret? He leans close. He even checks the window, and his eyes dart upwards as well, making sure we're alone. Yes, I answer quickly, lowering my voice and ducking my head close. He brings a finger up between us, curling the claw. You do not tell Ovielk this, or I will put you in prison. Do you understand? Do not tell Carter or anyone else either. I will not, I say, fiddling with the edge of the fur. Before the Peaceful Valley happened, I used to dream that I would pack up my little family and go join Vredea's line. The only reason I didn't was because I was unsure of our ability to provide food for ourselves. Your father was an excellent hunter, yes, but when the famine struck, the game was gone. Pets were gone. We used to be afraid of uncourted males snatching the children and butchering them. So, you see, it was not a time to leave your family or your home, wherever it was. But I used to imagine myself with a simple life, with a bold hunter as a mate, and many more children who looked like you. It looks like he will touch me on the nose, but his finger does not actually connect. He straightens up, smiling. Never tell Ovielk that, don't forget. I won't, I say, trying to think of my next question. Ruar answers an unspoken one for me. Your father made me want to be somebody else, escape to a different life, and I liked that about him. You see, everyone knew who I was, everyone. I was next in line to join the council, and everyone wanted to befriend me to seek favours from my father. During the famine, my friendship was sought after just as viciously as the next morsel of food. I sympathise with Ovielk in that matter. I've always understood Ovielk's desire to get away. I've just disagreed with his unconventional hobbies while doing so. What was he like? I ask, still trying to get a clear picture. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I get distracted with myself so often. He makes a sigh about that. Emmon was difficult at first, and then charming and romantic once his homesickness began to fade away. He liked to watch birds, and he liked to fish. He had a pet Ealiphi, and all of its children are still roaming around the estate. He makes a waving gesture with his tail and hand. But mostly, he loved you. Both of us did. Pykh, I must confess something. Before you leave here, well, there are certain things I think I can only say today. It can all be a secret if you like. I will not even tell Carter, unless he directly asks me, which he probably will not if I explain that I don't wish to tell. I suppose it's not as bad as that, but you were a beloved child, more so than Ovielk or any of the others, even before the incident. I wish it weren't so, and I used to give my other children extra attention simply out of the guilt I felt for how much I loved you, and Emmon felt the same way. You were a special child to us. Emmon and I shared a special bond, perhaps even beyond the bond of mates, because we made you. And we both loved you like crazy. We still do. Chapter 76. Carter. I admire you for sharing your perspective with me today, Silhar says, holding the stack of drawings out to me, which my hands automatically take. It takes courage to meet with me, as you did. He says this to Ovielk, and I retake my seat on the other side of my friend. I will be eager to see what else you do if you remain in the capital city. Omega Audiobook? Audiobook is frustrated and trying not to show it. I sense it in his stillness, in the way his lips thin and he seems to collect himself. How high can our ancestors fly? He asks, craning his neck back. What is that? Silhar asks, for the wind has picked up and there are many hanging charms in the spirit tree that make noise. I put Vindriel's drawings under my shirt, close to my chest. I'm determined that they will not get too messed up. Our ancestors, they're ghosts. How high do they fly? An apprentice ready to assume the title of master would not lose the respect of the tribe by patronizing the beliefs of the ones who came before. I do not mean it as an insult. It is a serious question. How high do they fly? How far do they see? Do they see the sky as you and I do? Or can they see what is above the clouds? Can they see the invader ships that are spying on us? The invader ships do not bother us, and the spirits see with wisdom, not with eyes. Audiobook tries to hide a sigh. He picks at the tree branch, and a speck of bark lands at our feet. I'm probably about to explode this whole meeting. I can feel the Fleophiki ancestors yelling at me, "Don't fuck it up!" Or maybe that's my drill sergeant. Who cares? I've just got one big problem with Spirit Guy's thesis here, and I can't let it go. So, Pykh is a survivor from the Peaceful Valley, which was lost because you guys didn't see anything in the sky, because ships have this neat ability called cloak. It's basically where they can mirror the atmosphere. Let's say they change color to match the clouds in the sky and whatnot, and you guys didn't know they were coming. So they snuck up on you one sunny day, and they took it from you. Audiobook is looking at me with big eyes, but he has a subtle smile, too. I might be saying what he's thinking, so I might as well finish strong, and if there's any negative fallout with Silhar here, I'll hopefully take the full blame. Your ancestors' protection is not enough. Eventually, they will take this place too. They always do. Right now, you are less than a curiosity for them, and you're barely holding out. If this place becomes even mildly interesting, maybe there's some ore in the ground, maybe they've already found it and they have a plan for it, but you're just, scheduled for next year. If any of that becomes true, then you don't just need ghosts that can fly. You need warriors that can too. I've irritated him. His tail becomes high and his gaze is not so distant anymore. His posture is not so relaxed. The Peaceful Valley was a tragedy that shall not repeat. It is impossible. Are you saying these things to frighten me into submission? It is a childish play. I know what the monsters are capable of, and they cannot hope to bridge the chasm of Chalol or climb the Sealir wall, much less these things that you claim. He's lost the argument, and he knows it. What did they do to take the Peaceful Valley, then? How difficult was it? How long did it take? I wait for his answer. Audiobook's expression becomes delighted, and he makes sure I notice with a nudge of his shoulder against me. He sets it blank and gives Silhar his attention. The young ones rush into war, Silhar mutters, but it doesn't seem to be an answer for us. Louder and clearly, he says, if you try to go to that ship and turn it against them, you will anger them, and we will lose every warrior you take with you. We will lose many more here at home. We have not had the time and prosperity to rebuild our numbers from the losses of Seal's War. If you wish to take on an endeavor such as this, it will require a lifetime, maybe 2 lifetimes, of peace and children and stability. Can you promise that, Audiobook? And how can you trust the grandson you might have someday to carry out his orders for war? No, Master Silhar, Audiobook says. You are right. We do not have nearly enough warriors to push back these monsters. Carter has talked about alliances in the worlds beyond ours that cannot muster enough warriors among several worlds to defeat them. They merely contain them. And we, unfortunately, are on the other side of that fence. We must not go into battle the way that Seal and my father tried to do. They were brave and valiant, and I admire them. But many were lost, too many. I was discouraged from starting a family of my own by growing up and witnessing the slaughter. If we take that same path, we will only continue to fail, and future young Omegas will grow up just like me. They will refuse to breed sons for war. You do not want to go to battle? Battle? No, I do not. But you want to take men out to the ship? I do. In time, eventually. First, I wish to strip the ship for parts and carry whatever I can here or to the Priory to be studied. A dangerous endeavour, he says, and he stands up. His hand trails a higher branch and pauses when he touches a red paper there. It's all rolled up with a worn piece of twine, keeping it tidy, and some sort of adhesive keeps it to the tree. Not as dangerous as battle. There are risks that are worth it, Audiobook says as Silhar undoes the twine, then gently rolls the paper out. Seal was correct to say that we grow soft and fat and meek like animals to be slaughtered when we don't fight back. But Carter will teach us a new way to fight, and we will teach ourselves. He is only volunteering out of kindness. And what way will that be, young Omega Audiobook? His lips continue to move silently with whatever he's reading on the scrap of paper. We will be hunters, scavengers, scouts, and strategists. We will not face our enemy head-on, but we will be as annoying as we can be. In time, I hope to draw them away from our home so that guarding the gate becomes a boring job for young warriors. You know what this is? He pries it from the tree with a little bit of tearing on top, but it doesn't disturb the words. It is a prayer for you, to see that you return safely, to see that you return wiser, that someday you may lead and be more bold and successful than any of your fathers ever were. He places the paper in Audiobook's hands. Will you now tell me that my prayer has worked? That the ancestors are wise? He smirks. Audiobook takes a few moments to read. I can only make out a symbol meaning health near the top. Then Audiobook looks up. I will tell you that our ancestors were greater people than us. That has always been true. Why do so many warriors gasp when they see the great cities rotting in the jungle? Why do so many Omegas such as yourself pay fortunes for whatever remnants of art the scouts can acquire? Why do you pray to them? Because they were magnificent. Is this where you tell me that we can be magnificent again? That we can rebuild cities, defeat our enemy in every shadow and cave in the land? And will you tell me that these creatures are better hunters than us, better strategists, better builders? Carter says that what they have they did not make, and I believe him. They have no intelligence, only numbers. It is enough. It is not nearly enough. The men only stare at each other, and meanwhile the spirit tree has grown loud. Vindriel's drawings are fortunate to be tucked away in my shirt, for if I was holding them now, they would be wrinkled and tattered when he got them back. I cross my arms and tuck my hands underneath. I'm discovering that long hair is a bitch to have blowing in the wind. It keeps tickling my nose no matter how many times I try to brush it out of my face and put my fingers back where they're warm. Slowly, Silhar turns and looks up. His eyes drift closed, and it's as if the tree is speaking to him. Audiobook and I wait, but somehow, inexplicably, I would swear I can already feel his response. Chapter 77. Pykh. Ruar takes a big breath, and his hands run down his thighs to his knees, his fingers curling in on the fabric of his pants, like he might be scratching. But his movements are even and methodical on both sides. He is nervous. I am less so. There is something singing in me, though I would not precisely describe it as joy. My smile is mild and unchanging on my face. But there is something in me that is relieved to hear this, and there is something, some part of me without words, feeling that this is true. Perhaps I am remembering. What was I like as a puppy? I ask, wondering what sorts of things I did around here and who I might have met. Did I have any litter mates? Oh, yes, 2. We won't speak of those. He rubs his knee twice more, one hand bunching in the fabric before pulling away. I am barely holding on as it is. I would rather you didn't remember them, actually. I think you have enough tragedy in your life. Maybe someday you could tell me stories, I suggest, and perhaps someday soon I will encourage him again. I suspect it would be good for Ruar to remember happier things about the time when I was a puppy. I understand not wanting to remember the bad things. I'm the same way too. But you have to remember the good things because that is the way to keep people with you after they die. Yes, you may be right. A quick moment of silence passes, with Ruar looking at his lap, and then he unexpectedly speaks, cheerfully. Would you like some of that tea over there? No, I'll get it. You wait here. It's no trouble. I still have my cup cooling by the scroll that I neither finished nor really started reading, but he walks right past it to the platter that Myri left on a table near a wall of books all the way across the library. Because of this, I am left alone with my thoughts for a bit, and I find them quiet, actually. Happy, but quiet. I will call him father, I decide, though I would not admit to anyone out loud that I love Ruar necessarily. It is certainly a different, less intense kind of love than I have for Daniel. But I will call him father anyway, and I'm about to test it when he returns with that tea. Thank you, father, I rehearse in my mind, and now I am getting nervous too. I pat down the front of my fur garb. While it will be too hot to wear in the summer, I hope Ruar lets me keep it. Perhaps I will see where my father is from someday. Fliafaki cities and towns are not so far from each other like the jungle and the muds, and perhaps I will wear this when I go. You were a planned child, Ruar says far away, and I hear the cups clink. But also unexpected in many ways. I conceived you hoping for another Omega son to end our family's curse of having only one Omega to continue the line each generation. I had Audiobook so early I thought for sure another would be on the way. He turns, drinking from one cup and carrying the other with an even step to cross the library. Audiobook's birth seemed to be preordained with the new horizon vision. So I went to the spirit men to see if any birth signs were special and Omega-like. Usually they can only do visions for the pups after they are born, unless it is a single birth, like it was for Carter. But I paid a lot of money, tribute they call it, since spirit men seek no wealth. He rolls his eyes at that before he gives me the tea. It is delicious, and hot still since it is fresh from the pitcher. I sip carefully, since I am aware of how precious and irreplaceable my clothing is. He retakes his seat easily, and without spilling a single drop, with a special sort of grace that only the capital city Fliafaki seemed to have. The visions were a silver compass, barefoot villager, and a spirit tree in a lake, reflecting the heavens. He pauses and sips. With a mischievous smile, he asks, Which one do you think you were? I do not know what any of the visions specifically mean, and Fliafaki interpretation sometimes does not make sense right away, unless it is explained to me. Being barefoot in a village sounds like me, I say, picking at my clothes and oh so carefully balancing my cup to take another sip. Being graceful is hard work. I would have said so too, given that you are Emmon's son, And the man had no love for books, let me tell you. Barefoot villager means that you will be simple in your ways, loyal and faithful to your tribe. Perhaps you will find a craft in spear-making or hunting, like Emmon did, but intellectually you will be average at best. No, that is not you. Try again. I don't see how a silver compass could possibly refer to me, so I ask, somewhat sheepishly, is it the spirit tree? Indeed it is. And when I was given that birth sign, I was suspicious and reluctant to give over my coin. I thought the spirit men were seeking power through my bloodline, with remarks of how such a pup might make a good apprentice for them. I stewed over it occasionally. Back then I had the same disdain for my political heritage that Audiobook harbours now, but I was not rebellious against it. I was just resentful of the people who would try to gain favour with my father through me, and the social games that we would play. He pauses to sip his tea, so I ask, Father, what does it mean? I'm so nervous I feel like I did something wrong. My ears feel hot. I am certain I will be scolded, and I nearly apologise right now, desperately wanting to. He is taking an extra long sip to decide how to punish me. Well, all birth signs are so ambiguous. They can almost mean anything. The spirit tree can mean that you will be wise. Wise is different than intelligent. An intelligent person knows many things, but a wise person makes better decisions. They have a longer perspective on things. This could mean you would have a bright political future if you were an Omega, or if you were a regular child you could become a spirit man or a leader of some kind. That does not sound like me, I say, wondering if either the spirit man got it wrong or Ruar did. I am barefoot villager, I think disheartedly. Or it can mean that you have a strong connection to the spirit world, that you are blessed by our ancestors and destined to be great, or lucky, or unnaturally handsome, or all kinds of things, such as surviving a terrible event or overcoming a great sickness, if one befell you. What it means in summary, he takes a quick sip of his tea again, is that the spirits watch over you and assist. Now, I did not take you back to determine which vision belongs to which pup, but Emmon and I were certain of yours within months after your birth. Pykh, you were a pup like no other, eager and fast to learn. You always had the brightest smile. And one day, when you were only 7 months old, I caught you jumping out of your crib, a full leap, too. You had only been walking for days, if I remember correctly, and I screamed as I tried to get to you. You landed on both feet, all by yourself, and smiled up at me. I cannot imagine such a thing, so now I am hiding behind my cup taking a long sip. Ruar's expression is not so different that I would say it is unfamiliar. The soft smile and lidded eyes he has is similar to a loving fondness he shows any pup he meets, even the ones he doesn't know. But this is a part of him that the adults never see. Emmon was soon to appear, of course, and I told him the whole thing. I had swooped you up and was holding you tightly, yelling at him in part to scold him for leaving you alone. It is always the regular male's duty to raise the sons. But he was not chastened. He laughed and exclaimed that you were merely doing what any son of his blood would do, and he gave you kisses for it. Back then, when I would yell or get angry, Emmon never responded the way that a regular male should. Another pause for tea, and I imagine a man who is basically me, wearing this, doing all of these things. The story seems to create a memory. I know it is not real, but that quiet part of me with no words believes that I can remember it. Sort of. If Ruar continues to tell me stories about Emmon, I can remember him that way. You and him have the same courage around Omegas. Since meeting you, I've sometimes wondered if having you taken from me was the best thing. Not to go to the invaders, obviously. If I knew you were alive, I think I would have destroyed our civilization by conscripting even more men to fight our hopeless battles. But I do sometimes wonder what I would have done to you if you remained. I suppose Emmon would be alive, so maybe it would be different. I would be a capital city Fleoffer key, I say, posing my arm with my fingers curled and my palm up, my tail sweeping upward once and back down, as though I had something important to say, but I am not to be bothered with vocalizing it. I put my nose in the air and look off to the side, as the Omegas and the high-ranking court members do. He snorts and grins, which I consider a victory. It is not often I can make him laugh. Father, I think, just trying out the word again in my thoughts. There is some newness there, but it will go away quickly. Perhaps you are wrong, I say, after thinking things over. I'm certain I am Barefoot Villager. It sounds like me. My father shakes his head. Not a chance. You spoke first, you walked first, and your eyes were brighter than any other pup I've met. You smelled sweet, too. It is difficult to describe, but I recognized you immediately. In Shallow, Pykh, if there ever were princes who had a way of being in the right village at the right time, or of battling demons to save the forest, you would be of their lineage. And that's why we named you Varoit. Chapter 78. Seal. Why is it that when I laid him down in his crib earlier, my child began to fuss? But now that he has played himself into exhaustion, he is perfectly happy to sleep in the most uncomfortable position ever, his legs folded under him and his head on the floor. His tail is curled all around him, making a self-nest that ends in his fist grasping his tail end for comfort, while his puppy doll is neglected in arm's reach. Sometimes the little tail tries to pull away, either responding to dreams or seeking a more comfortable position, in which case his fist will tighten, and then it is like his body is at odds with itself for several cute moments. How long have I been watching him? Longer than I intended to. I've just been sitting near, chuckling from time to time, lost in thoughts of what I ought to be doing, picking up his toys, and then feeling a dreamy sort of exhaustion that has me musing on what his siblings will be like, where we will be living, what fatherhood will be like with a full nest, rather than one that is nearly empty. It might be soon for the knotting to take effect. Carter's body always smells like he is on the cusp of heat, but I believe I did sense his actual heat the other night. It did not last long, and it was not wasted. A child of Pyke's could join us within the year. And I will be nursing again, I think, rubbing my chest, feeling some extra exhaustion for the fact that I've just barely got this child weaned. I suppose I should take Kars's advice more seriously and eat more meat at every meal before filling my plate with sweets, such as fruits and berries. It doesn't seem to matter the season in Ruar's household. Somehow there is always dessert. I am brought from my musings with the sound of foot scraping and claws striking the wood of the front windowsill. We have no tapestries or curtains hanging today since Carter is out, and I decided to let fresh air in. Into our home is climbing a beast of a man, who I immediately recognise as Pykh, but I suppose with all this bright lighting, and his new shirt, that he looks different to me again. He is bigger, I think. I think he's actually grown taller since eating off of Ruar's table. He is certainly thicker, with every muscle being less defined now that he has access to fatty meats. And yet, he is stronger than he's ever been. As he straightens and brushes himself off inside, the afternoon sun lighting his features, For a moment he is a complete stranger to me. Then his eyes find mine, he smiles, and he is just my big Pykh again. With that expression, in my mind he asks me, "Seal, what is?" with some basic word like fishu or merchant or brother. I have so many such memories. Instead, Pykh leans to one side as he looks around me to the nursery, and he whispers, "Did he nap on time?" My voice is just as quiet. "Yes, but not in his crib. Come see." I am wondering about his shirt as I gesture him forward. It smells different. Not bad, just different. And I suppose Ruar gave it to him, but it is curious that he would commission such a thing. I rarely see hunters and trappers in the marketplace here. They sell at remote villages and get back to their craft within days. What motivated Ruar to procure such an outfit for Pykh? But I have no complaints about the quality of the pelt. Even I can tell the difference between the dust-laden, weather-worn brown pelts that I usually see trappers in, often cobbled together from multiple animals, and this soft white fur, as clean and orderly as though made for Ruar himself. Where did you get this? And why? I am so eager to ask, slipping an arm around him and following as he goes to look into Daniel's room. Pyk's big amused smile lights up his face, and my joy is shared. My fatherly pride, too. I put both arms around his waist and lean into him as we stand in the doorway. The fur is soft against my cheek, and his strong arms coming around me feel. I clear my throat. There is no reason to cry about it, but it certainly does not feel like Pykh is some cheerful, overgrown pup, and I am his older everything. Lover, brother, cage mate, his father at times, and often I was enfeebled, relying on the pup for making it through day to day. I look up, and Pykh is undeniably my equal. Intellectually, and too old and mature to be considered a young man. I blink, clear my throat softly so as not to wake the pup, and think determinedly. No matter how old you get, you will always be my Pykh. You get to help him when he's ready to scat, I whisper, and feed him dinner as well. I had to watch him all day by myself. I poke him through the fur, so I doubt he feels it. Pykh fakes a pout and reaches for the door. It is closed with the smoothest, gentlest pressure. This is necessary so that we can talk normally in the rest of the house. Our ears will be keen for the rustlings of a waking puppy, and we know approximately how long he will sleep, which will be some time yet. "Did you get that from Ruar?" I ask when we are back in the main area, and watching Pykh tidy some things encourages me to finally do so as well. The house is an almost never-ending disaster, and it isn't fair to heap so much extra menial work onto Afek and Auk. "It is my father's. What do you think?" "You mean?" And Pykh proceeds to tell me about his heritage. Chapter 79. Audiobook. It's mid-morning. I stand at the window of this apartment in the capital city. It's mine, but we didn't have much money for it, so I have neighbours above and below me. It's funny how dangerous other Omegas believe it to be for my sex to mingle with the common population. Meanwhile, all of the regular males in earshot take quiet steps and speak in hushed tones all day around me. Half of them persist in wearing a cloak, even under the midday sun, to hide their identity in case Ruar's child finds some offence with them. Of course, now that I aim to become Omega Council leader, my views of society have shifted somewhat. I would not trust the males to be so well-behaved if I was in heat. Even in our old society, Omegas in heat did not strut down crowded streets. and would only be with their mates during that time. My heat is coming on me again, I think. It is early, but this anxiety that kept me up all night and has me standing here could partially be fueled by the surge of energy that comes with heat, which means our pause in the journey home, making love prolifically on our bedrolls among spring grass, did not have the desired effect. Or perhaps it is too early to tell. I look down at my stomach. Am I cursed to view every decision in my life from now on as a political one? I am thinking that it would be much easier to convince the Omegas that I have changed if I am physically changed with the weight of pups as well. 2, or preferably 3, like Father always wanted. I also look forward to it, somewhat. I am uncertain, but seeing Carter with his mates and Daniel makes me leave that place hopeful and eager for my own family. Billionaires growls sleepily behind me, so I turn my head, but if he is awake, he is not making the effort to get out of the nest. We have been on a regular military routine for over a year, only to come home to our apartment and immediately fall into our own ways of staying up late, pursuing creative projects, love-making, and various entertainments long after our neighbours have gone to bed. I should be asleep until midday. Instead, after a mere nap, my anxiety drove me here to the window, where the Capitol building, up on its high hill, hides the sun from my apartment until it climbs fully over the rooftop. I know approximately where the sun should sit, just above the building's shoulder, when the mail carrier should come. Not quite yet, but soon. My eyes are heavy and ache mildly when the mail carrier finally comes, but if you were to ask me whether or not I'm tired, I would simply say no. "Good morning to you," he tells me, landing on the platform here outside this large window. These apartments do not have doors or stairs, making them like a hive of personal quarters rather than a complete home. The men living here will eat meals prepared by merchants and will perform all kinds of odd jobs and services throughout the city. It takes several of them in one apartment to pay the rent, and it is a suffocating way to live. But there's something I like about it, at least for temporary time spans. Perhaps it is the way that no one stops to talk to me for very long, despite everyone being in everyone else's company. The mailman already knows that Ruar's rebellious Omega son lives here, so he's already looking through his bag of notes and packages and doesn't see my cordial nod of acknowledgement. It is a habit I picked up from the warriors, and it is out of place here in the capital city, from an Omega to a regular male. I am ready to take my father's place, but I'm only just beginning to play the role. I straighten out my neck and pose as he does, always with an expression of boredom, even if there is much to do. "Here you are," the mail carrier says, and I hear what sounds like Billionaires stirring behind me, but I do not turn. "May I have brought you pleasant news this day?" he says formally, holding it out. "You have," I reply, and he is gone with a bow. My posture relaxes as I turn back toward the apartment now, sliding our privacy curtain into place as I do. The note is folded in half and sealed, as though it is a simple, friendly letter and not anything of political importance. It is also paper of the cheaper kind. It was undoubtedly given to the mail carriers by someone discreet. Silhar's carelessness is clever. Billionaires finishes stretching. "Are you going to open it up?" "I know what it says," I answer, though I couldn't tell you whether I'm making a declarative statement or asking him for assurance. Billionaires gives me a measuring stare. He can always read me better than I can read myself, and I want eagerly to hear if he will say something to make me confident, or something to make me doubtful. Tell me I am ready. Or don't. I'm not even sure what I would prefer. "So it begins," he says, and then walks past me to fetch the pail with personal items for the scat pit. Not everything about apartment living is different in a pleasant way. He is out the curtain and travelling toward the communal area, to a small building past the garden belonging to this series of apartments. And I am alone in the dim light, breaking the seal on the note, but breathing out with a sigh of relief. Barbarian is a calculating man. He is rarely wrong. The note reads, "We have 4. We vote tomorrow." Chapter 80. Rouen. My prince's large childlike scrawl decorates the pages in front of me, spread not so neatly across my desk. I have his summary of a scroll, and I am, for the 3rd time, patiently, slowly going over his thoughtful words. He had a lot more to say when we discussed it in person. I love to hear his perspective. I hate that he was a slave for the vile creatures out there in the world. I block that from my mind with the practiced ease with which I block everything else that I must. But his newness reminds me of his siring father, who also was a stranger to our culture when he arrived. His innocence reminds me of the puppy I lost that terrible year. So many of us died, his father included, though his physical death would happen the year after. He's my large, physically intimidating puppy. He is my connection to Emmon and that special love that I lost. More intense than anything I've ever experienced before or since. Though I love my mates, it is different with them. Emmon could not be subdued, no matter how many threats I made. He is also my faith, my affirmation that while the spirit men may sometimes be corrupt power-seeking politicians in their meek way, there is something greater out there, something or someone who can work miracles. Perhaps it was Emmon himself, in spirit form. I reach behind me to an unassuming drawer. I save everything. I even kept the scraps of paper my son would leave behind during his lessons in Chalul. I carefully pull from the bottom of the stack, bringing out the sheets from approximately 6 months ago. I lay a few beside his present works to compare his progress. I have a tutor advising me from time to time on how to design Pyke's lessons and teach him effectively, but I am not naturally a scholar, obviously, and I have never been so involved with a child's life since, well, before. The progress is obvious. The writing is smoother. The sentences are getting longer, too. He's getting better at expressing his thoughts. There's the occasional simplistic expression. The villagers are mean at first because they don't like him, but he is progressing faster than most men would with his upbringing. I am determined that someday he will be more eloquent than Audiobook when he chooses to be. I have no intention of entirely erasing his youth-like curiosity with boring old facts and scholarly dissections. In fact, I wish to embolden his creativity. 3 claws on my left hand tap the desk sequentially. Painting, poetry, or music? He will need a tutor for any one of those. I shall have to ask for more time from his day, because I certainly won't be decreasing the time for our lessons. One of my guardians, Castor, walked into the library with his heavy step on the floorboards rather than climbing one of the pathways above. He has come to announce my guest, and I clear the papers away with a sigh, being careful not to mix them. Already my spine tenses and tingles with the lifting of my crest. What's left of it at my age, anyway? I've donned my ornamental one for this house visit, which is a consistent and comfortable weight trailing down from the top of my head. I flex my hand, looking at the ornamental claw tips covering my dull grey ones, and I remember that these are a gift from his siring father, Myri. Fitting. He is approaching, my Omega, Castor says from a bowed position. His hand plays over his heart in a symbol of silent compassion or affection from a regular male. who does not have permission to speak freely. Thank you, Caster. You may go. He easily and gracefully climbs up to the rafters. Everyone in my present court has been with me 10 years or more. Squabbles between me and my Omega son became so common before he left for the Priory that I stopped dismissing my court before yelling at him, out of the sheer inefficiency of waiting for them to leave. I am certain that what we say to each other will not be kind. I am certain that though at least 5 males are in the rafters above me, Myri among them, not a word will leave the court, and even Myri is unlikely to speak a word of criticism to my ears. This is between us. No matter how many ears might be listening, only a powerful Omega could have such confidence before getting into a personal spat. The thought soothes my temper. For now, at least. I know where my father studies. I hear distantly within the house, and I can feel my heart rate pick up, the tension in my body increasing, while my face is fixing into an unpleasant, unmoving expression. A slight frown is part of my persona as council leader, worn as plainly and faithfully as any other emblem of my status. When he enters the room, led in front and behind by guardians, as I requested, I am fixing him with the stare of a councilman, not the stare of a father. "Your Omega son, as requested," Forgear says with a bow and his hand over his heart. There are 4 guardians total, with my son in the middle, and he pipes up instantly with complaints. "Father, did you have to send these men to get me like a criminal? It was embarrassing, and everyone who saw me being escorted to the estate is going to be talking about it. You always say you loathe dramatic political spectacles." He has the stubborn pout of a brat. I think he is trying to mimic my frown, but with the emotion behind his attitude, it is not coming off as mature and in control the way he would like. "Thank you, Falgier. Please leave with your men," I say calmly, and I do not wait for them to fully comply before I start speaking again. "You did not think that conspiring with Salhar behind my back would be embarrassing for me?" I provided no stool for him to sit on, and I fully intended him to stand in front of my desk like a naughty pup, with his head bowed. But Avielk crosses the room and drags a stool back with him, sparing no care for the sound of it scraping across the floor. "I did it because I respect you as a politician," he says over the ruckus, and he has the nerve to dust the seat before he plops down. "I knew you could talk Silhar out of anything. I did not ask you to sit." He glares at me. "It is my house, I will sit." "Oh, do you think the house comes with the title you are vying to achieve? This has always been my house, pup." "No, it is my house too, and I've heard you've been trying to give it away." I try to pause. I did not bring him here to fight about the house or the chair of all things. Avielk always has this way about him of derailing arguments to minor, inconsequential details, so that by the time I finish yelling at him, I've barely had time to bring up what I wanted to talk to him about, and he skips along with doing whatever he pleases because I wasn't able to properly scold him. Even as one part of me is begging to avoid this usual dance between us and stay on topic, my mouth opens and I say, "I didn't try to give it away. Carter is as much my Omega son as you are, legally. I adopted him, and only those pups that could be traced to Pyke's lineage would have inherited anything. Carter is raising his family in the house of the Omega son. You haven't been here in years unless it is to pity your fathers with a brief visit. You will see me more often, as my apartment will not be suitable for campaign activities, and I do not wish to impose on your precious Carter. You will not be housing meetings against me in my own home." "Not meetings against you, father. I would never. No, but I do need a space." His eyes glance all around. "Such as this one to discuss in private. Political vision, if I should win. I can't very well be discussing what my first years should be like in an apartment surrounded by so many strangers who will gossip and distort what I have to say. I need privacy." "And you won't have it here. What makes you think I would let you?" "Father," He puts his hands together and shifts like he's uncomfortable. The way he leans back, the way his eyes relax and project confidence. He's smug. Doesn't this conversation seem familiar? He's done it again, a thought warns me. He's twisted me up, and now he's the one controlling the conversation. And why would that be? I ask, unable to help myself. You also campaigned against an elderly father. I hate him at this moment. That was entirely different. Your grandfather was mad and violent, and he nearly ruined us all with his ineptitude. The regular males would have persisted in a successful uprising eventually. I restored peace and balance to our vulnerable institutions. I was a hero. You are a thief seeking power. I did not tell you because I knew I would get this reaction. You knew I would put a stop to it. Yes, that too. Well, I am going to put a stop to it, and all of this is going to be another humiliating. Then why did you bring me here to yell at me? What? You heard me. If you're so confident you can put a stop to it, why did you wait until I was in a meeting with Thrauviel? Why have this conversation at all? I glare at him, but it is with the tiredness of facing an old opponent. Too many times I have followed Audiobook into one of his logical mazes. It always starts with questions. Why this and why that? Why can't an Omega delay having a family to go to the Priory and study for who knows how many years? Why can't we study the invaders like they are an intriguing animal species? Why can't he do this, that, or the other thing, none of which are productive, such as having children before our tree is extinguished? I wanted to yell at you, I answer. The campaign will proceed as normal. The vote has already taken place. You will not replace me. Father. He drags the chair forward, sitting now with his elbows upon the desk, and his hands reach for me. I am reluctant to let him touch me, and I decide to lean back in my chair instead, moving my hands under the desk. Audiobook clasps nothing. He looks down before he speaks. You always wanted this for me. You always wanted me to be a councilman, to work in your shadow like you did for grandfather. I'm not sure that I want that anymore, I say. I just want you to produce an Omega son, just so our tree doesn't die. I've given up on my dreams for Audiobook. The Pleiophaky people will forgive me. They will see my political career as fate. A familiar pattern is taking place. They will not want you to fight so strongly, for the harder you resist my campaign, the more likely they are to associate you with grandfather at the end of his career. Get out, I say reflexively, my brows furrowed with this new information from his perspective. He is right. I don't like that he is right, and I don't like that I didn't think of it already, since it is so plainly obvious. The wholesome way to handle this, that will let you retire with pride and respect, is to welcome me home and let my campaign proceed on fair terms. Let me win against you with ideas, not threats, blackmail, and scandals. Get out, I growl, realizing that he is campaigning against me now. This was thought of, planned and rehearsed. This part of the fight, anyway. He probably thought I would be friendlier, perhaps taking him into an embrace. We should be united. You could at least let me tell you why I'm... Fortunately, the Guardians have descended from the rafters, as well as my mates and Audiobook's siring father. Come, son, he says quickly, grabbing his arm to pull him out of the chair and away from me before I can order the Guardians to drag him out like a mongrel. I try to calm myself. I try to tell myself that I don't want to throw him into prison just to prove that I am still council leader and he is still nobody. I shouldn't do it because he is my son. But also, he is correct. I have to balance like a dancer as I oppose him, or I will remind Pleiophaky Omegas of the madman who oversaw the great destabilizing period. They will associate Audiobook's rise with the peace and prosperity that accompanied my reign. My own reputation will be used against me. He set the game. He's let me know it, and my only plan so far was to scream at him like I'm chiding a puppy. Chapter 81. Ruar. Dayho sits at her desk in the corner of the room, and I pause my pacing in front of the window here and draw in a long, slow breath. I let my eyes drift closed, my head tilts back, and I will myself to find my centre, to find the words I will need to speak to best my son in a duel of charisma. Forget that, I tell Dayho, who has been waiting with inked claws for me to continue. Burn it later, the revisions too. I don't want to see nor hear those words ever again. Yes, Omega, he says in such a delicate purr that it is soothing to my ears. There is only one scribe I ever trust to record the early drafts of my political speeches, and he is as neutral and calming as the silent woods. Even his breath is imperceptible, though he will always affirm my commands. In such a soothing voice my mind is at peace, as though I am alone. I cannot bring the invaders into this, or it may create superstition towards Carter and his offspring. If I tell them the invaders are not a problem, the spirit men will whisper about enchantments, and if I tell them the invaders are a problem, it will only strengthen my son's campaign. There is no sound from the desk over there, except for paper going into a portfolio with other discarded drafts. I suppose he will burn them all. Speaking my thoughts aloud will help me find the narrow path I seek with my words, and explaining my reasoning to Dayho is often the source of breakthrough inspiration. I must remind the Omegas of my son's radicalism. He's been gone for more than a year. They are delighted to see his return, and thus Silhar and the others have forgiven his resentment. They see him as older and wiser and ready to lead Fliafaki into a new age. I must remind them, first, that he is just a silly boy, and then I must devise a political entrapment to make his foolish puppy ways remembered by all. It is the least harmful thing I've done to my political opponents, yet my claw snags on the embroidery of my lower garments, and I pull it away, ripping a thread, remembering at the last moment that this treasured outfit of mine is delicate. We begin again, I say, hanging my head. It is not as bad as when I exposed the love affair between Imhel and Ralgray, a regular male claimed by another court. Their relationship was the source of all the terrible things Imbel had to say about the council, some of which an outsider like him should never have heard of. Inhel did not wish to claim Ralgray, and the Omega of his court certainly did not wish to keep him. There is only one suitable punishment for a spy in a politician's court, and I did not pity him enough to take such a dangerous man into my own court and save him. But it was tragic. He truly thought Imhel would claim him. He truly thought they were in love. I have done many terrible things. So why does it feel like embarrassing and insulting my troubled Omega's son would be the worst one of them? He's brought this on himself, just like Ralgray. He knows what I'm capable of, what I must do, how he must face me. I do know him well enough to end his campaign against me today. He doesn't know it. So why? A father should not. I feel it, but I cannot make sense of it. I must take a walk, I say, holding silent all the secrets I know about him, about his mates, about his life. It would be so easy to end his campaign. I could start speaking and get the drafts of my thoughts within the hour, but I must contemplate first, because as much as my son annoys me, this would end a familial bond that I am not willing to give up. I don't think, unless I decide to do so. Now is the time to contemplate. What am I willing to do? We will continue tomorrow, after the midday meal. I will decide by then, I tell myself. But even now I am wondering how I could possibly choose to be so cruel to my only Omega son. Yes, Omega, I will be here, and I will burn these. Good, I say, while internally I remind myself, he is doing the same to me. I am only defending my position. Spirits, I need that walk. I open the door to move into the main area of the house, and at the end of this short hall here, I see Cars, standing still with his head down as regular mates do when they are waiting for acknowledgement. His eyes lift up, and his tail jumps a bit to see me. He has not been waiting so patiently, but everyone in my court knows better than to disturb me when I am contemplating political matters. What is it? I ask, crossing to him. Perhaps I shall take Cars with me. He is a fatherly man, and someone with whom I can share my contemplations. Ruar, my apologies. This is urgent. I wished to disturb you, but did not. What now? I ask with a groan, walking past him, knowing that he will swiftly fall into step next to me. Omega Carter has decided to travel with Seal's relatives to the village where they reside. The sky is beautiful and the air is clean, but my world only grows darker, and my tail rises to strike. They are taking everything. They have no intention of returning, and I have been, retired from my position in his court. He has told me he is an independent Omega, and I have been unable to remind him that he is your charge. Come with me. I assume he nods, for his footsteps follow, but my eyes are focused only on the smaller, yet exquisite house, just down the slant of this hill. The one built for my father when he was Ovielk's age. This is an easier problem than Ovielk trying to politically displace you, I tell myself, for the emotions are stronger now. Oddly enough, the anger flees, and soon it is replaced with hurt and worry. I suppose Seal convinced Carter to go to his family's home. Perhaps they just wish to explore. But they cannot. Pykh stays with me. And while today has been about drafting political speeches while my emotions are still in a heat, I have also been working on revising the purchase of siring rights for Pykh. Since Carter does not want to give me an entire village of Pyke's children, as I had hoped, I plan to offer a generous amount for each individual one contract at a time. Let him spend the money, discover how expensive it is to buy a tutor from another Omega's court, and I will have the next purchase offer already drafted and waiting. The door is open to the home, and as we get closer I see figures move past the windows frequently. There is the vague sound of chatter as I open the gate to their yard and start up the front garden path. Cars's favourite companion is gathering water from the well around the side, and he sets his pitchers down to give me a reverent bow. He has guessed that I am not in a good mood, but seeing him so low makes me take measure of myself as I climb the porch steps, doing so with a careful, calm pace. I cannot say how I will react, but I can say what the outcome will be. I step into the house since the door is open. Baby Daniel runs past me, giggling madly, and holding his doll over his head with one hand as though it is a banner, as he proudly charges forward at full speed. Seal bows deeply, and says nothing as he crosses before me and follows his son to another room. I prepare myself for the emotions that will follow with a deep breath, but for now I ask simply, with authority, what is happening here? Carter and Pykh have seen me enter the house, both of them packing up Pyke's bookcase, and from this angle through an open door I can see that the youngest court member is packing the wardrobe. No one has acknowledged me besides Seal, but I am in Carter's domain now, and it is not entirely rude. Not compared to this main offence. We're moving, Carter says, not pausing his activities. Pykh is collecting a small assortment of toys from around the seating area, and he gives me a cheerful smile and a bow, his hands full of miniature wooden animals. Hello, son, I tell him, my heart softening. "Hello, Father," he replies with ease. I regard Carter with a sense of deepening fear, as he says in a distracted, nonchalant way, "Schiff's health isn't so good. He had a bad fall yesterday, and today he is struggling to get out of bed. He wants to go back to his family, and we're invited to stay. We're leaving as soon as we get packed. I'm sorry it's on such short notice." He distributes a pile of scrolls atop the books he has packed, and meets my eyes with a sincere gaze. "I wish I had said something days ago. We've been thinking about going to Seal's Village, but I didn't realize we would be leaving this soon. I'm really grateful for everything you've done for me." I must interject. I point out with an unamused smile, "You are robbing my Omega Son's house of our important possessions. I own everything in here, right down to the paper Pykh writes on, if I want to be strict about it. And perhaps I shall. I'm leaving you all the money I have, and if it's not enough, which I expect it won't be, you can send me the bill and I'll make payments. You can even charge me rent if you'd like. I'll make it up somehow." I snort. Imagine charging an Omega rent for anything. If Carter or any Omega truly had no shelter, I would find the finest house owned by a regular male and throw him out. More appropriately, it would be a problem instantly solved by Carter simply taking a landowner into his court. You are still apprenticed to Fliafiki ways of living. This is the gentlest thing I could say, and my patience surprises me. I glance to Pykh, who averts his eyes and pretends to be busy so he is not watching us. "I've been apprenticed for over a year. I know enough about living in your society. I can be respectful. I want to smack my tail against the floor and correct him, but I don't. And I know your laws. I'll have Seal looking after me anyways, as well as Auk and Afek, and there's a lot of Omegas in Seal's Village, he tells me. Way more than here. I barely see any Omegas at all besides you and Aviok." "You are a private sort," I answer, "and I have let you live as you wish to be happy. But I can take you with me to the council hall, and there will be plenty of Omegas and people of status for you to mingle with. Far more than his village on any given day, no matter what you've heard." He turns away and continues packing while I speak. I cough quietly and inhale. I'm finding that measured breaths require conscious effort. Is companionship all that you are missing? Are you perhaps seeking friendship with another young Omega? I suppose I did not consider how lonely you must be without your own kind. I promise you there are many young men I can introduce you to. There are some who are clever and some who are bookish. I could have a social event arranged, and I would have done it months ago if I knew this was going to happen. No, that's not it. We just want our own place." "Your own place?" I think. Looking around the house, I cannot see a single thing amiss. And while Carter has had much to learn about maintaining a court, the lessons are infrequent and short. I decided soon after bringing him here that Carter would learn through observation. I've been sensitive to the fact that he is an Omega out of place, and a new young father as well. It took me some time to arrive at this conclusion, since I first saw him as an orphaned Omega, lost and scared. I wanted to show him everything and teach him that there would be nothing to fear, that life would be good among us. We are no longer the animals of our history who behaved in brutish ways. I suppose you feel as though you are a guest here, imposing on me perhaps, burdening me. Do you fear that I will ask for repayment for everything I've offered?" He pauses again, this time carrying inks and a wrapped dust stone. "No, it's just—" He blinks, then says, "It's not really about you. You've been great. Everyone's been really nice to me, and I can't think of a way to repay you. That's not it. It's just that we want our own stuff. We want our own house. We want to go to the Priory City eventually, and I might help teach there." Though he has not been called upon to speak, Pykh adds to Carter's explanation, And Carter continues packing as though it's the most normal thing in the world for a regular male to do. Daniel is going to meet other little puppies and learn how to play. There are lots of puppies, I start. Goodness, I should have brought them to Danier's estate. Affecue Al's Omega father, and Carter could have met Omegas and puppies and had all the company he desires. As I'm having the thought, Carter says, "It's not just that. Seal's Village sounds really nice. It's close to the Priory, and I've been wanting to go there after hearing Aviok talk about it so much. The Priory is no place for Omegas," I mutter, and while I do hate the place, I'm telling the truth. It is a city founded by regular males for regular males. They wanted to create opportunities for themselves beyond what an Omega court can offer them. There's hardly an Omega family in the place, though their recent inventions and technology have curated interest. "We just want to do our own thing," Carter says, which sounds dangerously close to Avielk's way of thinking. My crest rises as I realize that Avielk has done this as well, stripping me of this family that has brought me so much peace and joy. But as I am about to say something ugly, something true, a wail starts up in the direction of the pantry. After a small but notable bump, baby Daniel's shrill puppy voice rings out, and we all turn our heads. Pykh is off at once, striding with the efficient but unhurried step of a father who is used to little ones bumping their heads now and then. Seal soon appears in that direction, the crying baby boy in his arms, and Pykh intercepts to coo and comfort him. We are briefly alone, and the child's cries will make it difficult to be heard without shouting. Carter is looking towards them, worriedly, but then he goes back to packing. I suppose he figures that if it was a true emergency, he would have heard about it from the fathers already. I come to his side, one hand resting on this soon-to-be-filled crate, and while there is the acknowledgement that I could be a very different man, the man I usually am for everyone else, I try a different technique. Please don't do this. I have only just connected with Pykh as his true father. I have liked hearing about your world and observing the ways that you are different than us. I have liked watching your little one grow. It pains me that my estate will be childless with you gone. I cannot stop him, but I could try. I could also threaten him and make him afraid of me. "Come with us," Carter says, distracted still with the packing. "What? There are countless reasons I cannot." "Come with us," Carter says again, finally bringing the last of the bookshelf's contents and depositing them in the crate. "We're going away. We're not dying. Come with us now or visit us later. Pykh still has a lot to learn, and I know he would love it if you came with us. For him. There is a political dilemma," I say slowly, while I am contemplating the possibility. Go with him, instead of fighting for my council seat and immersing myself in political battles forever. Thrahill Village. Chapter 82. Seal. My warrior's leather uniform is as fine as it was during the war, when I acted as a general without the official title. This one, however, has never seen battle. It is always clean, fresh, and the surface has an untested sheen. It's soft, too. No one would ever put fine fur lining under the pads of a real warrior's uniform. It would catch and absorb moisture and filth with the requirements of an actual warrior's duty. "Form a line," I say in a booming voice, and at once my 18 students scramble for their place in the classroom. The short ones go in front. The youngest is only 8 years old, the same age I was when I was enrolled in Master Dieter's school, though he is much more diligent and competent than I was. Talented, in fact. When he is older, he will be a gifted student. The lazy ones are Tommel, Cavrin, and Lamar. Ages 9 and 11 for the other two. Tommel seems to think he is still at home with his doting fathers and expects naps, hugs, and constant praise. He is my favourite student, because he reminds me of myself at that age. He is also a student I am strict with, because leniency is no sign of love in a warrior school. Neither is inattention, which I got from Master Dieter. My little warriors are fidgety and easily distracted, eyes alight with happiness, and unable to mimic a warrior's stoic expression for even a second. Tails twitch and spiral, even though they know to hold still. And even the oldest ones think they can sneak a whisper past my sensitive ears to finish whatever conversations they loudly held moments before class. Ethu, Villiers, you will do the laundry this evening. A giggle sounds off from pesky Feldry, and my gaze shifts to the offender. You will be sweeping. He is upset enough to cry, but bravely masters his emotions, and with a big breath he maintains his warrior's pose to focus on the lesson. Draw your blades, I say, bringing mine out as well. Dieter always had a real weapon, polished to perfection, but he had a blade of sentimental importance to him. I do not mind the simple wooden one I have instead, and it is useful for letting my students practice their strikes on me. Lumar, will you please lead the count? The cheerful disposition has mostly left the room, and Lamar has a rather determined expression as he comes forward to stand where I am in front of the class. He bows to me formally, as one would to a general, and I step away to observe the class. He bows again to his classmates, and they do so in kind. Then he readies his blade, waits for his classmates to copy his movements, and swings it from his left shoulder and down, shouting, 1! The students yell in unison with the second swing. 2! And so they go, back and forth in a pattern, and I patrol behind them, looking for lazy, poor swings. This exercise is performed nearly every day, and it is designed to make their arms ache, to make their young bodies develop in such a way that they can swing a heavy sword forever, if they have to. A warrior with tired arms loses his life against an enemy that is endless. The first one to sag and make sloppy swings gets a warning thump of my tail against the side of his rump. Further infractions may require the application of pain, but soon after that the punishment becomes remedial classes after the other students have had dinner and been let loose to play. It is my job as their teacher to see that no one is left behind, as I was in Dieter's school. It is also my job to make sure the class is not run ragged with exhaustion, for that will have them show up in an even worse state when they are ready to proceed with warrior apprenticeship, and that would develop a poor reputation for my school. For now, my name alone means that I have over 1,000 applicants. We've only just finished building a small barracks for the students here, who are all children of my village with fathers nearby. There are bidding wars among fathers for their sons to attend my school, and when the larger barracks is finished, we will have more than enough money to buy the best tutor for Daniel, once we decide what his future will be. The count gets over 300 before the first student breaks, which is an improvement from 50 when my school first began. It is painful to think that in a few years I will send off my students and have to start over, but such is my duty now, and I am training the future warriors that will be responsible for keeping my family safe. Eothus appears in the doorway to the school, in leather exactly the same as mine, and we both perform the bows of a warrior to a general. This action is intended to become second nature to the students, eventually performed without even thinking about it, and, as teachers, we decided to set the example. Eothus has a wry smirk on his face, for he knows that he is late to the start of class, and I give him a stern look for it, but it is with an amused twist of my lips as well. Mimicking the flat crest of a warrior disgraced, he rushes in and taps Lumar on the shoulder, who quickly gives up his place and goes back to the line. Earthuth draws his real sword, a heavy one, and picks up the count. I subtly flick my tail in a symbol of disdain and tell myself, let's see if he keeps showing off at my age. My arms are already tired with the weight of my pups, who constantly want to be up high, from every father or family friend they encounter. Daniel, at age 5, has become too big for Carter, and will probably be too big for everyone else next year. Tummel, return after dinner, I say behind the pup, sparing him a 4th or 5th whipping, which would have been applied at my old school. I also take note that the students can maybe withstand another day of this exercise before I give them a 2-day break. As I am passing the window, I hear a cute, high-pitched growled count happening with the students, but outside of my school. It is a common occurrence that I usually find adorable, but not on this day. I am at once alarmed, feeling a familiar frustration, and I make a gesture for Earthuth that I will be back as I leave the classroom. Poor Tummel may be singularly punished while 1 or 2 others get away with the same thing. But Daniel has lessons today with a basic tutor, and I'm disappointed and angry to walk around the corner outside the school and find him with 3 other puppy classmates, swinging sticks in time with my students. What is going on here? I ask with a stern growl that would have one of my students startled and wrapping their tail around their ankle several times. The 4 puppies, all of them babies around Daniel's age, drop their sticks and scatter, conveying again in a nervous group a short distance from my son. The youngest of these points with his arm straight out at Daniel, which I already knew. My son does not put down his stick, but continues whacking it downward with the count, his tail high and feisty, his meagre little crest, just 3 wispy spines, poking straight up in defiance. "We are done with our schoolwork," he says, and even embellishes it with his own growl at the end, which is an entirely inappropriate tone to take with his father. I catch his stick with ease and bend over him with a stern expression. While I find him absolutely adorable, if this disrespectful behaviour continues, Daniel may be asked to leave the class so as not to influence the other children with his behaviour. Omega Stasiel is generous in allowing all the puppies of the village to learn basic education and some advanced concepts from the tutors of his court, so long as contributions are made for meals and supplies. "Is that true?" I ask, looking at the group of puppies and ignoring my son's reply. The littlest one digs his finger into his nose, while also managing to chew the claw of his thumb. The other 3 nod in unsynced unison, and no villager pup would lie to the mighty seal, especially when he wears scary clothing such as a simple warrior's uniform. "Let go!" Daniel whines, trying to pull the stick from me. He has done no harm, thank goodness, but I do not let go. Instead, I pull him up as high as he is willing to hold on, as high as his toes, and then I swoop under his rump and lift him onto my hip. "All right," I say, chucking the stick into the grass. "I'm sorry I growled. I should have asked you nicely first." The little ones approach me, and the tallest decides to show off by hopping onto the low branch of a tree here. Puppies tend to follow one another, so soon the limb of the tree is jostling with the weight of 2 puppies, and the youngest clings as well as he can to the trunk, sliding down despite his efforts to join the other 2. I go to the tree and lower one hand to give him a foothold, while asking my son in my arms, "What did your Omega father say about coming to the school?" "Don't be late," Daniel exclaims proudly, and he's so pleased with himself he touches his tongue to his nose, quick enough that I would have missed it if my eyes had glanced elsewhere. He really is turning into a firestorm. I thought I was the only bad influence, but I'm starting to see Carter's wit and sassiness as he gets older. "No, not that school," I say, wondering how this pup is outsmarting me. "My school. What did your father say about coming to spy on my school?" He makes a dramatic, beleaguered sigh. He speaks like he's reciting some chant he learned by rote.
I'm too smart to be a warrior.
Then he says, whining,
But Dad is super smart, and he used to be a warrior fighting bugs. I want to fight bugs too. I hate bugs.
Not too high, please, I shout overhead, noticing that the giggles from the other puppies have been travelling up the tree to where the limbs are thin. This young tree will sway too much for my comfort, with 3 puppies chasing each other through the upper branches. I wait to make sure I am heard and obeyed. Then I address my son. We are a family of scholar warriors. It is a noble task, and there are not very many of us, so we need you to get better at studying. Then, when you are older, your dad will teach you how to design the machines that killed the invaders. Dad is Carter's word for father, one of them, and it's the worst one to say. Smart Daniel, however, can speak several of Carter's words perfectly and use them interchangeably, like Carter does from time to time. It's just one of the ways that my son is special and destined for more than learning to strike. Sure enough, my warning has been forgotten, and I hear a disquieting creak from the tree overhead. Come down now, puppies, I call. I will teach you a fun game to play.
Yay!
Shouts one, and with a whoomp, he's in the grass a short distance from me. The other one climbs to a lower branch first, and the youngest one is timidly mimicking his movements. I put Daniel down and leap up into the tree for him. This one is only a year younger than the others, but a year is a big difference for puppies this age. Scooping him up under his armpit, I hold him to my chest and say, Are you ready? He nods twice, his hands grasping securely over mine. I leap to the ground with him and set him on his feet in a smooth motion as though he made the jump himself. He continues to hop after I've set him down, excited and giggling. All right, puppies, let's go inside. We're playing a game today, and you can join.
Yes!
Daniel exclaims and runs ahead. The game we will play is called Snatch the Ribbon, and it is always a favourite. Everyone gets a brightly coloured ribbon to tie on their tail end, and the goal is to collect as many ribbons as possible. The little ones will play separate from the older children, of course. The instructive benefit of the game is to teach future warriors not to lose their tail in battle. Chapter 83. Carter. I lower myself gingerly into my favorite chair, which has comfortable padding encased in leather and tacked to a wooden frame. It almost looks like a normal human chair, but not quite. I'm thinking of describing the concept of a rocking chair to the man who built me this, because no matter how I sit or lie with this current baby, I am never comfortable, and I can only be on my feet for so long. He's a fat ass, this one. There's only one baby in there, the healer assures me, but I'm as big as I was when I was carrying Pyke's twins. I can't help wondering if that means I'm carrying a child that's more human than Fleophaki. Because humans are generally the breeders of space, these uteruses typically come with some bioengineering that favors the non-human parent. I don't know a damn thing about it, but on TV, and in the brief time I spent on space stations, an alien family like mine usually has at least one human child. I guess the bioengineers figured that one more breeder might be important to carrying on some alien race, or perhaps the biological elements are duplicating themselves like any other life form. Oh God, what if I have a girl? How weird would that be? One thing at a time, Space Cadet. Sir, yes, sir. In my right hand, I've got a package from the Priory. It looks to be letters from my students who are wishing me well and sharing their latest schematics. My Universal Galactic Language class quickly turned into an engineering class, and before we came back to Thraw Hill to build Seal's School and expand our family, I used to teach some seriously gifted students. The inventions were primitive, but after I assembled and showed off a grappling gun prototype, I'm now considered an outright genius, and the imaginations at the Priory are lit up with possibilities for the future. A little too lit up, I'd say, smiling at an armor suit of gadgets. Some of it is useful, like the flashlight on the gauntlets, and most of it is not, like the enormous mechanical decoy that detaches from the chest and moves a bit to fool stupid bugs. Others are more promising. Before I left, I suggested to my replacement that we need prosthetics, not just weapons. There are 4 suggestions among the papers, but these are all hypothetical. Presently, Pleiophaky are limited by what they can invent by one simple requirement: the power source. Scavenged batteries can only do so much, and infinity power sources don't like to be prodded. And I have to lean to one side and really rip one before I explode. Jesus, what is it about these kids that makes me full of air? I feel like a farting cow. Pregnancy glow my ass. The door to my office swings open, and I expect to see Pykh. But there's nothing. It's as though a ghost has entered the room, and that is because the position of my desk hides the lower half of the door. Baby Tenall's round face and big eyes appear under the desk the moment I look down, and his identical brother is soon there as well. I can't say whose tail he's munching on, because they get him tangled up and swapped so often.
Daddy, you made a stinky,
Tarai says in a toddler shriek. Oh, you're right. Excuse me, I say, but I'm immediately on to important matters. Where is—
I want to see the baby,
says Tenall, coming up to my chair, and I see that he does indeed have his brother's tail in his mouth. He lets it go with a big grin and hops with his arms up, trying to get my attention. They both have wild, full hair, and they're stocky but still small, just like puppies, funnily enough. Pleiophaky have an early growth spurt that hits around 4, I've discovered. So, for a couple more years, I get to enjoy how precious and tiny they are. Do not climb Daddy's chair, I remind Tenall with my finger pointing up, catching his sharp-clawed hand before it can destroy the leather. Remember the rules. I will come down to sit with you.
Please,
Tenall says to be polite. Then his brother remembers his training and echoes him. Just give me a second. I hurriedly stuff papers back into the envelope and slip it subtly behind me, trying to avoid the disastrous call of, "What's that?" Then I have the discomfort of getting out of this chair. Because Pleiophaky never recline on their backs, the carpenter simply guessed what angle would be comfortable, which means the chair is basically a trap for any fat or pregnant person. I claw ungracefully at the armrests and scoot my butt forward. Babies, get out of the way, I warn, before I go sliding, plopping down with them on either side of me. And at once I'm surrounded by warm puppies. The twins are too cute. I pet the tops of their heads, knowing that at around age 5 their crests will start growing in, and it gets spiky quick. When he turns 6, Daniel will have a full head of pokey Pleiophaky armor. Right now, their hair is soft and fluffy, always sticking out at random directions because it hasn't grown long yet. There are so many changes that happen so fast. I need to build a time-stopping machine. Both of them put their ears to my stomach, which they've seen their daddies do.
I hear him,
Tarai says, his voice soft and wondrous.
Me too,
says his brother, and after a few seconds he nuzzles my stomach and makes a puppy purr.
He come out and play with us?
Asks Tarai, most of the question being gobbledygook that only a father can understand. Soon, I answer. Though if it's a human baby, he might be 2 months later than expected.
I want to show him my Bob.
Bob is a rather cute puppy doll compared to Daniel's old one. Hey, where's your grandfather? I ask, my arms around both the kids now. They answer at once, their words varying somewhat, and the reply is,
He is helping father.
Oh, is Daniel home yet? Where I'm from, a 5-year-old walking back and forth to school would be picked up by Child Protective Services. But here in Thrahill, There's a troop of children of all ages that starts at one end of the village and gathers more kids as they all walk together to school, and then they gradually disperse as they walk back. It's not uncommon for Daniel to end up at someone else's house or for my house to acquire extra puppies in the afternoon. But today is a special occasion, and I specifically reminded him multiple times that he was to come home. That doesn't mean he listened. One of my sons shrugs. The other one picks up his head where he was cozily snuggling and shouts at full volume, "Daniel!" "Shush, Tarai, don't yell in the house, jeez."
I want to go to the party,
Tenhall says, and then Tarai says,
I'm sorry, Daddy.
"Always remember inside voices, okay?" I give him a squeeze, while instantly Tenhall is saying,
What time is the party?
He already knows, and it doesn't matter what I tell him, but again, patiently, I say, "It's tonight, right after dinner." And then I am assailed on both sides with excited puppy chatter about parties, music, and dancing. Tenhall wonders if his friend will be there. Tarai wants dessert, and also wants to show their friend how high he climbed one of the perches in the house. Their plan spirals into chaos from there. Tenhall wants to show me the toe he stubbed about 2 hours ago, and Tarai notices the large folder that I thought was tucked away and camouflaged.
What's that?
Daddy needs your help to get up. I hold my arms out like I'm reaching for something. Pull! Come on, more! Almost there. They help me with all their might, and I make a game of it, pretending to go back down if their strength slacks. Of course, their help makes getting up harder than it ought to be, but they're sufficiently distracted. Now, it's time to get him out of my office. Come on, let's go find Grandfather.
Okay, he's this way.
Tenhall takes off running with excitement and disappears out the door. Chapter 84. Auk. Anything? I ask Aroth, who relaxes on the perch of his watchtower, steeping leaves in a hot mug. Nothing yet, Master Oak, but after the rain yesterday, they may have decided to stay at the merchant shelter on the pass. A country guardian such as this cannot fathom how offensive I find that statement. Mud warriors know the worst kind of rain there is, the kind that splashes dirt all the way up to your knees, and we train in it, but I do not have any feelings of ill will toward them. The guardians of this village are all provided by the various Omegas in residence here, and their primary duty is to be on the lookout for pups seeking an outdoor adventure. Even calling the structure a watchtower is generous, because you would have to stand on the roof to be taller than the trees. A lot of good it would do you, too. The road from here goes to Seal Ear, eventually, and from here it winds up and up to the pass. I will go for a walk, then, I tell Aroth, checking that my travel cloak is secure on my shoulders. Afek is carrying our supplies, and his tail loops once over mine, continuing to twist at its end, telling me that he is anxious to go. We may be gone 6 days, I continue. Omega Carter is aware of our departure and grants us permission to leave. If I was in the capital city, I would be required to present documents of travel, but here, with the village bonds of Thrahill, the guard eyes our dress and provisions with more scrutiny and offers. Would you like company? I can spare someone. Do you have a weapon? We will do well on our own, thank you. I move my cloak to expose my favourite dagger. I know the wildlife, and we both have travelled half the world on our feet. We are well provisioned. We will probably not even be gone 2 days. Perhaps I can give you something useful. He sets his tea on the ledge and moves into the watchtower through the window. After a minute or so, the door down here opens and he hands me what looks like a large straight stick with a knob on top. Found this the other day, he says and presents it to me. You can keep it. Thank you, I say with a nod of respect, and Afek echoes my polite goodbye. Soon we are striding out of the gate, and my mind grumbles with several choice remarks over being gifted an old man's stick. I use it just out of, politeness, let's say. Just so the tower guard doesn't see me throw his stick off to the side. Then I discover I like the sound it makes, striking the dirt and grass with the rhythm of my strides. It makes the walking easier too, but perhaps I won't think so by midday. We are still on the flat part of our climb. You know, Pykh says after a long time of enjoying the sun and scenery. I think he intended that stick for me, seeing as how I'm carrying everything. You need the activity, I say, poking him in the ribs. All that needlework is making you lazy. How can you call me lazy when I literally do everything? My purr starts up immediately, and I tuck the old man's stick under my arm so its rhythm does not become ungainly as I pull Pykh close to my side. I know you do, I say sincerely. I cannot keep a joke going as long as Earthus can. I nuzzle the side of his face and lick his nose. You do more than any of us. And now we need all sorts of puppy clothes. Do you remember when Carter thought our court should remain as 4 men? Insanity, Pykh says right away, and I hum with agreement. Of course, you would have less to do if you would let Earthus take over some things. This brings up a brewing frustration Pykh has, which he's only shared with me. He can't do anything right. He can't fold. Even when I teach him how, he still wrinkles the fabric. He washed the dishes last night. Did you see those plates? I did, and I heard about them too when I asked why Pykh was washing clean plates. I chuckle, enjoying being the more competent mate in this aspect. Earthus is good at bringing out the playful parts of us both, but Pykh and I depend on each other outside of the nest. He tried, I say in our ex-general's defense. He is not used to domestic chores since he came home a war hero. Well, he'd better get used to it. He can't just play with puppies all day while I'm scrubbing and sewing and making repairs. It's not fair. We're going uphill now, as it will be for the entire walk the rest of the day. We will not reach the merchant shelter at the pass until nightfall, assuming that's why Teal and the others stopped to stay. I'm worried about them. I haven't been able to sleep for a month since we got the responses to our invitations. I should be patient and just wait at home, but I can't stand the waiting anymore. You will have plenty of slaves to boss around, if we can bring them home, I say with mirth, my breath huffing from the exercise. I part from him so we can walk easier and put my old man's stick to use again. It is helpful on an incline like this. I'm grateful to have it, begrudgingly. Sleeves, Pykh echoes, adjusting his pack so that it won't bounce so much on his hip. You are the senior court member, soon to be a master tailor as well, I think. You should prepare your trial piece as soon as your time is freed up. You will pass. You might even take on an apprentice next year. I don't know about that, Pykh says, but bossing them around sounds like fun. Oak, his hands resting on the pack strap, begin to squeeze it tightly. Do you think they've changed very much? Oh, yes, absolutely. They might be puppies to me, but they will be men now. They will have scars, too, from the various battles they've been in. We've written some letters from time to time, and Audiobook made a special visit for us over a communication box in the capital city, but we found the experience to be lacking after the joy wore off. He worries that this will be the same. My pessimistic realism warns me that it might be. But, Pykh, stop. I might keep this old man's stick and use it often from now on, but my ears are better than his. What is it? He looks at the forest growing all around us, as undisturbed on this windless day as though we are the only creatures on the mountain. Except for the sense that I'm not alone, and the peculiar whisper in my ears that is not quite a sound. For a moment my imagination plays tricks. I'm well aware of where I am, but my instincts react as though I am in the jungle. With a flash of memory and training I've used often to keep me alive, I have an overpowering urge to pull Pykh off the road and find a place to hide. With the next breath, I realize that I'm on a safe mountain path. I am a partial father to 3 pups, soon to be more. And those sounds are exactly what I came out here to find. They are just ahead, I think, I tell Pykh with a smile, and I set my old man stick to work at once, taking long strides. Really? How can you tell? He puts his nose in the air and sniffs. I chuckle. Scenting your love on the wind is just a romantic myth and not something that's actually possible. A scout knows the forest as if the spirits are speaking, I tell him, adopting some of Eoth's bluster. In truth, I have no idea what's ahead. It could be them. It could be merchants. It could be animals. It could be an old man's ears playing tricks on him when he's yearning for something. Thank goodness we won't have to walk all the way up to the pass, I am saying as we slowly round a turn in the road, and then up ahead, at the top of a steep incline, I see 3 Fleophaki figures. There's that. I've already pulled my spying scope from my breast pocket, and through the glass I see 3 men, who are exactly who I'm looking for. I take it from my eye, blinking, and nod twice for Pykh, feeling suddenly nervous and delirious from joy. Enel! Teal! Gabe! Pykh waves with both arms and sticks his tail straight up like a flag. There's a pause from the men at the top of the hill, and then a wave in response. I put the spying scope to my eye again. It is them. I hear the sound of a jingle and the thud as Pykh removes our pack of provisions and then he goes running ahead. He slows to a trot, turns, and beckons me to follow with him. I look at my stick. My hands, my arms, all gnarled with age, no matter what Eoth would tell me or make me feel. And then my outfit itself is not a young man's groin-cloth, but is instead an old man's leggings to stay warm for the mountain's evenings. Auk! I hear distantly, and I know that is Enel calling to me. I chuck my walking stick down next to our pack and pick up the pace of a standard military jog, which I've done my entire life. Pykh checks that I'm following, and does not sprint so fast that he leaves me behind. Our 3 mates at the top of the incline begin to hurry toward us, but they must be tired from travelling for so long. They also pick up a jogging pace as the distance closes, and despite my body protesting this uphill climb, this would tire even a young, fit warrior quickly. I find each step is lighter and less painful than the last. And then they are here. They rush us and give us no time for introductions or exclamations of how they are different since the last time we saw each other. Many years ago, Gab somehow got bigger and fitter, and he was always a stocky one to begin with. Look at you, dressed like a courtesan. Is this embroidery? Pykh has been practicing decorative stitching on anything he can get his hands on, but I don't have the breath to say it. Oh, your hair smells delicious. I'm squeezed so hard that breathing becomes painful, and I wheeze into his ear, tugging back as hard as I can. To my side, I hear Enel and Teal greeting Pykh. What are you doing out here? Oh, couldn't wait. Did you think we needed rescue? And then Geb finally eases off the pressure of his hug, but does not let go. The rumbling of his purr is like a roaring river to my ears, and I put my head to his chest, closing my eyes. I love you, I tell him. The words aren't unnatural to me anymore, since I speak them to puppies so frequently. I never stopped loving you, he says, and since it comes from my ever-serious mate, I know that I could stake my life on the sincerity of those words. He licks my nose, and I answer in kind, our tails twining to become one. And then Teal appears, touching Geb on the shoulder to signal that he wishes to join, and behind him, Enel and Pykh are kissing like joyful puppies. Geb easily scoops an arm around Teal as well, and my sweet mate is with me once again. I touch my hand to his cheek, my fingertips going to play with a gold loop in his earlobe. That wasn't there before. Nor was his face so mature, masculine. I never thought he looked like anything but a joyful young man, a little round in the cheeks with a soft body. He looks like a warrior. There's no mistaking it. He has seen battle and death, and more. He speaks with the words I want to say. You look so different. I feel like I'm meeting you all over again. I've not changed, I tell him, except that I do not have missions anymore. No, I mean, you look happy. Healthy, too. What do they feed you? He asks, and my cheeks darken, realizing my belly is rounder than it was when I was a scout. That would be all the syrup he puts in his tea nowadays. Pykh and Enel are here, and I peel away from Geb to hug and kiss him. Oddly enough, of them all, Enel has changed the least. Even with the scar to the side of his mouth, the moment his familiar grin stretches his face, he is the exact same mate I've missed for so long. His crest is fuller than I remember, too, but touching him, smelling him, it does not feel like I have been gone for so long. Thank you for coming, I say, and I use my wrist to dry my cheeks. I can tell you individually, if I were to isolate the sensations, who kisses me, whose purr is whose, and how each of my mates smell. Altogether, though, it combines to form a sweeter ache, something that as a warrior I never let myself get attached to, because I spent so much time alone on missions, and I always expected to come home and find out that one of them had a new assignment. Are you staying? Pykh sounds like he's challenging Teal, the beaming joy disappearing from his face. Teal answers, I've seen enough battle, and I've trained several men in the ways of healing. If Carter wants me, I am his courtesan. Me too, Enel says, and I notice that he rubs his face in such a way that his thumb feels along the scar. If he is self-conscious about it, I will be happy to make it my favourite thing and compliment him constantly. Geb bumps his nose into my cheek, and then, to my surprise, he slides his chin across the top of my head. I do not have such a full crest anymore, so it is easy to put his scent there. I giggle, but do it softly so I do not sound ridiculous. All at once we are travelling again, huddled together like we might be seeking shelter from a storm, but taking in familiar voices, smells, and emotions. What do the puppies look like? Teal asks. I always wanted to ask in my letters, but I was terrified Carter would find them. They are no different, Pykh answers, except that Daniel has Carter's eyes, and all the puppies have some pink on their hands and feet. They're really cute, smart too. Daniel is sired by Seal, and the twins are sired by Pykh. Why does Carter want warriors in his court? Geb asks. Are you lovers with him? He shows you much favour. I should have told you about that, I answer, realizing now that Carter's invitation to his court was incomplete. Carter is not Fleophaki, and he gives no opportunities for fatherhood to his courtesans. He only allows his mates to sire the pups, and I don't think he will give any to us, either. He is rather unique. He is not your typical Omega, so Seal and I keep up appearances for him. Oh, well, I wasn't going to sire or raise any puppies anyway, Teal says. Oh, you will be raising them, Pykh mutters. The twins run around like crazy. Why did you throw your stuff on the ground? Enel asks, and I can only respond with laughter. At last, we are united as a family. Chapter 85. Pykh. I heave my axe from the crushed invader's skull, the blade dripping with blood, its sharp curve glinting in the sun, and I try to slow down my heavy breath so I can hear the next attack. The breeze pets softly through my crest, like a lover's caress, but I am not comforted. Wearily, my eyes scan left, then right. I see only the twitching, sometimes moaning remains of my enemies. Gradually, I come to realize that I am alone. I have survived their surprise attack, and this last one who tried to kill me still clings to the metal collar in his hands, the device he tried to close around my neck to subdue me. I kick the metal out of his lifeless hand, and then I raise my axe to the sky, and I roar. I roar again. A corpse picks itself up and tries to crawl away from me, half alive, and I run to it at once, cutting its head free with the whip of the blade, and I roar again. I am victorious. But then, as I am bringing the axe down and breathing cool mists of air into my hot lungs, I hear an out-of-place sound, too musical to be described as a screech or hiss, and I sense an out-of-place smell, too sweet and good to be their blood. I push my nose into the air and hunt for it. I am foolish for hunting a flower. It is probably growing from a spirit's grave, I tell myself, but I continue through the jungle in that direction. Soon the giant leaves of the Odea bushes hide the battle behind me. The sun disappears behind the intertwined foliage of Zyrex brothers that starve lower plants of sunlight, so that all the bushes and the grass disappear, and I step into a quiet, dimly lit place. I hear the musical note again. It is like a chulak cooing for treats, but sad, scared. The scent is overwhelming now, and it calls to my appetite and to my seed. I should be tired. I should be hungry, but those physical discomforts are bowing before a greater need. I must find this scent, I growl in frustration, for the delicious flavour grows weaker as I follow it, and then gets stronger when I undo my steps. Furiously, I whirl my axe at the nearest tree, and it sticks there with a thunk. I can't take this any more, so I reach under my groincloth and go to my knees. My cock is slick, as though I have a lover waiting, and while I do not know why this is happening, I'm relieved to finally be doing something about it. I stroke up and down with my hard, tight fist, imagining I have some cute lover here, impossibly. My head moves back with my eyes closed. I will have to relax to make this quick. Gusts of that pleasant air in my nose, filling my head, help me forget where I am and all that I've done for a moment. Even my cock seems to like how the air tastes, my juices spurting from the tip to make my imaginary lover easy to rut into. The noise is softer this time, less scared, more wanting than pained, I think, though it is just a soft whimper of a sound. I open my eyes, and at once I see a face so beautiful that I wonder if I am imagining it. This is not the dark-eyed beauty presenting his rump to me in my imagination. Oh, no. This one is in the tree overhead, emanating that scent with pretty pink patches on his cheeks and lighter colour skin. His cock is already unsheathed, cute and pert, hard from watching me. I look for his tail to see if he's holding it up for me, and I notice as my eyes travel the curve of his perfect plump rump that he is tailless. His back is smooth with no crest. His eyes change to fear as he realizes my eyes are open in this dim light, and he's no longer hiding from me. He turns to climb higher, to run, and his hole is plain to see, his heat begging me to. The sound of my door opening makes my claws draw a jagged line through the manuscript, and my father's voice may as well be the ear-splitting squeal of my twins playing, for how disruptive it is. "You're lucky you have me to rescue this," he's saying, and I reach for a stack of blank sheets I keep next to the pages I'm working on. I've spread several to different corners of the desk, waiting for the ink to dry. I cover them up and guard this one with my torso while trying to not be obvious about it. "Where do you want me to put it?" he asks, and I try to forget that I've been in a forest with a blushing pretty Omega in heat in my mind. "On the chair there is fine," I say, picking up the fan and waving it over the page to hurry the drying process. I wipe my claws on my thigh, not minding that yet another ink stain will blot my skin for many days. "You wear the tribe cloth of writers," Beret had told me when I saw him last year. I always keep a bit of ink there now. "Oh, no, they'll be into this in a second," Father says, looking around the room. "He tried to not get caught, but I saw Tenol nearly open the front door yesterday. They'll be crawling on the ceiling in a week. Seal will pull them down by their ankles," I say, delicately placing a blank sheet on top of the ink that may not be ready. "If I don't slide it, it won't matter." "And what is that there? Another one of your lurid romance novels? I taught you from the greatest writings in our culture, and you use all that poetry to write about men having sex a million different ways." I check the door, which is still open. "Father, quiet!" "They're napping," he answers, and finds a place for the manuscript by moving some books from the top of my bookcase. I keep my space tidy, but I have a terrible habit of buying every scroll and novel I can find at the merchant stalls if I don't own it already. Someday I will read all these books. "What's this one about?" he asks, coming directly behind me and leaning over my shoulder. "You covered it up. You don't want me to read?" "No," I say, my cheeks darkening, and he laughs. "You've got me curious, you know. A merchant came by last week who had a book written by Varroyt among his shirt pockets. I asked about it, and he told me it was his favourite book. He asked if I wanted to buy it from him for a ridiculous price, not knowing that I live under the roof of the author." "Do not buy it. Do not read my books," I ask nicely, knowing that I can't truly stop anyone from doing so now. They are out there, duplicated by the same publisher as Beret, who taught me all the steps to become a writer like him. He waves his tail dismissively. "I would rather immerse myself in the sultry words of Isaiah's undying vow." After a pause, he adds, "You're getting famous." He sounds proud. "Can you step away for a moment?" All right, I'll leave you to it." "No, I need to ask you something first." "I see." He steps away and shows interest in my bookshelf, reading the titles. Meanwhile, I peek under the blank pages at my writing underneath, until I find the phrase I was worried about. "Can you breathe mists of air?" I ask. He echoes the phrase, and I read the sentence aloud to him. Thank goodness this did not happen during one of the intimate parts, or I would have to ask Seal for advice. And I have discovered that he is terrible to advise about storytelling and book things. "Well, it is all right in the sense that I understand what you're trying to say, and your readers will probably forgive you for it, but that is not quite the word," Father answers. "Even if it describes the weather and the type of air you are trying to say, you might want to go with cool, misty air, or cool wisps of air. Can I see more?" With 2 pages, I isolate the safe parts of the scene. I would go with refreshing gusts, or something similar." I nod, and with one more minuscule dab of ink on a claw, I hastily jot 3 symbols in the margins to remind me of what he said. The ancient language is imprecise, but it is great for getting a vague idea down quickly. "This is imaginative," he says, laying a hand on my shoulder. "You are a good writer, Pykh. I am not nearly as good as Baraid, I disagree, and I never will be. But I keep trying.
His writing is dreary, my father says, and not nearly so alive. Yours is a temperament people long for. If only you would stop writing so— Daniel!
We both hear in one of the twins' puppy voices. My father's brow furrows at once.
What? Is he not asleep?
He leaves the room, and I hastily pile the pages together, blank and all, and I put the pages up high on top of that other manuscript he found, a children's story, which I hope to publish. Then I am up after him, hearing him call,
"Sarai? Daniel? Has something happened?"
Wait, where is Daniel, I wonder, realising that more time has passed than I intended when I snuck away to work. My character is still in the same place in the jungle, while several hours have passed in real life as I described it. Writing is funny like that.
He must have forgot and gone to a friend's house,
Father answers with a subtle growl, and then he gestures me to be quiet, catching and pulling my arm. Look. We both smile to see that Carter has been caught by the twins, who were chattering away.
That one will be yours too,
Father whispers as the puppies help him stand. Carter has discussed the possibility with us that this pup might be human, but Father doesn't know that yet. He thinks Carter's big stomach is because the single pup growing inside is extra large. I hope so, I answer truthfully, though if it is mine, I will never knot Carter again until Seal gets another 2. Carter has told us he wishes for 5 children, but now we are thinking 6, 3 for each of us. Explaining this to my father is not appropriate, and I know he will say that he wants me to have all the pups. He keeps trying to buy them, and Carter has only accepted the contract once. That is how we afforded to build Seal's school.
"He is this way!"
Tenol shouts, and bumps into us as he rounds the corner. Chapter 86. Ruah. Dinner is early, and the adults grow more sombre as the sun starts its low journey behind the crest of the mountain. Briefly, there was the good mood of finding out that Auk returned with all his mates, safe and sound, as I knew they would. What warrior would turn down the invitation to be a courtesan without even the mildest qualifications? I pretended to be pleased anyway, and the mood was nice. The pups were excited, though perplexed to discover that these men would be staying with them. I have politely kept my opinions to myself. I know Carter well enough now to understand when suggestions are offensive. This happiness passed when they went to their small cabin, where they live separately from the Omega family. I live in a marginally bigger cabin, with only 3 of my mates for now, but 2 more rooms will be added this summer, as well as a modern scat pit, and then I shall bring the other 6. I've lived here too many years, telling myself that it was temporary. I've admitted that while I miss every day my bathhouse in the capital city, my home is with my family, and Carter is careful about how he lets me contribute. He is a true Omega, through and through, running his household however he wills it, even if he is not Fliafaki, and never will be. "I'll help you, Afek," Carter says when he sees the young male gathering dishes from dinner. And Afek looks like a man who's stepped on his own tail publicly and doesn't know what to say about it. I hide a laugh behind my sleeve. The warriors have no idea what they're in for. Poor young Afek has myself and my 3 mates looking at him as his delicate, treasured, 7 months pregnant Omega takes dirty dishes out of his arms. "I'll take care of all this. You join Auk and the others," Carter says casually, heading for the wash basin. "I have Eothus to help me," Afek says quietly. "Both of you have the night off," we hear from the other room.
While I sympathize with the young man, for my mates are torturing him with expressions of disapproval, I also find it just too funny. Affec gathers dishes anyway, and when one plate makes a loud clatter against another, we hear Carter's genuinely annoyed voice call out, "I said you have the night off. I've got this." Earthuth also appears, bowing to everyone, and tugs on Affec to lead him away. "Grandfather, I broke this," Daniel says, bringing me one of his painted wooden warriors, while at the same time Affec makes an apologetic bow to us and says, "If you insist, Omega, I must obey." "I insist," Carter says loudly, and Seal gets up from his lounge with a sigh. Pykh also follows in a moment, pausing to finish and then mark his page, and I twist the wooden warrior's limb on his broken stump until I find the right way. This can be fixed, but he's missing the tip of his spear. I pass the wooden toy to Miri, who is a fixer of many physical things, great and small. He places the warrior into a shirt pocket and proceeds to help Daniel find the speck of a weapon on the floor. "Let's look together." "I will help get the twins ready," I say, so that Carter can hear me, and immediately he says back, "Thanks." We hear many dishes clacking in there. I've noticed that Carter gets restless with stress, and activities such as washing the plates will keep his body busy while his mind is churning. I signal for cars to follow as I gather the little ones. It is time to get ready for— "No bed," says Tenor. I chuckle. "It is time to get ready for the party, remember?" "Oh, yeah," says the puppy in an entirely new tone, standing up at once. Terai wants to keep playing, I can tell, ignoring me for his puppy doll at first. But when his brother calls his name, after taking my hand, he leaves his doll in its place and comes to take my other hand. With a simple look and a nod of my head, I communicate to my remaining mate that he and Cars must get Daniel ready and look after him as well. Such a look between fathers is natural and effortless, after being mates for decades. In the nursery, which Daniel has grown out of, but he has a small bed in the corner, Cars and I begin the difficult task of dressing the little fiends. "I want to wear this and this," one of them declares, grabbing garments from a miniature-sized chest of drawers that was gifted to us by another Omega's court. "Very handsome," I say, picturing him in the fun ensemble. But this is not a fun occasion. As small as they are, and despite explaining it to them as a party, 3 Omegas have sons in the conflict underway. Children should not be burdened with grief, but there is a certain amount of seriousness to be expressed. "Oh, how about this one?" I say with feigned excitement, and from their wardrobe closet I pull exactly the outfits that were prepared for this occasion. Everything is simple and well made. A pretty bright blue of glistening fabric that will make them twinkle like the stars even in low light, and handsome black straps. Simple, functional, and durable. "How does it sparkle?" Cars wonders aloud, pretending this is a serious question. At once, the twins wish to examine the garments further, and Cars wisely whisks the self-chosen outfit out of sight. In moments of awing, cooing, and playfully answering ridiculous questions, the silly outfit may as well have never existed at all. Daniel comes in and is much more mature and capable. He only needs to be directed about what to wear, and he gets help with a difficult strap. The twins think it's funny to kick and wiggle unexpectedly as I try to force leggings up their squirming little legs. Who ever heard of making a toddler wear leggings, of all things? But I know it is because Carter gets cold so easily, and he worries after his young ones, so the leggings must go on. "Would you stop it?" I say playfully, struggling with them, and Cars remarks with smugness, "Their shirts are secure, Omega Grandfather. Then help me with this, I say, but I'm tempted to touch my tongue to my nose, even as my tail sneaks around the chair to give him a warning tap. I must fix their hair first, Cars claims, and starts a job that is easy and relaxing compared to this. I huff, pretending to be mad, and then Daniel appears next to me, pushing his own nose up with his finger and showing his tongue. "Tarai, look at this," he says, and does it again. The babies are overwhelmed with giggling, and I swiftly get the leggings pulled all the way up to the top, clipping the back part above his tail as well. "What is that?" I ask, rolling up the other pair of pants for the next battle. My mate, Leleath, standing out of the way, laughs as well. "It's a funny face," Daniel says, smiling, looking normal for a couple seconds. "Look, I'll show you another one." This time he stretches his mouth wide with both hands and uses his index fingers to push his eyebrows up high. "Why are you doing that?" I ask, befuddled. Puppies make cute faces all the time, of course, but I've never seen one stretching his face out for fun like this. "Dad taught me how," Daniel says, becoming normal again. His Carter word for father is sharp and unnatural, and so is this behaviour. More so. "I made this one myself." He screws his face up so that he looks stuck in the act of sneezing. His fingers pulling one side of his face make it look like he's suffering an ailment of the elderly. "Don't do that," I say, decidedly uncomfortable, snapping the tail loop into place on Tenol, who has fully forgotten about the leggings war. "How come? It's fun," Daniel says, doing the nose one again. "I'm not sure it's good for your face," I say, but no sooner have I spoken than the twins push their own noses up and look at each other. They absolutely squeal with giggles, and Cars has to catch Tarai before he rolls right off this bench. I laugh at their laughing, and then Daniel nudges my arm. "Grandfather, try one. Make a funny face." Cars laughs loud and quickly smothers it, pretending to focus studiously on the intricate braids he is adding to the twins' hair. "Come on, you would be good at it," Daniel says, shaking my arm. "Fine," I say, and I reach my tongue all the way up to touch my nose, something I haven't done probably not since I became an adult. "No, that's a normal face. Make a funny face, like this. Blah!" I press my lips together. I meet Cars's eyes and then Leleath's, only one of whom has the intelligence to try to hide his smirk. "Do it," says Tarai, his head tilted to one side so Cars can braid. I give a put-upon sigh. Then I push my nose up and stick my tongue out. I don't know why they find that so funny, and my mates too, but as I let go, I inexplicably have the thought for another, and I squish and pull my features differently. Leleath joins me, and Cars has to finish all their outfits and their hair. Leleath and I inventing new faces.
Chapter 87. Carter. Note to self, install an LED light in the pantry for further use. Sneaking into the dim closet, lined with jars and various cooking stuffs, seemed like a great idea for a quick little make-out session. Quick and little no longer describe the heat in my groin, and the fact that Seal just isn't stopping, and my cries for him to slow down or stop have actually just been annoying responsible whims from some alternate ego who goes by Dad. The pantry becomes dark as midnight once the door slides shut, but I suppose it's not like we were going to move around anyways. Besides groping and kissing each other, that is, and my elbow smacks into a jar of something or other. Oops, I say, because it sounds like this disruption has caused something else on the shelf to fall over. Not to worry. Affec keeps the lids on everything tight so that it stays fresh to use later. There is also a tricky latch I designed myself to keep curious puppies out of various ingredients. Seal does not notice, his purr blending with a desirous growl, and his hot face is buried in the crook of my neck. his lips kissing me, his teeth nibbling me, and I thrust my cock against his thigh, which has wedged itself between my legs. His nose pushes under my chin and forces my head back, my eyes closing in pleasure. I'm tired, always. With 3 boys to raise and always so much work to do either for the Priory or around the house, every day requires my full effort. I wouldn't change a minute of it. But sometimes, most times, I do forget to reserve some of that care and energy for myself. This moment is stolen. This moment is lovely. I am being forgotten back here, Pykh says from somewhere behind Seal. I make a sound that turns into a moan. Seal's rumbling purr and growl is steady without acknowledgement. I hear some movement, and another jar is bumped. Seal kisses just below the center of my throat, and I have to turn my head to one side or risk my chin scraping against his flattened crest. God, whose tail is that? I suppose it's probably Seal's, and I should definitely make sure to remember to warn him to wash it, or he's going to go to the party with his tail tuft smelling like my balls. I murmur, grabbing the sides of Seal's face to bring him to my lips once more. You are purposely shutting me out, Pykh says unhappily, and tries to wedge himself into Seal's space, causing more ruckus and jars to fall over. Something hits the floor, but it doesn't make that telltale cracking sound, so I assume it rolls to safety. Ruar, his mates, and all the kids are just in the other room. Alternate ego Dad chides me, and you're knocking stuff over. Oh, fuck it, is my response as I grab for Pykh, scooting into a corner so I can make more room for him. Is that a jar under my foot? No, something crunchy. Whoops, there must have been a package down there. Hopefully nothing important. I finally fit into place, 3 shelves digging into my back, and my elbow knocks something else over. I hear something behind Seal fall over, making a dull thud. We're destroying the place, I say in a breathy whisper, Dad Carter finding a voice at last. Someone is gonna hear us. I grab the sides of Pyke's jaw and pull him to me, my mouth already open and eager to take him in. Seal's hands are pulling my pants lower, and I squirm against the shelves to help him. Another item drops to the floor. This one sounds like pottery. We really should stop. I don't care anymore. Seal kneels, and I bend over him to put my lips on Pike's chest, trying to give him as much attention as I can, and then we hear an unexpected sound not in the pantry. It takes me 2 seconds to recognize the squeak of the floorboards in the living room, and I pause. At last, reality has cut through all the good feelings, and Pykh and Seal are frozen as well. Seal sighs. I am not decent, he says down there. Me neither, Pykh says, and I can tell by the movement of his arm that he hasn't stopped stroking himself, even if we are about to be horribly embarrassed. Well, I'm not decent either, but I don't have a suede sheath that peels back and exposes a big bright pink cock. I don't wear the crotch curtain called a groincloth, which doesn't have an underpiece to keep things covered. And it's nighttime, so I'm bundled up for the cold. Yay, layers! Another creak of the floorboards disturbs us, just as I was thinking of making some excuse to continue, and I finally give in, my shoulders slumping. I'll go check it out. I reach down and shimmy back into my pregnancy pants, pulling them over my round belly. I tug my sweater down and run my fingers through my short hair. Though it is unusual to keep one's hair short all the way around, where spines would make it difficult to do so, the Fleophiki barber needed no complicated descriptions or drawings when it comes to my favorite haircut. Tell them we're cleaning, Seal says, and he reaches for Pykh without standing up, shuffling his knees toward him. He groans as he kisses Pike's hip, his purr picking up again. Yeah, that'll work on your father-in-law, I say, and I'm ignored. I gently ease the sliding door open to let one eye peer into the room first, and with that light,
I look back and see that Pykh has his hands on Seal's head. He's so big that if he turns his elbows out, he'll touch items on opposite shelves. Thanks to eating the best cuts of steak and helping out often at Seal's school, Pykh has a gorgeous body with abs all the way down. I am the alien Omega inventor genius man, and he's famous. Seems like it anyway, for how people gawk at him when he walks around the priory. All right, well, don't have too much fun without me. I slip out and slide the door back into place, annoyed that I'm the one who has to go be responsible and normal and not get any quick hanky-panky sex stolen from the whirling chaos that is my daily schedule. The kitchen is empty, and I don't hear the pounding of puppy feet, so I'm confused, and instantly dad-curious, which means that silence to my ears is a warning, not a blessing. Ruar is with them, so I'm not immediately concerned, but where? I quietly lean my head out of the kitchen doorway. I hear giggles from the direction of the kids' room, so that's one mystery solved. I ease into the area we call the dining room, though the house is mostly one big space from where I'm at. I stay close to the wall so that I will be just out of sight unless I'm unlucky and someone walks into view. Someone does walk into view, but I only catch a glimpse of him. I ease back, but I'm curious enough to risk getting spotted. Thankfully, even with all the lights on and everything, the shadows are dark here. He has to, I hear quietly with some further mumbles I can't decipher. It's Miri, pacing in our living room with his head down and talking to himself distractedly. My mood sobers up. He is Avielk's siring father, and also one of Avielk's favorite fathers, which is even more important in Phliafaki culture. I can't imagine what he must be going through. What he's feeling right now is the reason why I don't like Daniel to be at Seal's school every day when he's doing lessons. Fear and grimness take away the warmth and that racing thrill from my expression. Today is a historical day for Phliafaki. Either historically great or historically sad, I don't know. But Avielk's political career will pay for it, either way. Failure won't hold him back, and I'm determined that we will be successful eventually. But convincing the Council and the Omega Fathers who are politically active was no easy task for this first strike, and it would be an even harder one after a loss. Not to mention political assassinations, while rare, are not unheard of in Phliafaki history. I am worried for Avielk, but that can't compare to how Miri must feel about his son. I contemplate going to speak to him, but what would I say? I know him somewhat, but we're not close. I can't think of a single line that would be comforting to him. Physical gestures, such as a hug or sitting close, is unspeakable for me to do with a male in another Omega's court, even if he is not so distant family. How would a Phliafaki Omega react to this, I wonder? And it turns out, I already know. Such problems are for his mates, his courtesan brothers, and, most of all, his Omega. I would only be intruding into his personal space if I was to say or do anything affectionate or reassuring. That's not my place. Silent as a ninja, I creep back to the kitchen, chasing away those worried thoughts by musing what my mates are up to. Chapter 88. Seal. The door slides shut, and Carter leaves us in darkness. In my mind, it is not truly a storage space that I have been shut into, but an old familiar memory of a cage too small. For Pyke's massive form is everywhere, from one wall to the other. His crest in my imagination goes up to the ceiling. And why not? He takes up all this space, and his strong arms give me no room to wander once Carter is gone. While it is fun to play on my knees and Pyk's cock is tempting, we may not have enough time for my own pleasure afterwards. I want to feast. So I stand to kiss him, and while we nuzzle each other, he finishes removing both of our groin cloths with one swift hand, not needing the light. And then he pulls me to him, Whatever meagre space I had is gone, and our cocks meet against his lower stomach. I thrust into him, mewling, while he is mostly still and a curled finger traces my cheek. "Hello, sweet love," he purrs in his most sultry voice, one that he usually uses on Carter. "Do not be afraid of me, nor my giant cock. I will open you up in a slow, pleasurable fashion, and you will reach your zenith first every time you mate with me. That is my promise." I chuckle and resist the urge to swat him, turn him around and show him the kind of romance that I like. More lines from your books? I pull his arse apart, hungry for the heat between these firm round cheeks. I can make you feel like the Omega character, if you wish. In the book, you are mad with the heat of him. He will be nervous, but he will long for you too. You will have him many times in the jungle under the stars, and in the morning you will discover that all the invaders and some bad Fleothaki as well have scented your Omega's heat, and they all want him. Sounds exciting, I say, though I have never been entirely comfortable with the Omega characters and explicit sex in Pykh's books. Such things are written, but it is very, very rare, and no regular male would risk signing their name to that manuscript. Are you sure I can't use your name for the main character? He is you. Sometimes I write your name by accident, and I have to throw away the sheet and copy it all over. I kiss him, knead him, and grind into him. Don't even think about it, pup, or I will. I was going to suggest holding him down and taking him the way his characters often do to the pretty things in his books, but that would be encouragement. There are some fake stories about you already, Pykh says, nuzzling my neck. No one would know. No one would tease you. And if your moniker ever gets found out, everyone will know it's me, and everyone will assume I'm some... Stupid Pykh. I can't think when all I want to do is rot. Turn your ass around, I order. Carter could come back with company any second, and if I'm not finished by then, I'll take you so that the entire family can see. A hollow threat, of course. Just the sound of a puppy right now would make me wilt. Or, perhaps, I would make Pykh hold the door closed until I'm finished with him. Pykh turns around. And though his crest is mostly flat, a spine scrapes me painfully. I make a sound and they lower at once, what little they can. There is simply no room here. I cannot, bend over. Against the wall over there. We shift and move around, and though there ought to be room with Pykh facing either the back wall or the door, there is nothing for him to hold on to. And there is no room for me to get behind him if he faces a side wall. Standing up, there is room, but he's simply too tall for me to reach. I would need a box or a stool to stand on, and there's nothing immediately suitable. It would be embarrassing to use anyway. Several items fall off of shelves, and I do not care about any of it. I'm about to throw Pykh on the ground and have him that way. Still, there is no room. Hold still, I say, having hold of his hips and testing one shelf with a weight of my foot. I will find a way to mount him somehow, or perhaps we shall switch, but this is still an uncomfortable situation, with walls that are too close and shelves that are full of delicate objects, and flimsy. I can almost push into that tight, sucking heat. Our bodies caught in some sort of angle unknown to my eyes, my tail trapped under his foot, but the pain is mild. And then light floods our space. Fear seizes my heart in a clawed grasp. Pykh has one shelf in hand, I have a foot on another, and we are caught in a ridiculous display. I wish I had died before this moment, but then I see that it is only Carter, and there is no Omega grandfather, or, worse yet, some wide-eyed innocent pup peeking around the sides of him. He slips into the pantry and shuts the door behind him, saying, "Jeez, guys, you're making a mess. What am I going to tell Afek? His voice is bright and unsuspecting, and mine becomes the purr of a hunter with trapped prey. "Come here, sweet Omega," I say, untangling myself from Pykh. "Let your guardians look after you." "Oh, are you?" I have no trouble circling behind him, though I might discover a bruise on that shoulder later. I push him into Pykh, who has the same objective as me. I expose his rump, and Pykh whisks that pesky shirt over his head. "Pick him up," I say, but Pykh counters. "Me first. Pup!" I mean to say something threatening, but I smack him on the rump instead. "Guys, you're making too much noise. Muri is right outside." "Oh, fuck!" I growl like I want to kill him, because Pykh has stolen my prize, my heat, and enters our little mate first, sweeping his legs up and around his hips, so that I have to catch our pregnant mate and support him before he falls. There is much grasping, fumbling, sliding, and awkwardness, and all of it is done with a steady rhythm of Pyke's cock plundering our Omega between us. "Share him," I growl. Carter clings to Pyke's shoulders now, and I help support his thighs, where his entrance is so close that I can feel the heat. I can also feel the slick and movement of Pyke's cock in and out of him. "Guys," he squeaks, feeling too much pleasure. "Be quiet." "Share," I snarl, and Pykh licks my nose. He lifts our mate, and his cock slips free. At once, I make sure that I am the mate Carter falls back onto, my hips taking up a punishing speed, even while I nuzzle the back of his ear and kiss him there, trying to be sweet, trying to remember that he is small and delicate and needs a gentle mate. There is nothing gentle or romantic about how I use his body for my needs. "Thank you. You give me pleasure," I grunt. And that is all the poetry he'll get from me. "Oh, still," is his breathless answer. There is silence except for our breaths and the movement of our bodies. Pykh supports Carter, but somehow one hand finds its way to my hair. Pykh does not seem to care if his fingertips end up in the start of my quills. He murmurs something, but it is too quiet for me to make out. I think love is in there somewhere. And he kisses us both, Carter first. Somehow in the darkness I know he is seeking me, and I meet his lips over Carter's shoulder. I kiss Carter many times as I finish, pushing my hips upward to go as deeply into him as I can. "You cannot stay," Pykh reminds me, to which I say, "Shut up, I'll stay if I wish." "You cannot, it is my turn." He tugs Carter away from me, and I give him some resistance, though it is all play, and I fully intend to suffer my not alone to make sure that Pykh can satisfy his need. Chapter 89. Carter. We are late. Again, because of course we are. Our family barely attends any sort of schedule, and I was always less punctual than my own students when I was teaching. Home life, family life, and lack of sleep from raising little ones has bled the military discipline right out of me. This time I can't even blame any of that, because we had a huge mess to clean up when we were done looking for spices in the pantry. Fortunately, we found Ruar playing with the boys, who were fully dressed, so we only had to clean up ourselves. But then there was a litany of things that everyone forgot to bring or wanted to bring. And we are finally, under the starry night sky, exiting our front door as a loud, chaotic pack. "Daniel, hold my hand, please," I say at once, seeing that my son is about to step out of the bright circle of our lantern and into the deep dark gloom. The large moon is mostly covered tonight by a thick cloud, and I'm irrationally worried, as though this totally normal scenery might portend something terrible.
"Uncle Auk coming?"
Terai asks. Fliafiki do not have a term for uncle, so the first word is in English. I'm so used to Fliafiki language now that hearing English sounds odd. I never realized my sons would pick up English words so well. I believe they may have decided to skip the party, Seal answers, looking toward their cabin, which has one light on and all the curtains are down. The door is shut too. Either the sign of a very cold night, or a family not welcoming visitors at this time. He smiles back at me knowingly. I grin too, but I'm also focused, with Ruar, on the twins carefully making their way down the porch steps. They're young enough that their own tail can trip them. On the third to last step, Tenall clenches both fists, squats for a spring, and makes a big jump down to the ground. From the surrounding adults, there are about 3 tails ready to catch him if he doesn't stick the landing, but he successfully keeps his balance and comes toddling up to Daniel.
Brother, hand.
Do you want me to hold you? Seal asks Tarai, who nods in response because he's chewing on his fingers. Pykh steps next to me and puts an arm around my shoulders, and so we go into the darkness. But we're not alone for long. Other lanterns, far away, become visible through the trees, and as we approach the village's center, there's a pocket of artificial daylight where there are half a dozen merchants' stalls as well as the general store that's open unusually late. Not yet, okay? I answer Daniel, who wants to visit a friend. Let's wait until after the speech. I feel oddly protective of my sons now, though there is certainly no present danger in the Thrahill village. I'm scared for what could happen, what it would mean to us and them. What could happen to Audiobook if there's disaster? Seal cheerfully points out 2 merchants to Tarai, who have painted themselves to entertain the kids. They're selling sweet treats, probably at twice the normal price, clever bastards, and their stall is surrounded by packs of puppies with reluctant but giving fathers. After the speech, I promise, I tell Daniel when he pulls on my hand, looking in that direction. I will pay, too. Miri has not let an emotion crack his face, and Ruar is leaning into him lovingly, his tail coiled tightly with his. I look away, mildly embarrassed, because I've never seen him openly show affection towards his mates before. Miri must be really upset. If I was him, I'd be scared shitless. I squeeze Daniel's hand, and also reach up to pet Tarai's back as Seal steps close. It's about to begin. We can do the fun stuff after, okay? Seal nods. I should sense tension coming off of him. I know him well enough that I know he feels it. But he hides it so well, chatting in Tarai's ear cheerfully, that I start to forget my nerves too, smiling and making small talk with the other families who stop to greet us. My worry returns as I step through the crowd to the place where our village has set up a communication box. We have 2 large speakers on either side of it, which I brought with me from the school, and I pass Daniel and Tenall off to their father so I can help Professor Nefer and his 2 students finish setting it up. This part goes here, I say, immediately absorbed in solving a complicated puzzle. These radio devices aren't meant to be connected to these speakers, which are some type of old-fashioned technology from some alien race I'm not familiar with. It was sheer luck that I discovered how to connect them to the radio devices. We have several setups like this in many villages and cities now, though the communication boxes are rare and protected, so I haven't quite finished inventing Fleophiki morning radio. Soon, though, I imagine. From the radio comes a voice I don't recognize. We will begin by making sure all Fleophiki villages are present. Please use this time to set up your equipment and get a clear signal. A roll call starts. Painfully slow, but it gives me enough time to hunt for a wire, swap another one, stare at the red light that blinks twice and shuts off, and then cuss quietly under my breath, after making sure my kids aren't around. You fucking bastard, don't give me this shit. I'll fucking... Shit. Okay, you win. I'll just fucking start over then. Oh, what's this? A gluey paste and ribbons is what we use for electrical tape at the moment. Not safe, I know, and I get the problem fixed with some spit and pressure. It'll hold for now. I pass the contraption to one of the young students and explain that he'll need to hold it together for the entire speech, just to make sure it doesn't go out. Yes, O Mekikata. And just like that, the professor says, "Present," to the microphone when the Thra Hill village comes up in the roll call. I go back to my family with the satisfaction of a job well done, but I can't even bring myself to smile when Tenall runs up to me with a coin in his hand.
Look what Daniel found.
Did you see who dropped it? I ask, though I hardly care. I scoop him up as he babbles his answer, which is the longest explanation possible for finding a coin on the ground. Daniel, not yet. Stand with us, please. This is an important moment. Yes, Daddy, he says with surprising maturity, and I'm no longer concerned that he will run off to goof around. I should let him go. He's just a kid. This won't affect him directly, not in any way he can understand yet. But I feel scared, though not nearly as much as Miri, who is a ways from us now and surrounded by mates on all sides, including Ruar. How do you think? I start to ask Seal. It will never just be one battle, he says calmly. Pykh has his eyes closed, then opens them and answers, We will win. Are you sure? I ask, and Seal immediately chimes in. How do you know? Because I feel it, he answers simply, to which Seal shrugs.
Father, up!
Tenall demands of Pykh, and from the arms of his father he shares his coin and the accompanying story with his twin brother in Seal's arms. Unfortunately, I have to ask him to hush, because our village leader, a regular male, funny enough, holds his arms and tail high and calls for our attention. Gather! The council will speak soon. He calls a few times, intermingled with, Please hold your voices so that those in the back can listen. Everyone, gather as close as you can. Make room for your neighbour. Hold your voices. And so it goes. But Tenall's coin story only increases in volume to overcome this interruption. Tenall, I say in my warning voice, and Pykh helps me with a small growl. He pouts. Afterwards, remember your story, okay? And you can tell all of us. He nods twice, and both Pykh and I kiss the top of his head. We're in public, so that means I nose his hair. It works well enough for a kiss, but I can't resist adding a smacking sound with my lips, just for his ears. Among this crowd of hundreds of people, and still hundreds more on buildings, in trees, the night grows eerily quiet, like something bad could happen. My mind is replaying memories of battle, with none of the polish and fun that I had from my children's bedtime stories. Those warriors that didn't make it from the battle for the ship. Those men I sacrificed for this happy life I have now. It was necessary. For all Fliafiki, not just me. But I wish I hadn't rushed them into battle so stupidly. The village leader quiets and turns in the same direction as the crowd, all of us looking to a single point, the communication box and its Frankenstein speakers. We wait. A baby cries somewhere, and all fathers shift uncomfortably or change the direction of their gaze to the source. It is a disquieting call that all of us are trained to respond to. The speakers crackle. There is a cough, a thumping noise, and then we hear, Attention, all Fliafiki! This is Councilman Ovielk speaking. As you know, in the beginning of spring, I asked you to pray and give the spirits your offerings for the safety of our warriors, as I would task them with a difficult, historical mission. On that day, I assigned 16 Fliafiki warriors to assault the mine at the Peaceful Valley, which we used to call home not that long ago. Like my father before me, I saw this mission as a trial to see if greater battles can be won. But unlike our attempts of the past, this was only a strike mission. Let me say before I begin, there are few casualties, none of them serious, and no warrior deaths. I will repeat that. There are 0 warrior fatalities. The crowd is noisier, all of us breathing a sigh of relief, and I break into a wonderful smile.
He's too big to pick up now and too spiky to kiss on the head, but I pull Daniel close to my side, lean down and hug him tight. Since I don't have a tail, he wraps his around my leg and hugs me back. This morning, a battalion of 300 soldiers, led by our most experienced generals, feigned an assault on the mine and attracted the ire of our enemies. We retreated to safety and fought them at the Oriel Gate, where we diminished their numbers. When our enemy had exhausted themselves at the gate and gone to recover, we assaulted them again with a new wave of warriors. And so it was, like the sea rolling against shores, we sent them new warriors while others were resting for the next attack. As darkness set in, our 16 elite warriors maneuvered around the attacking force. By strategically avoiding the Omega invaders, they easily killed those enemies they found tasked for work. I'm waiting with bated breath for his next words, but the crowd cheers, laughs, and there are several Fliafiki roars. I'm pleased to note that the fathers, who had warriors assigned to this mission, are absolutely gleeful, and Miri looks 10 years younger than he did half an hour ago. Ruar has a contemplative look in his eye, one that I think I recognize. Is that fatherly pride? They snuck into the heart of the encampment where— Forgive me, I'm being told to pause for celebrations. There is a mess of background noise, sometimes a voice getting through, but not distinct enough to be understood. We've all calmed down for many, many seconds before he speaks again. Thank you for your prayers. Our 16 warriors snuck into the heart of the encampment where many slaves are kept. Their task was to rescue one, but as the cage doors opened, our warriors felt the nobility of our ancestors call to them, and I am proud to report that 29 slaves were not only freed, but released from their collars with devices designed and built at the Priory. Fuck yeah! I shout, thinking this will be another celebration moment, but I'm the loudest of the happy murmurs in the crowd. Seal makes a roar for me, and the crowd answers, but quickly we are quiet again, for Avielk is still speaking. Our warriors stayed to free as many slaves as they could, and this resulted in them having to flee and fight, as the invader Omegas discovered what was happening and began to redirect their warriors from our fake attack. Some of the slaves were not strong enough for the retreat, and I'm sorry to report that 7 were slain. 22 free slaves have joined us behind the gate, and they are recovering now. I will pause for prayers and celebrations. I told you so, Pykh exclaims and pulls me to his side for a kiss. A real one, not a Fliafiki nose-lick, and I blush, realizing the entire village has their focus on us now. Not all the gazes are amused or friendly. Omega Lutot, not known for being easygoing, covers his child's eyes and scowls at me. Everyone else gradually relaxes or chuckles once they realize this is another alien moment that doesn't break any taboos for me. Once they get used to me, most Fliafiki are happy to let me be an Omega in my own way, and that includes letting Pykh speak or grab me whenever he wants to. We are greater than the Masters, Pykh says, not noticing all the attention he's getting. The Masters of Masters, he says, touching his nose to each of the twins in turn, and then kneeling to put his arm around Daniel. You have brought me this great victory, Seal says in my ear. An ending at last to my war. I would say something. Perhaps that this is only the beginning, but Avielk is speaking again, so I answer by leaning my head against his shoulder, my arm around his hip. Lutot is definitely saying something bad about me to his mates right now. I would touch my tongue to my nose if it could reach. Oh well. Of the freed slaves, 17 are Fliafiki. Their names and condition will be known to their families shortly. The others are enslaved beings not of this world, whose homes have fallen to the invaders. Fliafiki, I will not let our planet come to the same fate. This attack proves that it can be done. This will be a long journey, not a single spectacular battle as we would hope. We will fight.
Our children will fight, and likely our grandchildren will fight as well. But we will take back our home. Not just the valley where we will raise our children again, but also the cities made of stone that lay waiting for us, tended by the spirits of our ancestors.
Fuck yeah!
Tenor says with perfect clarity, holding up his coin. Shh, don't say that, I scold quickly. But it's too late. Beside me, Tarai echoes, fuck yeah, in a curious puppy voice. This concludes Human Omega by Eileen Glass, narrated by Joel Leslie, copyright 2024 by Eileen Glass. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Eileen Glass and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
saloon to make sure that Pykh can satisfy his need. Chapter 89. Carter. We are late. Again, because of course we are. Our family barely attends any sort of schedule, and I was always less punctual than my own students when I was teaching. Home life, family life, and lack of sleep from raising little ones has bled the military discipline right out of me. This time I can't even blame any of that, because we had a huge mess to clean up when we were done looking for spices in the pantry. Fortunately, we found Ruar playing with the boys, who were fully dressed, so we only had to clean up ourselves. But then there was a litany of things that everyone forgot to bring or wanted to bring. And we are finally, under the starry night sky, exiting our front door as a loud, chaotic pack. "Daniel, hold my hand, please," I say at once, seeing that my son is about to step out of the bright circle of our lantern and into the deep, dark gloom. The large moon is mostly covered tonight by a thick cloud, and I'm irrationally worried, as though this totally normal scenery might portend something terrible.
Uncle Auk coming?
Terai asks. Fliafiki do not have a term for uncle, so the first word is in English. I'm so used to Fliafiki language now that hearing English sounds odd. I never realized my sons would pick up English words so well. I believe they may have decided to skip the party, Seal answers, looking toward their cabin, which has one light on and all the curtains are down. The door is shut too. Either the sign of a very cold night, or a family not welcoming visitors at this time. He smiles back at me knowingly. I grin too, but I'm also focused, with Ruar, on the twins carefully making their way down the porch steps. They're young enough that their own tail can trip them. On the third-to-last step, Tenall clenches both fists, squats for a spring, and makes a big jump down to the ground. From the surrounding adults, there are about 3 tails ready to catch him if he doesn't stick the landing, but he successfully keeps his balance and comes toddling up to Daniel.
Brother, hand.
"Do you want me to hold you?" Seal asks Terai, who nods in response because he's chewing on his fingers. Pykh steps next to me and puts an arm around my shoulders, and so we go into the darkness. But we're not alone for long. Other lanterns, far away, become visible through the trees, and as we approach the village's center, there's a pocket of artificial daylight where there are 6 merchants' stalls as well as the general store that's open unusually late. "Not yet, okay?" I answer Daniel, who wants to visit a friend. "Let's wait until after the speech." I feel oddly protective of my sons now, though there is certainly no present danger in the Thrahil village. I'm scared for what could happen, what it would mean to us, and them. What could happen to Aviok if there's disaster? Seal cheerfully points out 2 merchants to Terai, who have painted themselves to entertain the kids. They're selling sweet treats, probably at twice the normal price, clever bastards, and their stall is surrounded by packs of puppies with reluctant but giving fathers. "After the speech, I promise," I tell Daniel when he pulls on my hand, looking in that direction. "I will pay, too." Miri has not let an emotion crack his face, and Ruar is leaning into him lovingly, his tail coiled tightly with his. I look away, mildly embarrassed, because I've never seen him openly show affection towards his mates before. Miri must be really upset. If I was him, I'd be scared shitless. I squeeze Daniel's hand, and also reach up to pet Terai's back as Seal steps close. "It's about to begin. We can do the fun stuff after, okay?" Seal nods. I should sense tension coming off of him. I know him well enough that I know he feels it. But he hides it so well, chatting in Terai's ear cheerfully, that I start to forget my nerves too, smiling and making small talk with the other families who stop to greet us. My worry returns as I step through the crowd to the place where our village has set up a communication box. We have 2 large speakers on either side of it, which I brought with me from the school,
and I pass Daniel and Tenal off to their father so I can help Professor Nefer and his 2 students finish setting it up. This part goes here, I say, immediately absorbed in solving a complicated puzzle. These radio devices aren't meant to be connected to these speakers, which are some type of old-fashioned technology from some alien race I'm not familiar with. It was sheer luck that I discovered how to connect them to the radio devices. We have several setups like this in many villages and cities now, though the communication boxes are rare and protected, so I haven't quite finished inventing Phleophaki morning radio. Soon, though, I imagine. From the radio comes a voice I don't recognize. We will begin by making sure all Phleophaki villages are present. Please use this time to set up your equipment and get a clear signal. A roll call starts. Painfully slow, but it gives me enough time to hunt for a wire, swap another one, stare at the red light that blinks twice and shuts off, and then cuss quietly under my breath, after making sure my kids aren't around. You fucking bastard, don't give me this shit. I'll fucking... Shit. Okay, you win. I'll just fucking start over then. Oh, what's this? A gluey paste and ribbons is what we use for electrical tape at the moment. Not safe, I know, and I get the problem fixed with some spit and pressure. It'll hold for now. I pass the contraption to one of the young students and explain that he'll need to hold it together for the entire speech, just to make sure it doesn't go out. Yes, Mekikasa. And just like that, the professor says, "Present," to the microphone when the Thra Hill village comes up in the roll call. I go back to my family with the satisfaction of a job well done, but I can't even bring myself to smile when Tenal runs up to me with a coin in his hand.
Look what Daniel found.
Did you see who dropped it? I ask, though I hardly care. I scoop him up as he babbles his answer, which is the longest explanation possible for finding a coin on the ground. Daniel, not yet. Stand with us, please. This is an important moment. Yes, Daddy, he says with surprising maturity, and I'm no longer concerned that he will run off to goof around. I should let him go. He's just a kid. This won't affect him directly, not in any way he can understand yet. But I feel scared, though not nearly as much as Miri, who is a ways from us now and surrounded by mates on all sides, including Ruar. How do you think? I start to ask Seal. It will never just be one battle, he says calmly. Pykh has his eyes closed, then opens them and answers, We will win. Are you sure? I ask, and Seal immediately chimes in. How do you know? Because I feel it, he answers simply, to which Seal shrugs.
Father, up!
Tenal demands of Pykh, and from the arms of his father he shares his coin and the accompanying story with his twin brother in Seal's arms. Unfortunately, I have to ask him to hush, because our village leader, a regular male, funny enough, holds his arms and tail high and calls for our attention. Gather! The council will speak soon. He calls a few times, intermingled with, Please hold your voices so that those in the back can listen. Everyone, gather as close as you can. Make room for your neighbor. Hold your voices. And so it goes. But Tenal's coin story only increases in volume to overcome this interruption. Tenal, I say in my warning voice, and Pykh helps me with a small growl. He pouts. Afterwards, remember your story, okay? And you can tell all of us. He nods twice, and both Pykh and I kiss the top of his head. We're in public, so that means I nose his hair. It works well enough for a kiss, but I can't resist adding a smacking sound with my lips, just for his ears. Among this crowd of hundreds of people, and still hundreds more on buildings, in trees, the night grows eerily quiet, like something bad could happen. My mind is replaying memories of battle, with none of the polish and fun that I had from my children's bedtime stories. Those warriors that didn't make it from the battle for the ship. Those men I sacrificed for this happy life I have now. It was necessary. For all Fleophaki, not just me. But I wish I hadn't rushed them into battle so stupidly. The village leader quiets and turns in the same direction as the crowd, all of us looking to a single point, the communication box and its Frankenstein speakers. We wait. A baby cries somewhere, and all fathers shift uncomfortably or change the direction of their gaze to the source. It is a disquieting call that all of us are trained to respond to. The speakers crackle. There is a cough, a thumping noise, and then we hear, "Attention, all Fleophaki! This is Councilman Audiobook speaking. As you know, in the beginning of spring, I asked you to pray and give the spirits your offerings for the safety of our warriors, as I would task them with a difficult, historical mission. On that day, I assigned 16 Fleophaki warriors to assault the mine at the Peaceful Valley, which we used to call home not that long ago. Like my father before me, I saw this mission as a trial to see if greater battles can be won. But unlike our attempts of the past, this was only a strike mission. Let me say before I begin, there are few casualties, none of them serious, and no warrior deaths. I will repeat that. There are 0 warrior fatalities. The crowd is noisier, all of us breathing a sigh of relief, and I break into a wonderful smile. He's too big to pick up now and too spiky to kiss on the head, but I pull Daniel close to my side, lean down and hug him tight. Since I don't have a tail, he wraps his around my leg and hugs me back. This morning, a battalion of 300 soldiers, led by our most experienced generals, feigned an assault on the mine and attracted the ire of our enemies. We retreated to safety and fought them at the Ariel Gate, where we diminished their numbers. When our enemy had exhausted themselves at the gate and gone to recover, we assaulted them again with a new wave of warriors. And so it was, like the sea rolling against shores. We sent them new warriors while others were resting for the next attack. As darkness set in, our 16 elite warriors maneuvered around the attacking force. By strategically avoiding the Omega invaders, they easily killed those enemies they found tasked for work. I'm waiting with bated breath for his next words, but the crowd cheers, laughs, and there are several Fleophaki roars. I'm pleased to note that the fathers, who had warriors assigned to this mission, are absolutely gleeful, and Miri looks 10 years younger than he did half an hour ago. Ruar has a contemplative look in his eye, one that I think I recognize. Is that fatherly pride? They snuck into the heart of the encampment where— Forgive me, I'm being told to pause for celebrations. There is a mess of background noise, sometimes a voice getting through, but not distinct enough to be understood. We've all calmed down for many, many seconds before he speaks again. Thank you for your prayers. Our 16 warriors snuck into the heart of the encampment where many slaves are kept. Their task was to rescue one, but as the cage doors opened, our warriors felt the nobility of our ancestors call to them, and I am proud to report that 29 slaves were not only freed, but released from their collars with devices designed and built at the Priory. Fuck yeah! I shout, thinking this will be another celebration moment, but I'm the loudest of the happy murmurs in the crowd. Seal makes a roar for me, and the crowd answers, but quickly we are quiet again, for Audiobook is still speaking. Our warriors stayed to free as many slaves as they could, and this resulted in them having to flee and fight, as the invader Omegas discovered what was happening and began to redirect their warriors from our fake attack. Some of the slaves were not strong enough for the retreat, and I'm sorry to report that 7 were slain. 22 free slaves have joined us behind the gate, and they are recovering now. I will pause for prayers and celebrations. I told you so, Pykh exclaims and pulls me to his side for a kiss. A real one, not a Fleophaki nose-lick, and I blush, realizing the entire village has their focus on us now. Not all the gazes are amused or friendly. Omega Lutot, not known for being easygoing, covers his child's eyes and scowls at me. Everyone else gradually relaxes or chuckles once they realize this is another alien moment that doesn't break any taboos for me. Once they get used to me, most Fleophiki are happy to let me be an Omega in my own way, and that includes letting Pykh speak or grab me whenever he wants to. "We are greater than the Masters," Pykh says, not noticing all the attention he's getting. "The Masters of Masters," he says, touching his nose to each of the twins in turn, and then kneeling to put his arm around Daniel. "You have brought me this great victory," Seal says in my ear. "An ending at last to my woe." I would say something. Perhaps that this is only the beginning, but Avielk is speaking again, so I answer by leaning my head against his shoulder, my arm around his hip. Lutot is definitely saying something bad about me to his mates right now. I would touch my tongue to my nose if it could reach. Oh well. Of the freed slaves, 17 are Fleophiki. Their names and condition will be known to their families shortly. The others are enslaved beings not of this world, whose homes have fallen to the invaders. Fleophiki, I will not let our planet come to the same fate. This attack proves that it can be done. This will be a long journey, not a single spectacular battle as we would hope. We will fight. Our children will fight, and likely our grandchildren will fight as well. But we will take back our home. Not just the valley where we will raise our children again, but also the cities made of stone that lay waiting for us, tended by the spirits of our ancestors.
Fuck yeah!
Tenal says with perfect clarity, holding up his coin. "Shh, don't say that," I scold quickly. But it's too late. Beside me, Tarai echoes, "Fuck yeah," in a curious puppy voice. This concludes Human Omega by Eileen Glass, narrated by Joel Leslie, copyright 2024 by Eileen Glass. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Eileen Glass and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.